I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jessica, you want to make the TV coverage announcement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of the Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 o'clock p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. And for the roll call, Commissioner Gottstanker? Here. Commissioner Overall? Here. Commissioner Burrows? Here. Commissioner Phillips? Here. And Commissioner Bierg?
Here.
Thank you.
Director Black, on to the agenda status report and our projection report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Welcome to the first year of first meeting of 2008. We have a conceptual review item today, pretty big conceptual review item today, and I'll explain right before the item what the intention is for the hearing, or what the purpose of the hearing is. It's for the Miramar Beach Resort project. We also have the Peterson appeal of the Lagura matter back on your agenda as your first regular agenda item. We have 2 additional permit items and an ordinance amendment to consider some changes to the Resource Management Zone District permitting requirements. So we have a full agenda today, and all of the items are ready to move forward.
Excellent.
We also have a special appearance from our county counsel, Shane Stark. He's going to be providing you with a very brief public officials ethics training this morning, and we will do that right before you take up the minutes, so in the place of the Planning and Development divisional briefings on our administrative agenda.
Okay.
With respect to the projection report, your next meeting will be on February 20th, and we have about a little more than a half day's work so far on that agenda, so there's some opportunity for some additional items to be heard that day. We do have a couple of briefings. One is the proposed water efficient landscape design guidelines briefing from the Montecito Water District, and we also have a process improvement briefing that we'll be bringing to your commission. The County Planning Commission heard it last week. On March 19th, you have a meeting again. There's very little on that agenda yet. We do have some workshop items and then a tentative parcel map, but I expect that items will continue to fill up your hearing days. We are having a County Planning Commission retreat on February 8th, and similarly to last year, we will be asking the chair of your Planning Commission to attend that retreat as well. So that's a couple of weeks from now on a Friday from about 10 until 3.
And where's that meeting being held this time?
It's going to be held up at the Lake Kachuma facilities. There's a building up there by the boat ramp.
All right, excellent.
Okay. And that's all I had to report this morning.
Okay, well, the next item on our list is our annual appointment of the chair, vice chair, and second vice chair. And Jack, I think you were going
Yes.
to handle this one.
Since you all did such a brilliant job this year, I just recommend that we continue the positions as they were in 2007.
I don't think there's, we may not get a second on that recommendation.
I'll second that.
Yeah, and
Could we change the word brilliant to something else?
well, I must say, I know you've asked if I would hold this chair again, and I will, but this will be the last time, so one of you is going to have to pick up the baton next time around, okay? I'm looking your direction there. Anyway, we have a motion and a second to continue the appointment of the chair, vice chair, first vice chair, and second vice chair. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Passes unanimously. Then on to the appointment of our Planning Commission secretary and recording secretary. And I think those are going to continue as currently has existed, correct?
Mr. Chair, that would be our proposal, so it would be me as the secretary and David Villalobos as the recording secretary.
Excellent.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Passes unanimously. So, Director Baker, we're on to the director's report and the supervisor's hearing summary.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, number one, just to say Happy New Year. Busy agenda today, so I'm not going to even take any of your time. We've been very lucky. There's been nothing going forward from this commission to the board recently, so there's nothing that I can report coming out of the commission or the board for to say that they supported or didn't support you. But I would say that's a good message, because what's happening out there is you're being supported by your actions in and of themselves. So, again, just Happy New Year, and I'll let you move on to Shane's brief ethics training.
Our ethics, I'm sure, excellent, but we could always use some reminders. But the next item, I believe the next item, Director Black, you had suggested that we do this after the public comment period, or did you want to do it next?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest you go ahead with your public comment period and any planning commissioner reports, and then hear from Shane.
Excellent. So now is we're going to open this for public comment, and this would be comment on an item that's not on the agenda today. So if there's anybody that wishes to address us on an item not on the agenda, now would be the time to do so. Not seeing anyone, we will close the public comment period and move on to the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. I know it's been the holiday season and there hasn't been a tremendous amount, so I'll just put it out. Do any of the commissioners have any items they wish to bring to our attention at this point? Mr.
Chair,
Phillips.
thank you. Not a report so much as a question to Ms. Black. I've been getting inquiries regarding the very creative whistle system employed by train engineers going by the Biltmore. They're really pretty interesting. There are all kinds of cha-chas now, and different kinds of things. But it seems to me, and it seems to people that have asked me about this, that there was a quiet zone proposed through that area. Has that come to your desk? This is way over our head, I know, but it's much different than it historically has been, I'm told.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, it's not come to my desk, and it probably never will. I would imagine if anybody in the county is involved in the quiet zone with the railroad, it would be Public Works, and I think there have been some discussions with the First District's office and Public Works about it, but I don't think it's progressed very far.
Do you recall that it was before us at one time? Does anyone remember that?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. I don't remember the resolve or where it went.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Well, I mean, I do believe that when it came to us before, it was with a request for a quiet zone to be established along, and I don't remember the beginning and end point, but I do remember that the request was made by Ty Warner and Associates that had to do with the crossings that directly affected the Miramar Hotel. Not Miramar, excuse me, the Biltmore Hotel. You know.
And oddly enough, that's where the
So-
whistles have become more intense, right there at that spot. So-
Well, I'm just wondering if what may have happened is that there's some mechanism now put in place that if there's a quiet zone, there's kind of whistles that get
Before and
blown
after.
before. I mean, and then, I don't know, because
That
I'm
could
not
well be.
really, it's not within our purview to, I mean, it's not a county issue at the establishment of
Right.
those quiet zones. So that's the only thing that I could make up. I mean, that's what I would make up, but, that's never great, just making things up, But I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether we can direct staff or P&D to actually look into it, or whether this is something that needs to be handled in the neighborhoods in relationship to, what is it, Union Pacific or whoever owns that, and the people who made the original request for a quiet zone. Seems like it's up to them.
Ms. Meester, did you, Ms. Black, I'm sorry, you suggested a place to inquire? I'd like to be able to direct folks. Was it county transportation?
Yes,
Agency?
Mr. Chair, it would be, and Commissioner Phillips, it would be the Transportation Division of Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
It's my understanding.
Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you. When I was on the board of the Montecito Association, this issue did come up before the association. I'm not sure how it was resolved, but there was a discussion on that.
Commissioner Phillips, did you have anything?
I'm done,
additional?
thanks.
Okay. Moving on then, unless there's anything else, we're to the staff on planning commissioners, the Planning and Development Divisional briefings. And will that be, is there?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as Ms. Black said, that we would move right to Shane's
Okay.
comments. I
Just
just
wanted-
announced that, in case you haven't heard that, but I think most people have, is that this is the last time he'll be presenting this, unless we contract with him for the future, I suppose. His retirement date is one week from this Friday, that he will be leaving the county. So I do that little bit of introduction and then let Shane go.
Thank you very much.
This is going to be brief. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. It's a pleasure and privilege to be before you for the last time. This is the Montecito Planning Commission. I will be brief. I'm not going to do a big thing.
If this is the last one, I think you should take all the time.
No, I'm not going to. I just want to tell you that over the years, I greatly appreciate the job the planning commissioners do. It's extremely important. It's extremely difficult. You have to pay attention to a lot of details and people's rights and protect the values of the respective community, even Montecito. And I want to assure you, I thank the community of Montecito for taking the pictures of my car down off the entrances to Coast Village Road, so you could, spot it if I ever strayed into Montecito. I probably should warn you, stay off the Mesa now that I'm retired. And even I greatly just wanted to say how much I do appreciate the valuable work that the Planning Commission does in the respect and the courtesy that you've paid to me and my deputies who've been advising you all these years. So I thank you very much. Also, in deference to the Miramar, I'm going to declare a moratorium on LA jokes. I'm not going to make any Century City joke. I lost a relative in the Century City Mall once. Haven't seen him 30 years. Haven't seen him because he got lost. Got lost in it was in the kosher burrito stand. I'll give you just a quick reminder about what your obligations are and what you have to do. First of all, I'm just going to remind you. Your planning commissioners are are public officials, and they're high-ranking public officials. You're bound by a set of fairly serious restrictions in the government code. I like to remind people that they don't own the county. The government doesn't own it. You operate it in trust for the people. That applies to Montecito, too. I don't have to tell you you don't own Montecito, but you do have a position of high trust and responsibility. There are certain things you have to do. I hope you've done the basics. First of all, you all have to file assuming office statements. So I hope you did. If you didn't, please hurry up and do it. And you have to file annual financial reporting statements. As well, every year, you have to take public official ethics training, which has 4 legal subjects, and somebody's going to tell you to do the right thing. Here's the good news. I've done it for a few years, ever since they put in the legal requirement. You can do it for nothing. The Attorney General has got ethics training online. Doesn't cost you anything. The Institute for Local Government, which is a nonprofit arm of the League of California Cities, has a tape. Online training. I think that costs you $50 to do it, but don't forget to do it. There's no punishment. This is a good one. This is a shame-based sanction. So there's no fine, there's no suspension as a consequence for not doing it. But assuming there is an alert press in your community, you're required to keep a record of who takes the ethics training and who doesn't, and they can publish the names of who hasn't complied and embarrass you. It's a good idea anyway to get the refresher course. Hopefully my successors will continue doing the live programs. It's really more effective when you can stand up there and ask people questions about what you should do and what you shouldn't do. In addition to the ancient principle of not telling any LA jokes, there are 4 subjects that you need to know. I just touch on each one of them. Well, first of all is the principle that I'm sure you're familiar with, the Ralph M. Brown Act or the open meeting law. The thing that's the trickiest, you got to do business in public. You have to deliberate in public, and you have to make decisions in public with very, very narrow exceptions. If you want to know, can you meet in closed session? Extremely rarely can a planning commission meet in closed session. It's only when you're actually being threatened with suit yourself, or in rare cases where your decision can actually trigger liability in the county. I think we've done it, once or twice? Once in like 15 years. We did it in connection with Naples one time. We decided we should warn the Planning Commission about something. Very rare. Any event, don't talk amongst yourselves in the car if you've got a majority of members. That's the trick. If there are 3 of you, don't talk business unless you're in a notice meeting. And talk means email. Email is not your friend here. And I think I should, as technology improves, the law is not evolved with technology. Email and voicemail, they're treated just like written communications and face-to-face communications. So you have to be careful who you send the email to, what the reply is, lest you inadvertently do what you're not supposed to do, which is to actually reach a collective concurrence on an item of business. So please remember, don't talk in your car. The next thing I'd like to impress upon you is, this is good news. You're like judges. You have quasi-judicial powers, and you make decisions not only that affect people's rights and property. You make decisions that are official county decisions. You have to act like judges. And one of the critical things that you have to remember, you have an obligation to hear cases on evidence. So not only don't prejudge decisions before you hear the evidence, don't make statements that indicate that you've prejudged a matter before you hear the evidence. Very, very important. A hearing examiner, a hearing body that's fair and impartial and free of bias is one part of a very important right of due process, which everybody who comes up before you having their property rights determined has a right to have. Please remember that. File, statements, training, don't talk in the car. You're a judge. I'm very organized. People are shocked at how organized I actually am. I've gone through 40 years of practicing law. I've rested almost entirely on the illusion that I'm disorganized and ignorant. Neither one. It's all a big lie. And now that I'm not working, I can say this. Be careful if people give you gifts. There is a gift limit. People haven't given me gifts in years. They used to give the outside counsels and the outside counsel out there. They used to come through with cheese baskets. You could eat the evidence before you knew whether it was nothing. Not even a card. We got one holiday card in county council that says, "To whom it may concern, season's greetings." That was it. No art, no tree, no nothing. It must be tough out there. In any event, any single item over $50 that you get is considered a gift. You have to report it. And if you get a gift from any one source, I think it's $380 in any 12-month period, there's a bar on that. So be careful if somebody does. Every once in a while, people will give you gifts of some value, including entertainment, food, lodging. There's special rules for travel and giving speeches and like that. One thing that I definitely want to advise you to make sure that you understand this. If you have any doubt whatsoever, if a matter that you are considering on the Planning Commission can have a personal effect on your financial interests, whether that's a source of income or your family or your property, please make sure that you ask that county council, and really if you want sure clarity and surety is not the right word. That's like a bond word. If you want assurance, ask the Fair Political Practices Commission before you cast your vote and before you act. Very important to get that assurance that you're in the right side of the conflict interest laws before you actually do the action. That way you can stay out of trouble. If you wait until you've actually done the deed and participated in a matter that benefits your financial interest, it's too late. Then you're taking a chance. But please stay out of trouble and ask first. That's about the last thing. I tell people, I don't tell people how to do the right thing. You know what the right thing is to do, and I trust that you've been here and you're appointed and you've all got fine values and ethics and that you will do so. So I'm not going to lecture you on doing the right thing. I think it's kind of amusing that they require that lawyers tell public officials not only about the law, that's fair enough, but about doing the right thing. And anyway, I tell people, follow the law. Basically, it's a government of laws, not people. So make sure you follow the law. Ms. Slusky will keep you out of trouble, right? Ms. Slusky assures me that she's going to keep you out of trouble. Don't forget your common sense. If something sounds wacky, it usually is. And that common sense is a good indicator over the years. And don't forget the basic values, that equality, liberty, tolerance, things like that we're all taught to uphold. Anyway, again, thank you very much. I trust this wasn't too long. And best of luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. And I do find that the reminder, especially about the Brown Act every year, is a good one because it's the one that's the most difficult to deal with because we're so used to wanting to reach consensus, and it's difficult when you can't speak to your fellow commissioners. But so it's always a good reminder. So thank you very much.
It is difficult. I'll give you some good news, though. The Brown Act, although it's a fairly complicated document, if you actually know where to look and at the individual provisions, you can usually figure out what to do. There isn't a whole lot of ambiguity in it.
Right.
You just have to know what the prohibitions are. They're usually fairly clearly spelled out.
And I know on a personal level, I'm going to miss your observations and advice to us on matters that have come before us of great import, so sorry to see you go.
Appreciate your service.
Thank you very much. Director Baker, did I see you reach towards the microphone? Oh, it turned it off. Okay, very good. If there's nothing else, I think we're on to the minutes, if I'm not correct. So we have minutes from our meeting of December 19th before us. And if anyone has any motions, or excuse me, any corrections, or otherwise just a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve our minutes of our hearing of December 19th, and all in favor say aye, opposed no. Aye. Minutes are approved. And now we are on to what I will say is the main event here, of the morning at least.
Mr. Chair, if we could just take a couple minutes, I think there's a few exhibits that the applicant would like to put up, and it'll give staff a few minutes to organize as well.
Wonderful. So
Thank you.
we'll take 5 minutes and then come back and work on the Miramar Beach project.
Great.
Conceptual review of the Miramar Beach Resort and Bungalow project at 1555 South Jamison Lane. And this is a conceptual review, so it's a little outside the norm of what we do. But I assume we read this one into the record and follow the same procedure as a hearing. So, Jessica, would you please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Crusoe BSC Miramar LLC for conceptual review of the following. A07 RVP 9, application filed on June 7th, 2007. B07 CUP 45, application filed on June 7th, 2007. C07 CUP 46, application filed on June 7, 2007, and D07 CUP 46, application filed on June 7, 2007.
So, staff presentation. I'm not sure how you want to proceed on this one, but I assume we'll follow the regular format as if this was a hearing.
Yes. Mr. Chair, this is a bit of a different item, and I just wanted to remind the Montecito Planning Commission of the purpose of the hearing today. And to remind the public, if you want to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip in the back of the room, and you can just place it in the box at the end of the Planning Commission table. Anyway, this item is a conceptual review. It's different than a typical permit hearing item that your commission's normally used to seeing. The purpose of this is really to give you an early review of this application. There's a lot of interest in the community about it, so we thought it would be a good idea to get your commission familiar with the item and hear any individual comments that you might have about it. We do not want you to, nor should you, reach consensus about this item today. It was very early in the process. The application was determined to be complete on December 13th, so we've not completed our analysis. In fact, the project has gone to the Montecito BAR twice, but has not completed that process. It's gone to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission on Monday. We did an environmental scoping meeting on Monday. So we're at the very, very beginning of our analysis of the project. We're just starting the CEQA document. And so it would be inappropriate because you don't have all the information and analysis about the project to reach a conclusion. But I think it's a good opportunity for you to hear from the public about concerns about the project and for you to express any initial thoughts or concerns individually about the project that can help to help the applicant and the design team come up with an even better project when your commission does review it. We do expect to be back before your commission later on this year. Right now, we're targeting May as a hearing timeframe for the Miramar project, so you'll have an opportunity to act upon it when we've completed our analysis and are prepared to present that to your commission. So with that, I'm going to ask Michelle to present the project, and I think that the presentation is going to be kind of a teamed approach where Michelle's going to go through part of it, but the applicant's really going to take the lion's share of describing their project for the commission.
Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just to follow up on Director Black's comments, I think the record should reflect that this commission has never seen this project before, has never seen the Schrager project, and our only involvement has been a brief 10-minute review of an extension of the Schrager's building permit as the Warner Group was about to purchase. There's community criticism that we've been holding up the project, and the record should reflect that we haven't seen the project and couldn't have possibly held it up at this point. Thank you.
Well, I guess that was worth getting out there. So, thank you, Commissioner Phillips, for that. Before we get going, I do think it's important, and I'll remind my fellow commissioners what I think the purpose of this is. And you touched on it, Director Black, a little bit, which is it's an opportunity for us to give the developer of the project specific feedback on things that we think can improve their project, because they want to bring the best project forward to the community, and since we are the decision-making body, although we can't achieve a consensus here, we can certainly give our individual take on some of the issues that are before us. So I would like to see us at the end of this kind of each have our, hopefully, a checklist and go down and go, these are some of the issues that are important, maybe variances from the community plan, or can we live with those or not, and give them that feedback now so that that information can be incorporated into the project that does come before us in the best possible manner. So that's how I'm going to be thinking about this process as it goes forward, and hopefully we can offer that up. So please proceed.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. As we started to mention, I'm going to give you a brief overview, get you oriented on the site, give you a brief overview of the history of the site, and go over the Schrager plan a little bit. And then I'm going to turn it over to the Caruso team to go over their detailed project description. Then I'm going to take it back and go over the status of environmental review and go over the key policy issues that we see at this time. So we touched on a little bit before, but our schedule is, the project was originally submitted in June 2007, redesigned, and then resubmitted again in November 13th. The scoping period on the environmental document is running right now. We had a scoping meeting on Monday, and it closes on January 28th. We anticipate that we'll have a draft environmental document. We're out at the end of February 28th, and are targeting running the public comment period through to April 15th. And as Diane mentioned, we're planning to go to your commission for the actual hearing in May. So just to start with the basics, I'm sure you guys all know where this is, but the Miramar property is located here near the San Ysidro Road exit. Eucalyptus Road borders the property here. This is a access route to the beach here. There's also another access route here along Posilipo Lane that connects down here. Miramar Avenue, which is going to be an important aspect to note, the north-south segment runs here, and the east-west segment runs here. The Miramar property actually it entails both sides, the east and west portions along Miramar Avenue. The proposed project involves abandonment, where county roads would abandon this section of Miramar Avenue. The property has been operating as a resort since 1887, which predated zoning. When our zoning did come online, was zoned residential. The first that zoning requires that a CUP be permitted for operation of a resort out there. So the first CUP was issued in 1939. The site has been comprised of one-story cottages until 1948, when two-story motel units were introduced to the site. At the adoption of the local coastal plan, the site was rezoned to the resort/visitor serving commercial zone district. And it has been operating under, it was operating under CUP 78, CP 77 until 2000, when the Schrager plan was permitted. This is just to give you, get you oriented on the site before 2000, before the Schrager plan was approved. The site comprised a number of one-story cottages located here, along here, and centered here. There was a dining room, an office here, and a convention hall. There were also some two-story units, these poolside rooms, which still are on the site today, the main feature out there now. The lanai rooms were two-story units, and the boardwalk are two-story units. There was a beach and tennis club back before 2000, and it was located in the Cherokee cottage here. And there was also a spa located here. There were two employee units located in one of the cottages. I can't remember the name of which one, where they were located, but in one of the cottages there were two employee units. There was no sound wall. There's currently no sound wall out there, obviously. Let's see what else. The Union Pacific Railroad runs through the property. And there was also a restaurant located in the dining room. In 2000, Ian Schrager, the former owner of the property, came in with the first major renovation of the site. A development plan was required in the CV in the commercial zone district, and it was approved originally in 2000 under this case number. There were also 3 CUPs required. One for construction of the employee dwellings. The other one was required for construction in the transportation corridor along the Union Pacific Railroad, and the other was required for construction of a 10-foot sound wall. The original project again was approved in 2000, and 2 amendments were processed shortly after that. One immediately after in July 2000 to remove the employee units, and the other was to modify the square footages slightly in 2002. And I'm going to run through this briefly, but if you have any questions about the Schrager plan, I can answer those at the end as well. The Schrager plan, I know this is very hard to read, took the dining room and essentially broke it into 2 pieces, a lobby building here and a restaurant, new restaurant here. They took the convention hall and turned it into a banquet hall. This banquet hall was proposed to have an underground parking structure. Also, a new above-ground parking structure was proposed with tennis courts on the top. There was a new spa building proposed, which took it out of the cottage and we created a new building for the spa, which would hold the beach and tennis club operation. Many of the cottages were proposed to be renovated. There were couple new units proposed along South Jameson, but primarily all of the units, all of the buildings were proposed to be renovated. And again, there was a proposal for a 10-foot sound wall here. Also, there was a proposal to add the beach bar down by the oceanfront units. Just wanted to show you briefly the elevations. And at the end of the presentation, after Caruso's team presents, I'll be giving you a summary of the comparison between the Caruso plan and the Schrager plan. After permits were approved, they actually began demolition. They have demolished the dining room and the convention hall, the pool, the linen building, and the diner and the Pullman car. But primarily, a lot of the buildings still stand. They did do major... they pulled out a lot of the existing vegetation as well, the existing landscaping.
Quick question, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Phillips.
What is the significance of the Schrager plan today to us?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, I'll be getting into it, but it essentially it is the baseline for our environmental analysis. It essentially is the no project alternative. If Caruso did not have this application in, the Schrager plan could be built today. They have their permits,
Those are still alive.
and they're still alive.
If I could comment, we did vest those permits as substantial construction had started. That's the one thing, that's the one issue we did deal with here at the Montecito Planning Commission level. So they are vested and can be built as is. You've used some terminology that says proposed, but I think you mean that's the approved plan.
Oh,
when you're
yes.
using the terminology
Sorry.
proposed. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is the approved plan, and I'll be using that terminology throughout. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Okay, so as we just touched on, the proposed plan is a revision to the approved plan and to the original approved plan that predated the amendments, the two amendments that followed after that.
The reason I made that comment, if I could, when you were talking about the Schrager plan and the 10-foot sound wall, that is in fact approved as part of that project already. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So we have an application for revision to the development plan. We also have an applications for major revisions to the CUP for the employee units, the CUP for work in the transportation corridor, CUP for the 10-foot sound wall, and also we're going to be opening up a new CUP for repairs to the seawall, which was not part of the Schrager plan, but is part of the Caruso plan. I'll get into that a little bit later. So now I'd like to turn it over to the Caruso team. We might need a couple of minutes to set up make sure their presentation is clear, and then I'll take it back and go over the environmental document and the policy issues.
Thank you very much. So do you guys, would you like to have a couple minutes to set up, or?
Just about a minute.
Well, we'll just hold on then while you set up.
Did you get this? I think everybody got it. She gave them to us. No. No. These cars are basic. It's okay. You're fine.
Most all of them. Yeah. Yeah. They were basically getting rid of the larger two-story buildings but the cottages themselves were primarily staying.
I have an extra one.
Which is where all that cottage-style stuff came from, the community plan. Because that was going on kind of at the same time.
Yeah, that started.
No worries. Yeah. I've had the entire presentation where I and it just died.
Michelle, if you could stay as far that way as possible.
I know,
'Cause
I'm-
Jessica and I are like,
I'm squeezing you, but it's because maybe I'll sit back.
okay. 'Cause there's like zero room.
You don't mind me on top of you?
Okay. Maybe while we're waiting here, we seem to be having some technical issues. Normally in our hearing process, we do, there's an opportunity for the planning commissioners to declare site visits and ex parte communications, so maybe we could handle that right now. I know we're all very, very familiar with the site. Commissioner Phillips, you want to take the lead?
I was at the site when the story poles were up and walked the perimeter.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows?
I've been to the site a number of times and was there when the story poles were up as well.
Commissioner Overall?
The same, I was there when the story poles were up and seen it from the ocean side and a variety of things.
And Commissioner Gottstanger?
I also did walk the site when the story poles were up twice and looked at from the ocean. I also think just should be declared that I have, over the period of the last year since the first plan was proposed, gone to a number of public forums that were held by Mr. Caruso and his team and the Montecito Association, and I think I could probably say that I went to all of them, or at least just missed one. So I just wanted to declare that for the public, that I have been following the process.
Commissioner Burrows, did you look like you had another thought there?
Yes, I did want to say that I was at Monday evening's scoping hearing for a while.
Thank you. I'm also very familiar with the site. Saw the both sets of story poles, and also had a meeting in my office with one of the Caruso staff members on the previous plan. That would have been Matt Middlebrook. I think he and I got together, and one of the neighbors came to see me about drainage issues related to this property, and there's a number of letters in our agenda from Gene and Stan Harfenst. I'm probably mispronouncing that name. So if you, are you over your technical problems here?
I think we're ready. You ready, Rick?
So we look forward to getting going on this.
Good. Good morning, members of the commission. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your time this morning. My name is Rick Caruso. I'm with Caruso Affiliated, and we're going to give you a brief presentation and try not to duplicate what you've already heard from county staff here. First and foremost, I want to let you know how excited we are as an organization to be a part of a very important and historic property in this part of the world. We purchased the property almost a year ago. We'll be celebrating our one-year anniversary of being a landowner up here in the county and in Montecito in February. And we started out with the rule we have in our company that we are going to take a lot of time to meet with the community, to meet with county officials, to meet with stakeholders in the area, and get a better understanding of what the community wants to have on this property, and most importantly, what they don't want to have on this property. And what we had heard loud and clear is that there are great memories of the Miramar, and people want to be able to enjoy the Miramar again. We're also coming close to the anniversary of 10 years of the Miramar being closed, which is unfortunate, I think, for anybody, notwithstanding whatever the plans may be in the future. So we're also very eager to continue to work closely with staff, who's been terrific to work with, and yourselves and our neighbors to hopefully get the Miramar under construction. We have also put a couple of ground rules down. One is that we want to celebrate the history of the Miramar. The Miramar, as you know better than I do, has a long history in this part of town, and we want to make sure we're respectful of that history. We also want to be very respectful of our neighbors. There are great neighborhoods around us. We want to make sure we're also a community asset. The intent here is not to build a hotel that closes itself to the community, but actually just the opposite. We want this to be a community asset. And so our team of people have worked hard up here for the last year or so. Now, what we're also proposing today, what we're going to show you today, is a revised plan, which was referenced. And through the process here, we have probably developed well over 100 site plans as we've gone through this process, one of which was submitted some time ago. Based on that submission and some concerns we received from our neighbors immediately adjacent to the property. We pulled the application back, went back and revised the plan, and I'll point out the revisions that were made. But let me give you some of the highlights of the plan that's being processed through the county now. Cottage-style architecture and design. We know with the community plan the cottage style is important. Now there is some broad interpretation within cottage style, and we can certainly discuss that. But within the community plan, we're within the 2/3 of the guest buildings are 2 stories or less, and 3/4 of the guest buildings have 6 keys or less pursuant to the community plan. We want to maintain a casual elegance of the historic Miramar on the property. We do want it to be an upscale hotel. We do want it to be very family friendly, and that will be the way the property is operated. And with that, we are going to have 2 restaurants in the hotel, one which will be more of fine dining, one which will be more casual adjacent to the pool, and then also a bar and really a snack shop down adjacent to the beach on the boardwalk. We are planning to bring back the spa with limited but available space for non-hotel guests. Landscaping and open areas are critical, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that, how that has really influenced the plan to create a lot of open space. For those that don't remember the original Miramar, most of the open space was asphalt for parking because it had surface parking lot. Now, Schrager did propose to do some underground parking, but again, it was very limited open space because it was limited underground parking on the property. So the next bullet point here is the underground parking that we've put in. All of the parking for the hotel, for the staff hotel, is underground and not visible from guests or from the adjacent residents. Want to restore the boardwalk. The boardwalk is unique. Again, has some great history to it. It is pretty dilapidated right now and unsafe and needs to be restored. If you haven't walked the property recently, we would love to take you through the property. It's pretty run down in the condition that it is right now. Introducing 2 pools, one more of an active pool for families, one more of a quiet pool adjacent to the spa. The important aspect also is to increase public parking along Eucalyptus and Jameson, which we have done over and above the Schrager plan, and improve beach access for the public through a number of ways that the public can come not only through our property but around the property to get access to the beach, which has been a requirement which we're happy to provide. The private road that we will show you on a revised plan will remain in place. That serves our immediate neighbors on the property. It also, through the redesign, has given us better access to the banquet hall. Interestingly enough, our first assumption was that people would not want to have a banquet hall in the area. One of the things that we've been asked to reintroduce is the banquet hall. The old Miramar used to host a number of local meetings and events and weddings in the area, and so we are reintroducing the banquet hall. The private road is improved and will be elevated out of the floodplain, which again is important. There is a reduction in rooms from 209 rooms to 202. The ballroom height under the revised plan has been reduced by 11 feet, and we'll certainly talk about a couple of height issues we have. Improved visual appearance from the property from Jameson. We have broken up the facade along Jameson and staggered the buildings so that there are view lines through the property. It's interesting when you look at the story poles, what is difficult for people to understand is the story poles show a cumulative impact because you're looking at the story poles with the existing buildings there. And really, the better way to view it, unfortunately we can't do it, is to look at the story poles if there were no buildings there, because the areas that are open right now are blocked by existing buildings. We are going to enhance the beach club facilities. There are still many, many beach club members that use the property and still have keys. There has been an outpouring of requests to bring back the beach club, which we are going to do, and certainly respect the existing membership rights and reintroduction of 2 tennis courts on the property. So here's the site plan. Thank you, Rick. And just to give you, again, the basic premise of the property, again, family-friendly, upscale, open to the community, be a community asset, and provide as much open space as possible for people to enjoy the property. So just to give you the highlights, the spa building is located up on the corner here. This is the quieter pool adjacent to the spa. The main lobby check-in area is right here. So you would drive in, there's a long drive up Jameson into the lobby area. The fine dining is up on the second floor. There is a courtyard that's built outside of it with a fountain area, some meeting and breakout rooms along the courtyard here, and private dining rooms for people to have smaller meetings. The existing road that's out there today that serves our neighbors down in this area will remain in the location that it is today, other than being elevated to get it out of the floodplain. The banquet space is located here where it has historically been. There is some back-of-house space here located. Of course, the tennis courts, the main more active pool, and then the series of bungalows and lanai buildings throughout the property. The biggest impact on the property is obviously twofold in terms of noise. One is the railroad, which I know you talked about earlier in your meeting, which there's not a lot we can do about the train that comes through here, so we need to celebrate the train because we're not going to isolate it. And the second and really more impactful is the noise from the freeway. So the idea was to locate the two-story buildings, which have historically been on the property for many, many years, and rebuild those along the perimeter to create a sound buffer from coming into the property. And certainly the bungalow style and the bungalow buildings, which are collected throughout. And throughout that, create this open green space, fountain courts, the pool areas that we talked about, the casual dining adjacent to the pool, and then the beachfront cottages, which are currently there today and providing the beach bar. So the site is now designed with this road, Miramar Lane, taken out, but Miramar Lane remains for emergency access and for public access. So it will be grasscrete. That was driven, the suggestion by the residents who are down here, where this has become a cut-through and is dangerous to the neighborhood with kids out on the street. There's no need for the street in terms of providing traffic flow to the project, so we've taken it out. We've worked with the county fire department, and they have signed off on the design. What that does for us is it makes the property walkable with families and not being interrupted by cars. The other thing that's important to note, if you walk out to the property today, there's significant grade changes on the property. And there's also a significant hole on the property out there today. What we wanted to do on the site is basically level it out as much as possible. So again, people were able to walk, go for a stroll through the property. The community who lives in the adjacent neighborhood could come in and walk through the property and make it easy to come across. By doing that, in general, this area of the site was lowered, and this area of the site comes up a bit to provide that level area. So when you look at the story poles also are sitting below what the new grade of the property is going to be that we're proposing, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But taking advantage of that grade difference, what we've done is we've located subterranean parking basically in this quadrant. And by putting in the subterranean parking, which is obviously expensive to do, but we feel strongly it's the right thing to do, it allows us to get all the surface parking that used to be out here, the asphalt, off the property, and allows us to tuck the cars in here. So when people drive in, they will come up here to valet. Valet will take it and take it down a private road into the underground parking, so the cars do not have to get back on the street in order to be parked, and reduce the impact of traffic along Jameson. Also, people coming into the banquet space will come into a valet turnaround here, and the cars go under the parking lot there. So again, they do not have to get reintroduced. So again, one of the goals is to minimize the impact of the surrounding neighborhoods, keep our traffic and our guests on the property itself, and allow this street to be maintained at the request of our neighbors. All right, let's go on. This is a typical example of the bungalows that will be reintroduced on the property. I know there's been some, and quite frankly, a very limited discussion in individuals who would like to see us redo the existing bungalows or cottages that are out there today. We have conducted a study. We feel strongly they're not historic. There may be a difference of opinion on that. We feel fairly strongly about that. If you go out to the bungalows today, they are full of mold. They're full of asbestos. You can't even walk in them. They're decayed. They've been sitting out there for a long, long time in disrepair. So we do not believe that those bungalows can be used. In fact, one of the problems with the Schrager plan at the time, even 10 years ago, was to take that hotel and redo it, which he was intending to do in large measure. We think would have been a big mistake, and that's why he couldn't get financing for it, because frankly, there just wasn't a market for that. So we want to celebrate the architecture, celebrate the history of the cottage style, but at the same time have it in new condition. This is an example of the Lanai building, the two-story buildings that are on the property. Again, moderate in scale throughout the property, make it feel beachy, but still have an upscale quality to it. And these are the oceanfront rooms. Now, what we've done on the oceanfront, and again, we've had a number of discussions with the local community and the county on this, is right now there is a gap between the buildings. So if you looked at the buildings today, they're pretty much the same, other than there's a small gap, smaller than this, in between the buildings. What we've done is we reduced the amount of rooms down on the boardwalk on the beachfront, but we've eliminated the gap in between, and we've collected it in one area to create a larger view line from the beach up into the mountains and provide this opening between buildings here, which we think is more useful in terms of view line than the small gaps that are currently existing out there today. And this is the main building. The main building will feel and is in scale of a residence. We want people to feel when they pull up to the property off of Jameson that they're basically coming home. And so the design of it is very residential in nature and is intended to be a place that's very obviously warm and inviting on the property. All the architecture here, there's certainly revisions as we go through the process and enhancements that need to be made. We continue to work on it, but at least it gives you a snapshot of where we are today and the direction that we're heading in terms of the design. Let's go back to that shot 1 second, Rick. So on this end, we've elevated the fine dining restaurant to this area with a large outdoor patio. The reason for that is so that there's a view of the ocean from the restaurant, and this actually lines up with the opening along the beachfront building so you can see through and past that down to the beach. This is the view, the guest entry from Jameson. So as you're driving down Jameson, this will be the entrance that you're pulling into with a long driveway to the lobby building. And this is another shot of the lobby building. A lot of lush landscaping. We're certainly sensitive to the landscaping in terms of water usage, but even within that, the landscaping can be lush. We want it to be very garden-like. We want it to look like, which we will have it look like, that it's been there for many, many years, meaning that landscaping and the trees come in fully grown and mature to provide, again, a very peaceful, warm, and gracious setting on the property. This is the pool adjacent to the spa and the bungalows adjacent to that. Again, a lot of open space between the bungalows, landscaping. We are going to be using almost all of the existing trees that currently exist on the property that were not removed prior to us acquiring the site. And this is a bird's eye view of the beachfront. So our property line starts here. There's a detached building that's there now that we will rebuild along with the beachfront. You see the rebuilt boardwalk. We're not moving the dimension of the boardwalk. We're not moving the height of the boardwalk. There is an issue that we need to make repairs on the seawall, which staff talked about. certainly respecting the beachfront. You can see the extent of open space that the property now provides, landscaping, the railroad area as much as possible to minimize the impact of the railroad, at the same time making the crossing safe. We're going to have the crossing actually manned by a person so that children or families coming across for safety reasons. And you can see the pool in the distance, and it gives you a good shot of the scale of the project that we're proposing. What I'm most excited about, honestly, is that a number of homeowners associations that historically have had different opinions on this property have come together in support of this project. And we've worked closely with them. We're grateful for the time that they have spent. We're grateful for the input that they have given us. Their input has made this project a better project. In addition to many, many homeowners, we have had hundreds of meetings up here in the Montecito area. And so the Miramar Beach Homeowners Association, Montecito Seaside Association, the Montecito Association, and the Voices of Montecito Association are all in support of this project, and that represents thousands of people in the area. So that is a quick overview. I didn't want to spend too much of your time because you may have questions, and I'd be happy to answer obviously any questions that you have. There's a lot of details. We had a very good meeting with MBAR. MBAR gave us positive comments and sent us on our way. I think the opportunity to meet with you early on the process before we have our official hearing with you has been great, so that again, consistent with what we've done in the past, we can take your input and your thoughts, and if there's concerns, we can address those concerns early on. We are certainly, as I said, eager to keep moving this project forward. We would like to get under construction as soon as possible. Our goal has been and continues to be to open up this hotel in 2010, which is not that far away. But we still think we can do that, and we're going to work hard to do it and continue to work hard to be a good neighbor in this community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and we have staff here who knows a lot more about the details than I do, so what I can't answer, I'll turn over to my staff.
Mr. Caruso, before we get started with questions to you, would you prefer that we ask questions to you and you refer them on to other members of your staff, or did you want to make individual presentations about architecture, elevations, things like that?
Well,
what would be your preference?
It's whatever you want to do, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm happy to answer questions, and then what I can't answer, I can turn it over to my staff. And I didn't want to get into too much detail here because we didn't know the level of detail you wanted to get into, but we're happy to get into any level of detail you'd like to. We're prepared to do that in terms of architecture, in terms of the variances that we're requesting on height, whatever the case may be.
From my perspective, I think what would be most useful for you is if we get into some of the issues that are likely to be the controversial ones related to height, setbacks, and those type of items, just so that we can give you the most specific feedback possible.
Okay.
But
maybe
all
what
the-
I can do, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I don't know if we have this. Do we have the comparison of our plan to the Schrager plan, the graph?
Mr. Chair, I was going to suggest that maybe before we start doing questions, that we have staff finish their presentation, because some of the questions that at least the notes I've made to myself may come up out of her staff completing their presentation.
Yeah. Commissioner Gotzinger, excellent point. So why don't we do that first? Let staff finish theirs, and then we'll get back into the questions. Back to you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Caruso. So, Michelle.
Okay.
And I think from our perspective, again, it'd be most useful to touch on the differences and specifically anything that are issues that are going to be variances from our existing.
Mr. Chair, yes. After this slide, I'll get right into that and go into detail about the comparison between the two projects.
Great.
So to kick it off, just wanted to talk briefly on the baseline for our environmental analysis, which we discussed previously, is that the Schrager plan is the no project alternative. So our analysis will be based on the comparison between the Schrager plan and the Caruso plan. So heading into the comparison, the Caruso plan would involve roughly 62,000 more square feet of demolition. That's primarily due to the fact that they're going to be demolishing a lot of the cottages and not proposing to renovate, as opposed to Schrager. There will be a total of approximately 122,000 more square feet of new construction, resulting in a total net floor area of roughly 31,000 more square feet. The net lot area is greater under the Caruso plan for two reasons. One, due to the removal of the north-south segment of Miramar, but also for purposes of the calculation of the floor area ratio, they're also utilizing part of the transportation corridor, which they're counting in that square footage as well. Under the Caruso plan, all major utilities will be replaced. A new water well will be established, as opposed to the Schrager. They were not proposing to replace all the sewer or the potable water lines. Under this plan, they are proposing to replace all of those lines. Also, under this plan, they're proposing to conduct seawall repairs. Specifically, the timber piles in the seawall have significant amount of wood rot, and they'll be replacing those timber piles and putting shotcrete over the face of the seawall. One thing I didn't have in my slide here is there will be approximately 3 more acres of landscaping under this proposal, under the Caruso plan, than under the Schrager plan. There will be more cut and fill and import under the Caruso plan. Under the Caruso plan, there'll be roughly 36,000 cubic yards of cut, 46,000 cubic yards of fill, and 10,000 cubic yards of import. As opposed to the Schrager plan, there was 10,000 cubic yards of cut, 6,000 cubic yards of fill, and 4,000 cubic yards of export. Now I'll get into the modifications that are being requested. There are no variance requests. These are modifications for development plans. Staff and the commission can approve modifications to the height, setback, parking, a number of things. So under the Caruso plan, the main building is proposed to be a max height of 52.5 feet. That is from existing grade. Versus under the Schrager plan, they met the maximum height requirements of 38. The max limit in this zone district is 35, but you can add 3 feet if you have a 4 and 12 roof pitch. So under the Schrager plan, there were no requests for modifications to height. Also, there's a modification required for the beach and the pool restaurant due to the Montecito community plan requiring that if any building that's going to be located on 10 feet of fill must be 16 feet in height. And they're asking for a modification to that, for that building as well. So that's in the
Which building is that again?
That's the pool restaurant.
The pool restaurant.
That's not in my slides. So that's another one that we caught, I think, after our project description was published in the complete letter. Under the Caruso plan, we have 551 total parking spaces on site for the hotel, versus under the Schrager plan, 416 spaces were proposed. This would result, under the Schrager plan, they were going to be short by 183 spaces that are required by ordinance based on the square footages of the restaurants, the employee units, the spa, the beach and tennis club. Under the Caruso plan, they will be short 75 spaces per ordinance. Under the Schrager plan, there were a number of, a lot of the cottages are already encroaching into the setbacks, the side yard setbacks specifically, and the Caruso plan would be requesting the same setback modifications. So just to summarize, there is a height modification request for 2 buildings, the main building and the pool restaurant, a request for parking modifications for 75 less spaces than required by ordinance, and setback modifications are requested. Under the Caruso plan, there are 202 rooms requested as opposed to 213 approved under the Schrager plan. There are the same number of restaurant seats proposed, same number of assembly seats, and same number of on-site events, which is different from beach events. There were both are allowed under the Schrager plan. And under the Caruso plan, they're proposing an increase in the number, size, and duration of beach events. For example, 30 events proposed as opposed to the 12 under the Schrager plan. And under the Caruso plan, there's a proposed increase in the beach and tennis club membership from 140 approved under Schrager to 300. And there's currently proposal for night lighting of the tennis courts and the beach. Just to get into the public parking, which is different from the figures I showed for the parking on site for the hotel. Under the Caruso plan, there are 2 more off-site parking spaces. One of the things you'll note in the detailed project description is Miramar Avenue was figured to have about 24 public parking spaces, and that, of course, would be eliminated under this proposal. However, more spaces are being provided along South Jamison and at the corner of Eucalyptus and South Jamison. So in the end, we're resulting in you have 2 more public spaces. Also, under the Schrager plan, public access was going to be granted straight down the middle of the property from the lobby down to the beach bar near the oceanfront units. Under the Caruso plan, it'll be slightly different. It will be public access will be provided down the fire lane, which is essentially replacing Miramar Avenue, and then also provided down the private drive that's located between the banquet and the ballroom and the main building. Right now, signage is proposed to direct people down there, but no agreements are proposed at this time, just signage. Also, the lateral beach access remains the same. The public is allowed to use the beach 20 feet from the high tide line at all times. Miramar does have a 60-foot wide easement, beach use area that was essentially resulting from a lawsuit that was the former owner had won. And that starts at the edge of the boardwalk and is 60 feet from the edge of the boardwalk towards the ocean. But at no time is the public not allowed to access the beach along that horizontally near the hotel. And I know I went through that really fast, so
Yes.
if you have further questions about that, I can go back and touch on these details. But I will continue to move forward if you don't have any questions right now.
Okay. I have a question just to start out with. Can you address the abandonment of of Miramar Lane, I guess it is, and how that relates to the fire lane? Looking on the site plan, and I need to pull out the detailed plans behind me, but I can't really see how that relates. Looking at the presentation over here on the board.
Mr. Chair, it is in the exact location. The fire lane obviously takes some turns to make it more aesthetically pleasing and will be grasscrete, but it is in the same location as the current location of the north-south segment of Miramar.
It is, okay.
That's that.
So, could I just tag on to that?
Commissioner
So,
Gotstanger.
the public access to the beach down that, what we now call fire lane, the old Miramar Avenue, that's a walking access. Even though the grasscrete is going to be designed for emergency vehicles to get down there. But for the public, they'll just walk through the hotel.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gotstanger, yes, they will be allowed to walk down that grass lane, and signage will be posted to direct people to walk down that lane.
And they will be parking, I'm assuming, on the diagonal public parking spaces that have now been established on Jamison.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gotstanger, that is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, good.
Also, I might add that there will be 10 more spaces in a small little lot located at the corner of Eucalyptus and South Jamison. That's new.
Sorry about that. Commissioner
Oh,
Burrows?
No problem, thank you. Is this the appropriate time to ask a question about the cottages and the historic aspects of that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I'll be getting into that actually with my next couple slides.
Thank you.
Please.
Okay, I'll move on then. So getting back into the scope of the environmental document, under the Caruso plan, let me start off. Under the Schrager plan, many of the cottages, they were constructed back in the early 1900s, even some a couple late 1800s. And at the time that the Schrager plan was approved, many of those cottages were deemed historically significant. Several historic reports were prepared for the project. Under the Caruso plan, this team has submitted a revised a historic report as well, which disagrees with some aspects of those reports. We also had a peer reviewer come in and look at the Caruso's report as well. However, staff, we feel that at this time, we do not have substantial evidence to refute the reports that were conducted for the Schrager plan, and still find that many of those buildings out there are historically significant under CEQA. We also know that some of the buildings out there were not 50 years old at the time that the Schrager plan was approved, and so we're going back and we're asking the Caruso team to look at those buildings as well to see if they're historically significant. But we know we've got a number of buildings out there that are, according to our opinion, under CEQA. And given that the Caruso team would not like to renovate the buildings, and also the fact that they're now structurally in great disrepair, the structural report indicates that they would need to essentially gut the structure to renovate at this point, and would need to remove the architectural details that were the primary features driving these buildings to be historically significant to begin with. So with those two factors, we find that we are looking at a Class 1 impact on historic resources. Despite the amount of mitigation that we will require, that still is anticipated to will not be able to fully mitigate the impacts. And therefore, the county must make statements of overriding consideration for those impacts to approve the project. And that's what's driving the need to prepare an EIR at this time.
Right. So, based on staff's recommendation, which I realize you're not there yet, but we will have special findings in those areas to override this Class 1 impact. And mitigations, I assume. But
Mr. Chair, this discussion is premature.
Okay.
We are at the point in the process.
Well, I realize we're not there,
of
but I'm just
analyzing.
saying where it would need to get to.
If we prepare an environmental document and we find that there are residual Class 1 impacts, then your commission will be placed in a position, if you choose to approve the project, of overriding those impacts. But we're not there yet. We have not even prepared a draft EIR, let alone a final focused EIR on this issue.
Understood.
So just wanted to, I think this is probably as difficult for staff as it is for the commission to sort of shift gears back into, we haven't completed our analysis. So just wanted to make it very clear that while Michelle indicated where we are preliminarily, that's very preliminarily.
Yeah. I didn't want to predispose. You had made a decision as to how you're proceeding forward. I'm just projecting forward to where, if we're looking at the plan before us now, what decision-making process this commission may have to deal with and how that process will work, just so we can help frame some of the comments that we give back today. Was the reason for that. Commissioner Overall, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. The first item there, it says the only impact is related to the historic resources. There was, in the packet of material we got, there were several letters related to the water issues along Oak Creek. And I know the plan has changed from the Schrager approach in terms of the amount of fill and whatnot. I'm not quite sure how that relates to this item. Have you made a determination that does not qualify, or what?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, we are looking closely into that issue. We are really just getting into the meat of our analysis and do not have any results of that analysis. I am going to touch on that a little bit to discuss the nature of the issue at the end of the presentation. But So, yeah, just to make it abundantly clear, we are just starting our analysis. This is where we think we're at on the scope of the environmental document, and this is why we're, instead of preparing an addendum for the whole project, we think this is why we're ending up scoping this thing as a subsequent EIR to the Schrager negative declaration. So we're just getting it started.
Okay.
So again, this is our preliminary finding approach to our format of the document, because we think that the main body of the subsequent EIR is going to primarily focus on historic resources. It will contain an attached addendum to the Schrager negative declaration, which will address other issue areas. All mitigation measures required in the Schrager ND will be required for the Caruso plan. However, new mitigation measures may be necessary or may need to be modified based on the changes between the Caruso plan and the Schrager plan. So I just wanted to touch on some policy issues that the main issues to focus on. I didn't know whether or not you guys had seen the story polls, and I didn't get a chance to give you that in your package, so just wanted to highlight neighborhood compatibility and visibility from public roads is our policies speak to those in the Montecito Community Plan and the LCP. This is the ballroom here and the main building. The ballroom and main building as well. This is the Lanai 9 building here, and the spa would be located here. The ballroom again. Another view of the ballroom on the far east side. This is a view of the ballroom from standing at the oceanfront units looking back. This is the ballroom relative to the condos located to the east. Another view of the main building, which extends here. This is the eastern part of the main building. Also, these are the maximum ridge heights, just to be abundantly clear. But also, these are the poolside rooms that I spoke about before. Again, the main building moving west and continuing to move west for the main building and the end of the main building here. This is a look at the main building from standing at the oceanfront units. And this is looking at the beachfront units standing on the beach. They would be at the same height as the existing units. Another issue that we're going to be looking into is public access to the beach and whether or not there's adequate public parking and access routes to the beach. We'll be looking at water usage and protection of water quality. These are things that have come up also from the public. Use of drought-tolerant native species versus non-drought tolerant species. We're looking at that allocation for water usage and fertilizer usage. We're looking at treatment control of runoff, which is a new requirement under the NPDES, our new county's stormwater regulations. We're required to look at treatment control as well, in addition to volume control. So we're looking at, we're going to need to have the volume controlled as well as treating pollutants that are typically occur in stormwater runoff. And also, we've had questions about impacts to groundwater. There would be a new well established under the Caruso plan. Under the Schrager plan, they were using a well for landscape irrigation, and they're proposing to use a well under this proposal as well, but in a different location, so we're going to be looking at that a little closer. And then to touch on the drainage issues, this is a map of the floodplain in the area. This is the property here that extends to this line. The northeast corner of the property is within the floodplain, as well as the southeast corner. There's some neighbors here concerned that changes to the topography could affect storage of water during a flood. And so we're looking very closely at that with county flood control. And that concludes my presentation. We'd definitely be happy to answer questions. And
Thank you very much. Commissioners, Mr. Caruso,
Could I just highlight a couple of points real quick and then?
please
happy to
do. I
go
think that
into-
would probably be useful at this point. I'm sure out of staff's presentation, there's some items you'd like to address.
Just to highlight a couple of points, in addition to the presentation that was just made. In terms of the floor area ratio on the property, what is currently approved and what we're proposing, we're still within the maximum floor area ratio, even though the amount of square footage of being built, what is being built, is proposed. In terms of the height, we are asking for a modification on the height limit. But again, I would point out that measuring the buildings from the new grade, we would be completely within the height. And what's driving the new grade is the underground parking, the subterranean parking. So the envelope that we have to deal with, we basically have a sandwich. We have a water table, which creates the limit of the depth we can go down for the parking. And we're trying to keep the property level, so that's limiting the height. We don't want to have a extremely high building sitting there. But having two levels of underground parking is limited by the water table. And we do need to pull those buildings out of the floodplain. So that sort of drives it also. There's a little bit of a juggling act. So the grade comes up. The height modification that we're asking for is measured from existing grade, not from new grade. So if you measured it from new grade, we would be in the height limitation. In terms of the setback modifications, as...
Mr. Caruso, just
Yeah.
quickly, because I see Commissioner Gottstanger has a question for you, but it also raises the question for me, and maybe it's the same one. How much is the grade coming up? And I realize that's probably not uniform across the site, but on average,
The west end of the property, the grade
Why don't you come up here, Mike? This is Michael McManus, who heads up construction.
on, Mr. Chair, and...
and maybe you could
Commissioners.
refer us, is there, I didn't see a preliminary grading plan in the package. There was a lot of material, and I didn't look at every sheet, I
Yeah,
must admit.
it is.
It was there.
in there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in,
Yeah, on the
way
west-
at the back of the big plan.
On the west end of the property, we do lower the grades to sort of, as Rick mentioned earlier, flatten, for the most part, how that whole property is elevated from Jameson. On the east end of the property, the grades raise from 0 up to as much as 13, 14 feet from the existing dirt today to the new finished floor. I think if you looked at the main lobby, it's probably the maximum. It might even be a little higher than that. I don't have it memorized, but I think that's about right. But there's underground parking below it, so we don't have 15 feet of fill there.
I
16
understand.
feet of
It's
fill.
not filled, but it is structure. So what's the, actually, I'll withhold my comments. I'll take a look at the grading plan and may have more questions for you later.
Yeah, and so you know, Mr. Chair, these are the elevations along Jameson here.
Right.
So this is the lobby building. Now, this is sitting from the curb line of Jameson. That height is what distance?
38.
Okay, this is 60 feet from the curb line of the street. So you're all seeing this obviously in one dimension. But there's the sound wall here. There's a landscape berm. We did not add in all the landscaping we intend to add in here because you wouldn't see much of the buildings. But you're never going to see that underground structure is sort of the point I'm making under there. And at the highest point is 60 feet from the curb line. So even when you're on Jameson, the likelihood of ever seeing that building is very, very small. I doubt you'd even see that building. And we angled that building in the long direction rather than having it parallel with the street. So even the impact of height is minimized because it's at its shortest dimension adjacent to the street. The break between the buildings, so if you took, that's the spa building, correct? So you take the spa building, this is the west end, you travel down Jameson, all of these are within our height limits, even at new grade, are within the height limits. This is where the building breaks, and then there's an opening. So it starts here, and then continues along here. To give you a perspective of that opening, because there's been a concern that you don't want to have this wall of buildings along Jameson, which we agree with, that's equivalent to a football field. It's 300 feet. So and in addition to that, we've broken up these buildings. So at every step of the way, what we've tried to do is to minimize the height, provide the underground parking to get the cars off of the surface, and open up view lines to the property. And the private road breaks it up on the other side. And this is the private road.
I would assume that the driveway coming in off Jameson is slightly ramped up to get above the height of your 2 floors of structured parking below the main building. Is that
Well,
correct?
it's not a dramatic, there is a slight rise.
Well, I'm just looking at the amount of what looks to be lower story above the first level of the buildings. Looks like, what, 6 feet? In that
You're
range?
talking about between the window and
Right,
and the grade
below,
there?
yeah, below the window and the grade.
Yeah, 5 or 6 feet, is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
So and you're going to have a berm in front of that anyway, I assume.
That's
so-
right. So for all intents and purposes, from the street side, it will appear to be, which it will be along here, a 1-story building. There's a slight rise coming up here also for drainage purposes, obviously, also. But this is coming up into here. The long throat to this, we also wanted to do to get cars quickly off of Jameson, which we think is important. A couple other points that were made just to highlight. The setback modifications that we're requesting are the same as what's previously been approved on the Schrager plan. On the public parking, the comment was made that we net 2 additional public parking spots, which is accurate, except that Schrager was using the public parking on the street to also meet his parking requirements for the hotel. So he was using 31 of those spaces to also meet his requirements. Our requirements are all parked in our own structure, and we're overparked, even at peak demand. So those public parking spaces on the street are actually available to the public and not needed by the hotel use. The parking structure, again, has 511 parking spaces in it, where he had 301. And the couple last points I want to make again. Schrager's plan had 213 rooms. We have 202. The amount of seating in the banquet space is the same. The amount of seating in the restaurant space is the same. We have not increased the intensity of those uses. The hours of operation in terms of the restaurants remain the same. We have not asked for an increased intensity of that use also. So what we're trying to do here at the end of the day is build a much superior product than what was previously approved, and at the same time minimize the impact on the area. Last, on drainage, if we can go back to site plan, Rick, the most important thing we can do on drainage, one of the most important things we can do on drainage is eliminate asphalt that drains and replace it with lawn that percolates. And so there's a substantial reduction, obviously, in hard surface to a surface that can percolate. On Oak Creek, which we have spent many hours in our neighbors talking about, you can barely see Oak Creek. It's sort of coming through here. There's clearly a problem with Oak Creek in terms of flooding. Historically, I think the last flood was maybe, 10 years ago? There was 98, almost 10 years ago, there was overflow there. We have submitted volume of paperwork to County Flood Control, which they are looking at. So we have fully analyzed Oak Creek. We believe the county now has that information, and the county is digesting that information. One way or the other, the county at some point needs to figure out something with Oak Creek, whether or not there's a project here. We don't believe our project has a negative impact on Oak Creek. But we are certainly working with the neighbors there because we know it's important to the neighbors and to the local community. So if I can just show you quickly the cottages. Historic issue, as they said, is being analyzed. We understand that. But we do want to point out, again, if you haven't seen them, the prior owners did not invest any money in maintaining these cottages, so we've inherited very dilapidated cottages. Are there any other shots of those on the property today? We feel strongly they're unusable in any form. Anything else? Do we have any other pictures? That's it. Okay. End of my comments. Thank you. Open for
I
questions.
still got a question.
Commissioner Gottsdanger, and thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Caruso.
Yes, Mr. Caruso, I want to go back to the height issue of the main building, because I know this is like going to come up over and over again in our deliberations and in public comment. So what I want to know is, does the two-story parking structure cause the finished floor of the main building, we'll just call it the main lobby building, to rise above existing grade now, today? So you get where I'm going?
Yes.
It's like I'm trying to figure out if it's all ratcheting up. I mean, I understand the need for the modification because of the change of the way we measure height. I understand that. I don't have a
Right.
problem with that. But I want to know whether your plan is pushing it higher than it really needs to be because of the parking.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that. I just want to know.
Yeah, no, I'll give you all the straight answers as best as I know them, and there's smarter people here than myself that can answer what I don't know. If we did not build a parking structure underground, we would be able to reduce the height of that building.
By how much?
Well,
Given this that design of that building,
Right.
if we just take that building.
it would depend on how much underground parking we would do. We could build that building today on existing grade, and some of that building would be sitting in a hole because there's a hole there now. And I think part of that hole is where is that where the pool was removed?
Yeah, no, I get
But
all
if
of that.
If you flatten that out, you could build that building on existing grade and not exceed the height limit. Because the building in and of itself does not exceed the height limit.
I understand.
The parking structure is pushing it up
By how much?
14 feet. And again, the limitation on us in pushing that parking structure farther down is then the parking structure then would be in the water table. And we would rather not build what would be a bathtub.
Yeah,
or
can
impact the water table.
quickly address that? Is that simply cost prohibitive to build? Because I realize the thing floats is the
Right.
problem.
It's cost prohibitive, and you really don't want to be building in the water table if you don't have to. And I think there's a concern anyway in the neighborhood about any impacts on a water table that they're drawing on. And so the decision was made to stay out of the water table. The underground parking, as you know, is extremely expensive anyway.
Sure.
But we don't think it would tie into the community to do above ground structure. So it was pushed underground.
Now,
You understand from our perspective here, if I can, it's a matter of trading off your costs versus, what we think would
It's not a
look
cost
most
issue, though. I'll
aesthetically
tell you the
pleasing.
trade-off is we could take a section of the lawn out and surface park it. We can asphalt it. And
Yeah.
I don't think that makes sense. So we could save a lot of cost if we had never proposed underground parking.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the 14 feet. Okay. That all of that 14 feet is not above existing grade. I mean, we're not coming. See what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get at is what's the
We-
difference between, say, the roof of the second part of this, where the finished floor of the building that's being proposed, how much is that being pushed up? And it can't be 14 feet because then the building would be 14 feet above Jameson. So there's
Right.
an increment there.
But
That's
I
what I'm
think-
after.
I think existing grade right now is measured because it's lower than Jameson. Come on up, Mike.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get at, is where is existing grade and how much are we coming up from there?
The existing grade under the main portions of the main building is lower than Jameson existing grade because the building is 60 feet west of the curb line of Jameson. So if you saw the grades as you went westerly from the curb line of Jameson, you would see them drop off into somewhat of a hole.
Again, maybe to make it clear. And I think we have that
Okay,
drawing.
but see,
We'll
what I'm
provide
trying
it.
to determine is if we drew a line from the curb of Jameson
Right,
into the property,
right.
is that where the finished floor of the main lobby building is? Or is that main lobby building now 2, 4, however many feet
5 to
above
6
that
feet.
sight
I think
line.
it's 5 or
5 to
6
6 feet.
Thank you.
So the
That's what I'm trying
14
to get
feet,
to.
Commissioner, is being measured from the bottom of the hole.
I understand that. That's
Okay.
why I'm trying to
So-
get to like how much,
That's right.
and you just answered my question.
5 to 6
Thank you.
feet.
Thank you.
Correct. And we have a drawing that we submitted to MBAR, and I don't know if it was submitted to your package, but we can get it to you, that shows just that, where existing grade is, if the hole wasn't there, and where the building is sitting. And what
Is that in your packet of this mammoth?
It's in the mammoth package you have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll find it at the break.
All right.
Commissioner Gottstanger, the one thing that I thought was useful was, I think this is a pointer here. Not sure how you turn this thing on. But if you look at this distance from what I see as the road level to the first level of the building, that's probably about the difference. And that's where I came up with my guesstimation of 5 to 6 feet is just eyeballing it from here. But I'm
Mr.
sure there's a
Chair,
more detailed elevation in your package we can look at.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I just, that was a question for you.
Commissioner Overall.
I want to make sure I'm clear on something. Under this current proposal, there is no underground parking underneath the tennis courts, is that correct?
That's correct. That's on grade.
On grade, but an increased grade, is that not correct?
Correct.
Right. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you. Mr. Caruso, do you need a relationship between the underground parking and the main building? In that, could the underground parking be somewhere else, not necessarily under the main building?
It would get complicated because then we would be impacting heights in some other area. We chose it where it is, one, because it services the lobby well, obviously. It also serves the banquet space to get the cars immediately off the street and into the parking area. So I think we're pretty limited to where we can put it. If we put more of it under the banquet area, it pushes the banquet building higher. There was concern raised by our neighbors in this area on the view across here. And so that's why this building came down 11 feet, was to make sure we're preserving that view line across there. So, it's all a trade-off. At the end of the day, I think where it is in the best area. And the height impact, again, the point of the height is 60 feet off of that curb line. I would tell you, you'll never be able to stand on Jameson or on the freeway and be able to view it because of the setback distance. It won't even be noticeable.
Would you mind restating that again? Your point about where the height is as compared to Jamison Road?
The highest point of the building is 60 feet from the curb line of Jameson. It's set back. So when you look at this elevation, that's the highest point.
Right.
It looks like it's at the same plane as the curb line of Jameson, but this is 60 feet behind that curb line.
Right. There's a one-story building in front of it. We'll call it a one-story. It's actually two, I guess.
Well, it's not a two-story building, but it's a
story and a
something
half.
more than a one-story building, right?
Story and a half, we'll call it.
But just from a perspective level, I don't believe you're going to be able to ever get far enough back on Jameson to ever see the top of that building. The other advantage of having the height in that building is that we're able to move the dining on the second floor in order to get a view of the water, which a number of people in the community said they'd like to have a dining area that has a view of the ocean.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for my fellow commissioners here, but I don't think that there's a big concern about the total amount of height. Really the issue for us is probably primarily where it is on the site, and have you done the best job you can to minimize it visually from the public rights away.
Sure.
Just because of the interest in not having sort of a wall effect when you drive along Jameson. And so from my perspective, that's really, have you done the best job you can in moving that height around in a way that's most compatible with sort of the residential style of the neighborhood.
And that's why I think it's also important that the local homeowners associations have endorsed this plan, because they're the ones most directly affected by anything happening on that property.
Absolutely.
And I concur with your concern, and that's why this view is important to look at, because you see it's all limited to two-story buildings here. Many of the two-story buildings are there today, and we've broken up that whole plane substantially in order to create those openings along there.
Well, I know you have a trade-off here. You know, the old plan, it did have those two-story buildings, but they were sort of oriented the other direction. And I realize from a design standpoint, you're using the two-story buildings as a noise buffer from the freeway. But that is the trade-off that we have to look at is how those two go together.
Well, the two-story buildings are located along Jamison today, if you drive down there. Now, one of them, which is the horseshoe shape, interestingly enough, the horseshoe is backwards. You know, they had a pool that was facing the freeway, which was
Yes.
probably an interesting design concept at the time.
The freeway wasn't there.
I don't know. That building was built, I think the freeway was there, but,
It wasn't there.
well, when that building was built was probably the 61. Wasn't the freeway there in 61?
Yes. So
Yeah.
maybe you're correct.
Yeah.
Maybe they did.
But anyway, the reality is there are two-story buildings there today, and we're sensitive to the issue. And based on all of the meetings we've had with the local community, these buildings have moved around in a lot of different places, and rightfully so. And we think they've settled in the area that's the most appropriate. And hopefully, when we come back to you for a final decision, you'll concur with that.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. For clarification, could you please tell me how long the 10-foot sound wall is? Does it go the entire length of the project?
No, it does not. It goes for a portion of the project, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, it starts about here, and it goes to there.
And then about
Little, yeah, then it wraps in. So it goes here, and then it wraps. And that's consistent with what's been previously approved. And that will be completely landscaped. The goal is you will never see a wall. You'll see landscaping.
Mr. Caruso, I have a design question for you. On the beach units, I like the thing you did having a significant break between the buildings, but I notice your other break leaves looks like one substantial unit down at that would be on the east side, yes.
Right.
As opposed to which, from a design standpoint, leaves a very long segment there. Was there a reason why you did that?
It's because it's the way it is today, and we tried not to impact as much as we could how this is laid out. This is the same dimension of a building that sits there today, and this is the opening that Beach Club members use today, and so we've left it the way it is, and this is, the dimension today, rather than opening it. And, obviously, if we push over this way, then we lose this. We're trying to keep this sight line. So from the diners here, being able to look down, people around the pool to be able to see a view, and people on the beach being able to see through.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know, I have a number of other things that I'd like to question and talk about, but I also know that from looking at the public speaker slips, that there were several people who had time constraints.
Yeah.
And so I think,
I agree. That's
that
why I
we
was
should
headed
move
next.
into public comment and then go back and deal with all of our questions and our concerns so that we can accommodate the public's
Well,
requests.
if we're finished with our direct questioning of Mr. Caruso, and I really appreciate your making that presentation to us, my suggestion is why don't we take a short break here, and we'll come back to public comment period, and then we'll go on from there. If I can, before you all leave, related to public comment, if I could, I'll do it when you get back. I'll do it when you get back. So we're going to take a, let's say, a 10-minute break. I'm going to open us for public comment, if we can please take our seats. I've got a couple people that would like to speak early in the process, so I'll start to give you an idea who it is. Greg Hewlin and Stan Hoffenist. Susan Keller are the first three I have on here. And I'd like to make a comment before we get into the public comment period. I'm gonna limit us today, and I think maybe a minute and a half. My favorite speaker slips, by the way, are the ones here that says, "Do not wish to speak." And let me say, it's not that we're not interested in your input, but this is a conceptual, and our main point for being here is to give feedback back to the developer. We know the degree of community interest in seeing this project move forward. We all feel that way. We all live in the community. We all want this to go forward. So to the extent that we're cheerleading, you can really do us a favor by letting us get to the important part, which is to give the developer the feedback that they really need. We can't do a minute and a half? Well, what can we do? 1 minute? 1 or 2? I'm going to say 1. We're going to do 1 minute. And I'm going to vary that a little bit. But again, I would ask you to try to, self-police yourself. Say the parts that are important. If you're repeating what has already been stated, it's really not going to help any of us. So with that little bit of encouragement, thanks for the ones that don't wish to speak, and don't feel like you need to speak just because I call your name. So, Greg, I think you were first up on the agenda. And I'll say this, since you represent a homeowners group, I'll give you a little extra time if you need it.
That much time. My name is Greg Huglin, and I'm the president of the Miramar Beach Homeowners Association. My family moved to Miramar Beach in 1964, and my bedroom actually looks on, my third floor looks out over the beachfront residences. And I just wanted to say that my association is very, very supportive of this project. We want to see it happen as soon as possible. We don't think that any of the old structures on the property should be restored. I think they should tear them down and get rid of them. We're not really all that interested in a few feet this way or that way on the San Ysidro. The intersection between Eucalyptus Lane and South Jameson, that whole area, nobody's going to see it except for people flying down the freeway if they're lucky enough to be traveling at speed. So that's what I have to say, is just please make this thing happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Harfinist. How'd I do this time? Better? Followed by Susan Keller. Susan, if you're still...
I have a conflicting advice here. You want me to go fast, my wife wants me to go slow. I'm Stan Harfinist. My wife and I live on Miramar Beach. We have done so for 14 years. We're neighbors of the hotel, and we too are eager to see it developed. We have a number of concerns, and they all involve Oak Creek. Oak Creek runs along the western perimeter of our property, and I want to call your attention to 3 issues that we think exacerbate the problem of Oak Creek because of the redevelopment of the Miramar. The Caruso plan calls for construction in a 460 by 320 feet area that's in the floodplain on Oak Creek. In an area that the Schrager plan left largely untouched. The Caruso plan proposes 42,000 cubic yards of cut and 39,000 cubic yards of fill. The approved Schrager plan called for 10,000 cubic yards of cut, 6,000 cubic yards of fill. The Caruso plan has 4 times the amount of cut and 6.5 times the amount of fill.
Stan, I'm going to, your red light's already blinking, and the reason I don't mind calling you on this is there's a lot of written material you've given us, so I know that I appreciate you coming up and giving us, a verbal, but
Can I sum up?
Sure you can.
The problem we have is that by building in the floodplain, we believe, and our engineers believe, that the problem of Oak Creek is exacerbated because of the increased amount of volume and the increased amount of velocity that will run through it to the ocean past our home. We hope you'll take that into consideration.
We certainly will.
want Caruso to build. We think he's a terrific builder. We would like that kind of quality in this town, but not at my expense.
Thank you, Stan. Susan Keller, followed by Hillary Hauser
Thank you
and
for
Bill Palladini.
Thank you for
Please.
letting me speak early. I know from my comments at the scoping meeting that I do represent a number of people, and I hope you will give me some consideration for that. I'm Susan Keller, the former chair of the Montecito Association Land Use Committee, speaking now as a private citizen who loves and feels very proprietary about both the Miramar and the beach, and most concerned about public access, public views, and public enjoyment of the beach. I think the community is absolutely united in our desire to see this project move forward, and I think we are generally quite supportive of both the way Mr. Caruso's group has brought this project to us and of most of what is being proposed. I have 5 concerns that impact public use and enjoyment of the beach. One is the closure of Miramar Avenue. I'm quite surprised that this is being proposed. This is a valuable, I don't know if it's an easement or if it's an actual county property, but to cede that amount of property to the Miramar development seems to be a great relinquishment of a valuable public access. It also means that the people who ordinarily, the 24 parking spaces that ordinarily would be along there is not going to be that parking space. In the past, you were able to go from the bottom of Miramar Avenue and cut to the east to go through the Miramar property. Now, apparently, people are going to be directed through to meander across the fire lane and then go over to Eucalyptus Lane to the east, which is going to be a great distance to get to the beach from South Jameson. The coastal plan says that
Susan, you're already out of time, and you're only on number 1.
All right. I mean, is this? May I briefly mention my other 4?
Please do.
The second one I'm concerned about is the grouping and bulking of the 2-story buildings in that section. Currently, even with 2-story buildings, there are open spaces through which there are ocean views and island views. Those will be lost with the grouping of the spa and the 2-story buildings in the western end of the development. I'm concerned about the amount of cut and fill, not only for the safety reasons, but because it elevates the profile of the entire project, bringing it much more visible up into the public view. I think the main reason for that is to enhance the views from the main building, which is specifically prohibited in the coastal plan. If I don't call it a hole, I call it a slope, a downslope. If that is maintained, then the whole profile of the resort remains lower. It has less visual impact on the community. The subterranean, the very expensive subterranean parking will be lost, but it takes away the height issue, it takes away the drainage issue, it takes away the water table issues, it maintains the lower profile of the hotel. The 4th thing I'm concerned about is the closure of the beach that will occur for 30 rather than 12 occasions during the year, for a number of 100 rather than 50 people, and for a period of 60 minutes rather than 30 minutes, not including setup. Although the public has a 20-foot lateral easement along the bottom of the beach, this will essentially mean that for 30 days during the year, they cannot use the beach in front of the Miramar. And the 5th issue is the subject of lighting. They propose lighting both the tennis courts and the beach, which is historically discouraged in Montecito because it does interfere with night sky views as well as with beach, sunset, and island views. Thank you for your attention.
Those good comments, and thank you. Hillary?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm Hillary Hauser, Director of Heal the Ocean. I, too, appreciate the high caliber of the Caruso affiliate plan, but would like to, there are concerns that Heal the Ocean has. We've been working on stormwater management plans with the county since 2002. We have been in discussion with your staff in terms of how to implement these plans. The Santa Barbara County stormwater permit is being reviewed by the regional board right now. So it's really not a matter of choice. The county has to abide by the regulations that are in place that we've worked very hard to instigate. We didn't get the hydrology report till just before Christmas, the final one, so it took us a while to compare these documents, and would have liked to have talk to the Caruso affiliates about it before coming to the county. But on your graph that between the comparison between the Schrager plan and the current plan, we need to put in there that the NPDES requirements are different now since then, and you have to have a specific stormwater management plan in place. You can't do it as you go along. So that is a huge difference, and that's all the Heliocean concerns about runoff from post-construction, pre-construction. It has to be exact and upfront.
Thank you
you so much.
Bill Palladini, followed by Linda Offner and Leslie Harvey.
Good morning. I'm speaking this morning for the Board of Directors of the Montecito Association. We sent a letter to you I'd like to comment on for just a moment, please. First, let me just tell you that the association spent just about a year, I think it's February, it'll be a year in February, studying this project, talking about this project. Claire mentioned Commissioner Gottstanker mentioned going to some of our community forums on the subject to better inform the community, provide that opportunity. And we also have met with the Caruso team many times to give input about the project. And I'd like to believe that some of the positive things about the project you see today are the result of that process. You have a letter before you. I just want to comment on that. It was the result of board action at our recent meeting. It's brief and to the point for a reason. And that is the first point is that we support the development of the Miramar project. That's a statement from the Board of Directors to you and to the community. But we also respect that the MPC, and I'm going to read this so I make sure I get it right, that the MPC be mindful of the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan and the Montecito community plan in your review and consideration of the project. That's very important to us and to the community. I've explained to the Caruso team and other people in the community that the Montecito Association's vote is a general expression of support for the project. But we will continue, and I heard this morning from staff, this is still an early stage in the process. I was at the scoping meeting on Monday evening. Clearly there's issues to be resolved here. And we will continue, as the association and the board will continue to follow the project and develop more specific comments as necessary after the county has conducted further analysis and after we receive more input from our community. So thank you very much. And thank you especially for your time, and you're going to play a very important role in this project. So we really look to you to provide that leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
My name is Linda Offner, and I live on the corner of San Ysidro Road and San Leandro Lane, which is 3 houses north of 101. I've been here for 31 years.
Put the mic down?
Seen a lot of changes. Oh, sorry. I have 3 major concerns. One, the sand wall. I was not aware that it had already been permitted, but I am really concerned. The decibel level of noise on the freeway now, as I understand, is above the maximum that is allowed, and my concern is the construction of a 10-foot sand wall. What will that do to the residences on the North Jamison side of the freeway? My second concern is regarding the traffic. Right now, my freeway, my driveway, when I want to leave my home, I have to exit on San Ysidro Road. And with the number of parking spaces they've allowed, my assumption is we'll have probably an additional 1,000 cars in that neighborhood each day. And I was wondering what studies have been done or will be done as to the traffic ramifications. And third, I am a past trustee of the Miramar Addition Improvement Company and one of the well owners there, and there will be an officer here who will speak in more detail, but we are concerned about the effect that that will have on our well water. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Harvey, followed by Harry Hovey and Phil Hogan.
Leslie had a 11:30 appointment, so I'm going to speak in her behalf. She sent you a letter, and this is Leslie Hovey, a 33-year homeowner resident of Montecito, and she says, I am here a strong supporter of the Miramar Beach Resort project. I attended the...
Harry, you know we don't allow people to read statements into the record. You can submit her written statement to us.
It's been submitted.
Okay, then.
May I speak for myself then?
Please do.
I'm a strong supporter of the project, and one of the main things is the economic impact on this. And we are sitting here 10 years with some conditions of the Miramar. And Caruso has come up with, I think, a fantastic plan to mitigate the problems that we have. So I'm a strong supporter. And if we keep nitpicking this project, my history has been in the finance area. And if we keep nitpicking this, I think that it will be a situation where the financing will not be available for this project, and we'll see another 10 years of slum.
Thank you, Harry. Phil Hogan, Nina Terzine? Terzian, that's right. I knew it somewhere back there. And Bob Hazard are the three I have next. Looks like Phil is not here.
But Nina Terzian is here.
Terzian.
Yes.
Thank you.
I live at 1560 Miramar Beach. Because I'm a professional writer, my comments are a little unconventional, but short. Okay. I've been living next door to the Miramar Hotel for 10 years. And 10 years ago, it was diagnosed with a contagious disease, and for all those years, no one has been allowed to resuscitate it. It's terminal now. It's time to pull the plug. So please, let's go forward and let our future generations enjoy their day in the sun at the new and beautiful Miramar Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is, and may I turn out the lights here for the slide show? My name is Bob Hazard, and I own two homes in Montecito, one on the beach about 1,000 yards from this project, and the other in Burnham Wood, where I'm president of the Burnham Wood Golf Club. I'd like to remark about your 5 people of uncommonly good common sense, and I believe that, and I think that's going to happen. It's compelling to me, if I can knock to the next slide. My assistant here is Michelle. It's compelling to me that the way Rick Caruso has embraced this community project. Unlike Ty Warner, I mean, he came 200 meetings, he's already talked to you about that. He sought the input and ideas. He's integrated that in, which Ty Warner never did. And it's compelling to me that Bill Palladini and his group have spent all the time they have, and he has endorsed subject to the community plan. Next one. It takes all of us in this community, and that's you, I, everybody. We got to pull together. We got to make this thing happen, and we got to do it as soon as possible. Time is not our friend. The stock market collapse, the talk of recession, the bank's position. If we don't move on this fast, we're going to lose this project. It's in harmony with the community plan. It's compatible with the neighborhood. It's time for all of us to stand tall. And, you know, that happened at the MA meeting. I mean, they were going to not vote on it, but we've all got to stand up and take a strong position. We can't micromanage this thing to death. We can't add petty conditions of approval. We can't. You remember on the Carl Casino, we argued for 8 hours about the sun deck and whether people should sit on that thing or not. I mean, we can't do that with this project. That's insane. If you ask this man to redesign, it squeezes the margins. It makes the project unaffordable. We've had 2 people walk already. You can't afford a third one. Next one. Opponents are going to try to kill this project. And the way you do that in Montecito is you pile on conditions of approval. You argue over the definition of cottages. It's like the meaning of is. You redesign a third time because you said, hey, we got good stuff. We redesigned the second time. Next one. So you, me, everybody in this room is going to find something wrong with this project. But MPC needs to stay positive. Please resist personal changes and standing up and saying, well, that reflects the community view. Next. Rick Caruso's putting $100 million of his own money into this project, I mean, $40 million for the land, and so on. So that gives him certain rights to design that the audience and the rest of the would-be architects in Montecito don't have.
Bob, your comments.
I'm almost
Okay.
over here. That's how the Ty Warner design team felt after the Montecito planning process, not just you, but other people, imposed 101 conditions on the approval of the Carl Casino, which took the cost from $16 million to $65 million. And I talked to Nancy Belco yesterday at the Music Academy of the West, and she said, hey, we had the same painful experience. My last slide, please expedite the planning process. We all want to have dinner. You couldn't have dinner at the Carl Casino restaurant because you had to be a member, but now we can all eat at the new Miramar by the Sea. We can all view the ocean. Make it happen in 2009, and you'll be heroes in this community. New jobs, new tax revenues, new fun on the beach. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Hazard, I said I wasn't going to comment about what people said, but I do find that some of your comments are simply not accurate, especially as relates to the history of some of the other projects and the approval process that they go through. They're just not accurate. I think the sentiments of the community may be accurate, but they're not based on fact. Harry Rabin and Marilyn Ray. And Candy Laura Budger.
Generally, I'm a person of many words here, but I think, from what I've seen, I've been a member of this community for over 30 years. Enough's enough what's going on in this community. We don't want to blame anyone. This is a good project. This is a company that has not been transparent. I've asked them blunt questions. Are you building this to sell it? They're being honest. It's an investment, but the community seems to be foremost in their mind here. And I've got a son who's grown up in the dust of this mess and rats and everything for 8 years now. It's enough. We already have a debacle on State Street. Do we need another one? Let's put an end to this. I think everyone has valid reasons for being here. But I think the majority want to see this project go through, and I, for one, would say, here, come on, MPC, let's get this plan and gear and get this thing done. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Marilyn Ray and Linda Covinas.
I have 3 major concerns. Delays, delays, delays. I'm in favor of complete demolition. Just build it. Thank you.
Will McCoy. And Gary excuse me, I can't read this one. Feinfrock.
Hello, my name's Will McCoy. I don't have any personal feelings one way or the other. I'm not affected by it. I live in San Ynez, this project. I'm simply here to support Caruso affiliates. My past construction business, I built 8 of the major Bristol Farms markets, or were involved in the development of them. 5th one I did was in Thousand Oaks, and it was a Caruso project. I don't know if any of you have been there and seen that center, but it's a class act, very community driven, nice place to shop and hang out. People really enjoy it. They did a beautiful job. They're very well organized. Probably the best developers I've ever worked with. They hit all their target dates. Everybody played as a team, really supported the tenants, wanted them to be successful. My clients were and are still there. And I'm just here to support them, and I hope they get this project and pull it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lodato.
With only 1 minute, I have a theme. It is the straw that broke the camel's back. I also want to give you guys some credit. I know you guys took a lot of heat for what I think the entire community is responsible for, which is how we get projects pushed through this community as a whole. Heard some very encouraging things this morning about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law, and I'm thrilled there's a check and balance that you guys have, that if the letter of the law is doing something strange and wrong to our community, that you have the ability to exercise the spirit of the law and override something that might not be appropriate. So we have our third camel who's trying to carry us across this desert. We've overloaded straws on the first 2, and we have 8 final straws, and realize that these gentlemen have been through this process for almost a year now, and the community, you're seeing them for the first time, but we have already piled hundreds of straws onto this camel, and I don't know how much more it can take. So we have 8 left. Miramar Avenue, I live on that street. Only 3 times a year do I see people parking down that edge, and we want that street closed for the safety of our children and for the flow of traffic. The 12 houses on Artisan Water, I'm sorry, I lost my Artisan Water. The hotel to me is more important than 12 homes moving to city. Sound wall issues, the freeway should deal with this when they widen the freeway. The views, I'm sorry if we lose a few views, but we need this hotel. Tennis courts, lights, historical preservation, all of these things are the extra straws. I think the one thing we have to watch for is an unnecessary government process to resolve a dispute that can be resolved privately. I think the biggest, hugest straw we can lay on this camel right now is an overly extensive EIR. We have a safety issue with some homeowners down there, and I would encourage the hotel and those homeowners to resolve it outside of this so our community can have a hotel that it desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Michael DeGray and Steve Traxler.
Hi, and thank you. I'm a short guy. I'll lower this. I live on Humphrey Road. I've been there about 10 years, so I've seen the Ian Schrager plan come and go, as well as Ty Warner, and now the Caruso plan. And I have to say that while we were asked for input, the people that are directly affected by the construction primarily, as well as our access and enjoyment of Miramar Beach, while we were asked for input in the previous 2 plans, nothing has resembled the kind of openness and the seeking of information, and as we're getting with the Caruso group, and responding to what we have to say. And I really, really appreciate that and find that a very clear distinction between what is before us today and what has been in the past. Now, there are issues, and there are legitimate issues. There are lighting, there's sound issues, there's runoff, there's, things, flood issues. And I feel that these are important because they affect people's lives as well as safety. And believe me, if I were to find out that through this project, junk was going into the ocean, I would be the last person standing to block it. However, if all of the ordinance and ordinances, laws are in place to prevent this sort of thing. However, if these are met and legally they have addressed all of the issues before them and the county deems this project a green light in that respect, I feel that there's no way we're going to find an organization that is going to listen to our wants and needs and desires as well as the Caruso group has. That's been my personal experience. So I hope that we can all, if we've got issues, talk to them about it, work it out either publicly or privately, but give them the opportunity to address these, because my experience has been that they do, and they do it very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roy Schrader and Darren Ost. Hi, Steve.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve Traxler, and I'm the president of the Montecito Seaside Association, and we are the adjacent neighbors to the property to the west. Our group includes residents on Eucalyptus, Humphrey, South Jameson, Virginia, and Danielson. A couple of things I'd like to say, and I'll be very brief. We, as a group, are like most of Montecito, very, very much in favor of this project. We've found that working with these folks at Caruso Affiliates has been an absolute pleasure. I've never seen an outreach of all the developments that have gone on around the beach area in the 22 years I've lived on Humphrey Road. Nobody has supplied the outreach, the communication level, been both responsive and responsible like these guys have. They really have done their homework. So we appreciate that. We know there are fears in the neighborhood, in the area in general, regarding some of these issues that are very real, drainage and sound and what have you. But we have a great deal, as a group, we have a great deal of faith in this commission. We have a great deal of faith in this county and staff. And we have a great deal of faith in Caruso Affiliates and their personnel and their engineers to work together to hit all the requirements, all the necessary situations that are needed to make a safe and great development, and that's what we at the Montecito Seaside Association feel this is, a world-class, great development desperately needed by our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Let's see, Roy Schrader and Darren Oates. Neither one. Okay. Sandy Armstrong and Linda Hale Gavadas.
Hi,
yes, please.
Sandy Armstrong,
Hi, Sandy.
one of the founding members of the Seaside Association. I'd just like to say that I'm hard-pressed to find anybody in my neighborhood, which is the Virginia Road, Danielson, Virginia Lane area, which I kind of represent. Hard-pressed to find anybody who's not in favor of this project, and we would like to see it go through as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Belay and Candace Bovary. Berge. Gotta wear my glasses.
Hi, my name's Tom Boley. I'm an architect in Montecito. Have lived here most of my life and practiced here most of my life. Also spent years, as I remember, with Commissioner Godstecker working on the Montecito guidelines. And I'm very concerned that we should hold to those guidelines. I think we're missing the point on some of the things here. I'd just like to go over them briefly. I believe that the grading of the site to make it level is probably a typical commercial solution, but it's not Montecito. We went to great lengths in the guidelines to talk about how to do grading and how to make grading look natural and follow the contours. And I think in this case, by making the site level, we're really making it look more like a shopping center as opposed to the hotel that used to be there. I think the height limit ought to be held. We went to great lengths not to set precedents to have grading raised in order to get a better view. And I think in this case, leveling the site is to get a better view from the main building. So I think we should just go back and look at those things that we've applied to other projects and other houses in general, and just have this be maybe a little bit more compatible with the residential scale. The zoning ordinance also comments that size, bulk, and scale should be consistent with the residential neighborhood it's adjacent to. And if I look at the building up here at 61 feet, even though it's set back 60 feet from the road, I don't know of any other 61-foot residential buildings. The old hotel there really felt residential. They were bigger than most residences, but they were residential in scale, plate height, window heights. And I think in this case, by putting the 2 levels of parking underneath the building, it really is just pushing it out of that residential scale. We really have is a 4-story building with some landscaping piled up against the front of it to make it look less high. But I don't think it's going to work. I'm very concerned about the views coming down 101. It's a scenic view corridor. In fact, it was the very first scenic view highway that was nominated, was because the Montecito Association had beautified that. And as you come down that hill over from Summerlin, you see what is now used to be the small residential scale Miramar buildings. We're now going to see a level pad 61-foot high building off of, and it's going to be very visible, I think, from the freeway, even though it's not Montecito Lane. So I just think, go back and look again at the guidelines. I believe Mr. Caruso can come up with a wonderful project that's a little lower or a lot lower and still have it be a great hotel. And I'm supportive of the hotel being moving forward because our community needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Jean Harfinist. And if there's anybody else after Jean that has submitted a speaker slip, please. I called Candace.
Hi, as he said, my name is Jean Harfinist. My husband spoke briefly. We've lived on Miramar Beach for 14 years. We're just a few houses east of the hotel, and we live on the edge of Oak Creek. And like a number of other people who have contacted all of you, we have experienced 3 major floods in the last 12 years. Our position is that what we would like this development to do is to do no harm anyway in terms of flooding. We're not asking that the developer repair the creek. We just think that the development that's proposed is going to make our problems significantly worse. Just like to add one other thing to something that my husband said, and that is that a lot of people in this community don't realize that when the 101 floods out in these big storms, what that is, and the 101 then is closed, by the way, and it's the only evacuation route for any of us, really. And what that flooding is Oak Creek and San Ysidro Creek on the north side of the 101 can't get underneath the 101 because the culverts are significantly smaller than they need to be. They're 25-year culverts, they should be 100-year culverts, and that repair won't be made on that section of highway for at least a dozen years. So what happens during the storms is these 2 creeks come together, they commingle, they flow over the 101 going south, they flow across South Jameson. Some of that water goes down into Oak Creek, but a significant portion of that water in the past has gone onto the Miramar property, and not just the edge. Probably halfway up that property, that water goes onto that property. And you may talk about little ponding. This is not a little ponding. And if you'd like to look at old photographs of the Miramar all along that edge, I have them in duplicate and triplicate. And the hotel was always graded so that that water didn't stop there on the road. It flowed into the Miramar and all through that back parking lot. That's why that big asphalt parking lot was there, and that's why it was shaped the way it was. My concern is what will happen next time those 2 creeks come together, and they will, when they come across the 101, across South Jameson, and they run into the barrier of the hotel. I don't know where that water's going to go. That's my major concern. One other comment. I just think that we should make sure that we aren't in a period of overcorrection in terms of our permitting process, and that we aren't making a huge decision in this community that we might regret later. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace? Now, Candace, I know you raised your hand. No, please. I've called all the speaker slips that are out now, so if anybody feels they've submitted one and they're still here and wants to speak, please come forward.
First of all, thank you to all of you for being here and having the hearing. And I know it's a lot of hard work, a lot of information to go through. But I think mainly I have some questions to have asked and answered by your board. What guarantee or bonds will be in place to protect our private water well, the Miramar Addition Improvement Company, from saltwater intrusion or from overpumping at the Miramar or nitrate contamination from fertilizing this large green belt? I have spoken to a hydrologist, and there are concerns regarding this and the digging of the lot for the 2-story complex. My other concern is the Miramar Avenue will be closed. What studies have been done and arrangements have been made to assure that the traffic circulation on Eucalyptus and Humphrey will remain a furrow way for people going to the beach, using the church, and for the senior and daycare center? Are they going to turn that into a large circle that will enable people to flow through that area easily? Or will they have to widen those streets to accommodate the traffic? My other concern is the reflective sound from the 6 2-story buildings and the 1 4-story building. We're already past the limit for the corridor as far as what limits are acceptable for residential areas. And I do believe there'll be reflective sound. I'd like to know if there's a study in place that we can read. On Ian Schrader's plan, his negative declaration, at one time he'd say there could be as many as 1,300 people at the Miramar. And the Schrader plan did not allow for employee parking. They said bus passes, free bus passes, and bicycles and showers would be available. How will Caruso's plan ensure and enforce employment parking on site, and how will the increase of events duration and attendance of beach events, wedding, beach club membership, convention center, day use, retail employment be accommodated by 551 spaces? And I would like to respond. Everyone says it's been such an open hearing for us. I've never been contacted by the Caruso group. I did contact them myself. I had one meeting, and I did meet with the Montecito Association and to share our concerns. In fact, there's a group of us that shared our concerns in September, and a letter was going to be submitted in our behalf, and that letter wasn't submitted. So I want to work together with everyone. I'd like to have this worked out, that it's compatible with our neighborhood, and that it is in compliance with our community plan, and that it's consistent with our community plan. And I thank you very much for your time, and I hope that all of you and Mr. Caruso will protect our neighborhoods but proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, is there anybody else that wishes to address us in the public comment period? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to close the public comment period. And thank you for indulging us in moving through this, because, again, there's more opportunities for public comment. I think for us, this is really an opportunity to make sure we have all the issues in front of us, which I think we have a pretty good handle on now. And I would encourage those of you who have issues, it's pretty straightforward if you're in favor. If you have issues relative to the project where you think things have not been addressed, it's always preferable if we can get something from you in writing, because then at least we have a checklist. It's a little harder to do in this public comment format to remember everything. I know staff does a great job of writing it down, but it's just easier if they're submitted in writing. So stating that, we are finished with the public comment period. I'm going to put it back to staff for any comments they wish to make about what's been presented.
Mr. Chair, we have no further comments, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Wonderful. Commissioners, do you have questions of staff, or do you want to go back to the applicant? And I know we have a number of questions of the applicant on this project, and my preference would be we get right into those if we can. So, back to the Caruso team, and I'm going to let my fellow commissioners weigh in first. So, I see lots of notes have been made. Anybody want to take a plunge into trying to answer some of the questions you have? Claire, I knew you would step forward.
You knew I would put my light on first, didn't you? Okay. Way back at the beginning of this presentation, a comment was made. Boy, I don't even know who made it at this point. But it appears to me, anyway, from the very get-go, that both Design 1 and Design 2, for me personally, there has been an issue, and I've asked it here, there, and everywhere, and now I'm going to ask it again. In the community plan, there is a community plan policy that says improvements to visitor serving hotels shall be designed to be consistent with existing historic cottage type. And then we go on to cottage type hotel is defined as cottages limited to 6 key rooms each, which are generally single story. So I get that we've got 2/3 of the buildings that are 1 story. I'd like to know where those are, because at least from the stuff that it's hard to see from a site plan where those 2/3 of those buildings are. But more of an issue for me is there's been a determination that I think was made between staff, P&D, and county council as how we interpret a community plan policy that says, is defined by cottages limited to 6 guest rooms each. Now, somebody said that was kind of, had been stretched, or I don't forgot what word they used. But I really, I'm like dealing once again, as this commission does ongoingly, with interpretations of policies that were put in place when the community plan was written, that at the time the community plan was written, we thought were not interpretable. They now begin to be interpretable. For me, to approve this project, I'm going to have to find out how I'm supposed to interpret this, because I don't really know now, because somebody has already interpreted it, because staff has not brought this up as an issue at all in the last year. So that's my question. How did this get interpreted? Who interpreted it, and how am I now supposed to look at that policy?
Are you asking that of me, Commissioner,
I don't
or
know.
staff?
Anybody there? You're here. Staff is here. County council is here.
Yeah,
Whoever wants to answer the question, I'm
I don't
more than
think that's-
happy to hear from.
I don't think that's fairly a question for the developer as much as it is to staff of
Okay,
how,
well,
how we
anyway,
are going to do this.
yeah.
We can certainly indicate exactly where the one-story and two-story buildings are.
Why don't we start with that?
Start
that
with
might be
that,
easier.
and then we'll
ask
move
Mr.
on.
Middlebrook, who's Vice President of Project Management of this project, to do that for you.
These, Michael, jump in. Sorry, my name is Matt Middlebrook. Michael, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. The one-story buildings are here, 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 here. All of these around this circle, and that's it. So all of this area through here are all one-story buildings.
And that constitute 2/3 of the rooms are in one-story buildings?
2/3 of the.
Or 2/3 of the buildings?
There's two different distinctions. 2/3 of the buildings are in buildings of 1 story or less. 75%, because this is one building here. One building, these are 2-story buildings here. One building, and then this is one building where there are 2-story guest room buildings.
Okay, I understand, Matt. Thank
that
you
make
very
sense?
much. Yes, it does. It makes total sense. Okay, now let's get on to the 6th key issue, because it appears from looking at the plan and counting that we have a number of buildings that don't fit 6 keys.
Correct.
Because now, all the 2-story buildings, or a number of those buildings, are not held to the 6 keys.
Yeah, I
don't
think this
care
is
who answers that.
Yeah, I think this is really more directed at staff. If we determine that we can accept that, what is the method that we go through to do that?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I must admit that this issue seems like it was resolved some time ago in staff's mind. And the staff sitting at the table are not all the same staff that participated in those discussions. So I'm not going to probably be able to answer as thoroughly as you will need when you make this determination. I guess that's really my point, is that the staff's role is to make a recommendation to your commission, and your commission ultimately decides whether or not the project is consistent with these policies. I think we compared Caruso's plan to the Schrager plan, and made some assumptions about the number of keys in each building compared to what exists on the ground today. But I can't answer in any more detail than that without going back and looking at my notes in my office and consulting with the previous staff. But rest assured, you will have a lot of information on this when you have to decide it, and you are the ones who get to decide.
Let me ask if I could just follow up on that. Let's assume for a second that we like the plan and want to approve the plan, but we also found that it didn't meet this policy. Where does that put us as a planning commission? And I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that's.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Is there any way to override a? Because I think the answer to that is no.
Mr. Chair, no, not a community plan policy. You have some discretion on development standards, because there's generally a catch-all provision in all of our community plans that says
you implement the development standards, or at least the intent of the development standards. But if you found that you wanted to approve the project, but you didn't find it consistent with this particular policy or any other policy, you can't.
Can't do it. Okay. That's what I thought the answer was.
Achieving that policy consistency.
Well, I think, for me, I think it's unfortunate that we can't determine this now because we have the second set of plans in front of us. My understanding was that the purpose of this hearing was to be able to give the developer direction as to where we might be going with our thoughts, so that this project, as the community has expressed consistently through public comment, wants to get built, you know. And my comments certainly are not intended to indicate that I have any problem with the proposed design. You know, I mean, I have a few problems, but the 6 key issue is not the problem. You know, what I am looking for is a pathway to deal with policy consistency. You know, so given that staff has allowed the applicant, Caruso Affiliates, to bring 2 plans forward that, in my opinion, are not consistent with community plan policy, I think this is exactly, from the perception of the community, what holds up projects. This is what holds up projects, because all the information, in my opinion, is not laid out from the get-go. And this is a big issue here. I mean, if I were to say, I can't right now make this policy, I can't make policy consistency with this thing, that means for the applicant, it's a redesign. And it's a redesign now, not 6 months from now, after it's been determined how we can determine policy consistency. And I think that becomes a problem for the applicant. I think it becomes a major problem for the community that wants this built, you know? Oh my God.
Mr. Chair,
Actually applauds.
if,
Usually that's not the case, by the way.
Yes.
what I
Director
can-
Black,
what I-
please. No, please, no. That's not what we're here for. This is not a cheerleading time. We have serious issues in front of us that we're trying to deal with, so please. Director Black.
Is this it?
Mr. Chair, I apologize for not having every detail.
Oh,
of
no,
this
no
project
apologies
before
are
you.
required here.
But that wasn't the intent of this hearing. The intent of the hearing is for you to provide input on what you think the issues are. And we intentionally did not analyze these policies because we wanted you to weigh in. So it's a very different situation than a typical project analysis. If you would give us 10 minutes, Michelle knows exactly where in her office the information is about how we got to this path. I can tell you that we feel we can recommend, at least at this point, recommend consistency with this policy. And if you want to know that path specifically, you need to give us a few minutes.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, there's a number of other comments and issues that we're going to be dealing with, so I would suggest that probably we may take a lunch break before we're through here. So you may have more than a few minutes.
Right, it may be appropriate that we get through the commission comments, hear what you have to say. If there are specific things you want us to get back to you today on, we'll do that over the lunch break and come back.
Okay, we'll give it some time here. Right, Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Chair, if I could add something to the staff's burden, and I would like it directed to council. And the question is, can we support a thematic approval of the community plan's intent without it being precise? Can we survive an appeal if 75% of the plan meets the community plan objective? Is that sufficient, or does it need to be complete?
Mr.
And I
Chief-
don't want your answer now.
No.
I'll take it later.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else right now? Commissioner Overall.
Yes, this is a question related to staff's attachment A to the packet that we received. I'm having a little trouble understanding the transition from the Schrager numbers to the numbers that are assigned to your plan, and specifically on the second line item, it refers to the main building, restaurant, or the lobby under the Schrager plan. The lobby was 6,000 square feet under the Schrager plan. Under your plan, it's just under 38,000 square feet. Obviously, something's being included in yours that either they didn't have or was labeled something else, And for the life of me, I can't reconcile those. I mean, I do know that your plan adds some additional 30,000 square feet, so maybe it's all there, but I'd like you to comment on it.
We're getting the answer for you. Okay, the answer to that is the way the plan is today. It also includes the rooms that are adjacent to the main building. Is that correct?
This is one building. This structure is one building.
And how is that different from what it was on the Schrager plan, since I don't have that in front of me?
We'd have to bring up the Schrager plan. Obviously, we weren't involved with the design of it, but there was a smaller standalone single-level lobby building that was on the property that had no other uses in it. It was just, it's a design difference.
Matt, are you indicating when you kind of circle up there that those lanai guest rooms, you were kind of waving your thing?
Yes,
so
they're
see,
attached.
the lanai guest rooms
they
are
are
attached by number to the main lobby now?
Correct. For physically attached, they're physically attached.
They're physically attached.
This is, which they were in the previous plan as well. This is all one building.
Okay, now I understand now. Mr. Overall, do you understand?
I do. I
Well, I
get it.
can't get to the 37,000 square feet, but
This is-
maybe a different way to approach it, and it may get to the same place, is you have a difference in your plan of roughly 170,000 net square feet versus 138,000 square feet in the previous plan. Where did the additional square feet come from? What did you add or expand or whatever to get there?
Well, a lot of that is probably the structured parking. Does that count in those numbers?
No.
No.
Go ahead, I mean, if you want. Michael McManus.
Chairman and Commissioners, the increased square footage is a factor of many things. Mainly, there's larger rooms, there's a larger ballroom, and there's larger restaurants. The old plan, the main point, had probably rooms that were quite a bit smaller than any standard sort of upscale project you do today. So it just sort of goes probably half. It just goes sort of across the board. You'd have to sort of break it down piece by piece to see how it all happened.
Thank you.
Can I just chime in on that? The problem with the Schrager plan as it was, which I addressed a little bit earlier, he took the existing rooms, which were maybe 250 to 300 square feet, very small bathrooms, very little closet space, et cetera. In today's market, it's not a usable room. And so what we did is, on a market analysis said, what size do these rooms need to be competitive and et cetera? And that room gets more like 500 to 600 square feet to have a larger bathroom, to have double sinks, all those kind of things. So there's not more rooms, there's not more uses, they're larger rooms. Can I also quickly respond, if you don't mind, on
Please do.
The question on the 6 keys? I just want to make sure from our standpoint, and staff can obviously address it on their behalf, our design and our interpretation of the community plan was based on the guidance that we received on this. So we are not, I just want to make sure the commission understands that independently we're not trying to make some interpretation of the community plan. Our planning to date, we believe, has been consistent with working with the county and having the policy of the community plan met.
Well, that was, Mr. Crusoe, that was my understanding. What I was indicating is that it seems to me that there is communication between your group and staff that this planning commission has not been privy to in order to come up with the interpretation that you came up with. And all I'm asking for is that material that gives me that interpretation so that I can get on the same page with you and with the planning department.
Understood. It's a fair request, and it's there in the file, so I just wanted to make sure we're on the record for that. Okay.
I have a question for you. Could you briefly address the lighting plan? And I can tell you, just to start out with, I'm concerned about lighting tennis courts at night, but it raises the larger issue of the lighting for this being compatible with the residential neighborhood that it sits within.
All the lighting on the plan is low lighting. It's to be fully compliant with local ordinances, and it will be. The lighting on the tennis courts, as I understand it, was in the Schrager plan? Is that correct or not?
No.
It was not, okay. It was not in the Schrager plan. We would like to light the courts. We're obviously sensitive to the neighbors on that issue, but all the lighting is completely within ordinance, and it's all low lit. And if the lighting on the tennis courts becomes an issue, then we'll deal with that issue and solve that problem.
Well, there's sort of the broader issue of again, compatibility with the neighborhood. I mean, as much as everybody wants it, if it looks too beaconish at the end of it, nobody's going to be very happy with it. And I'm not sure if it enhances what you're trying to do that much.
Well, we're not trying to make
the
a
issue
beacon
came up
out of it either.
I know, but
Yeah.
but you are a commercial establishment, so there's trade-offs for
Does
you.
that suggest that I would do something that's wrong? I don't think so.
Well, define wrong.
Well, no, listen, again, Commissioner, what I would tell you is, we have to comply with all local laws, and there's regulations on the lighting, and we've worked very closely with the local neighbors, and the last thing we're going to do is build something that has a negative impact on our neighbors. And lighting is important, and your question is justified, but just because we're in the commercial business doesn't mean we're going to try to do something that's inappropriate. We're going to make sure, and certainly with your guidance, and you'll have restrictions on the lighting, to make sure that there is no spillover lighting and it doesn't negatively impact our neighbors. So we fully agree with that.
Yeah, that will become an issue as we move forward.
Well, it's not an issue because we'll agree to it.
I understand.
Yeah.
But there's every community is different, and one of the things about Montecito that you probably know, but you'll see if you don't, is there's no street lights. There's a lot of differences here
Understood.
from a lot of other residential communities. So it is, whether it's come up here today, it is going to be an important factor. But let's see, Commissioner Overall, I see you have a question. Oh, it's not. Oh, excuse me, Sue. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank
These
you.
lights are. I never can tell which side it is there.
Thank you. I have some general comments and then some questions. I think this is a beautiful design, and I appreciate your understanding that we want to help you get it right. First of all, I'm very concerned about the Oak Creek safety problem, and I know that the county will follow through on that and meet all the county and federal requirements so that the homeowners are protected to the extent possible. On the cottages, so it's my understanding that the Schrager plan would have rebuilt the cottages because they had some historical significance. And now you will determine, and we will accept or reject, that the cottages do or do not have historical significance. I personally consider them a health risk. Based on observation and understanding of the area where so many of us have mold that live near the coast. So if you could please explain to me the process by which the determination will be made that those will be mitigated can be eliminated and then mitigated. I would like to hear that process. And then I have one more question, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, staff has to make, let me back up. A structure can be considered historically significant three different ways. One, if it's eligible to be on the national or state register. Two, if it's landmarked by the county. And three, if staff, based on the weight of evidence that we have before us, make the determination that these buildings are historically significant. The data that we have in front of us now, we still find that these buildings are historically significant. So we're not,
Mr. Chair, I'm going to restate what I said before. At the moment, we are in the middle of preparing an environmental document that is based upon historic resources. The Schrager plan mitigated impacts to historic resources by proposing to retain those structures. And there were some other mitigation measures incorporated into the ND that fully addressed the historic resources. The plan before you does not propose to keep those structures for a number of reasons, including their existing condition. So we're looking at a different situation in terms of the starting point of what the project does to potentially historic resources. At the same time, the applicant in this project has submitted a revised historic report indicating that their historian does not believe that these structures are historic. So we have several opinions, and given that we have several opinions about the value of these structures from a historic perspective, we are undertaking an EIR. We don't know what the final conclusion of that document will be, and we will certainly let you know, because you ultimately have to accept the conclusions of that document. It's not our decision. We make a recommendation to you, and you certify the environmental document. So we will be making a recommendation to you, and I think what Michelle is saying is, at this point, given what we know, we think our recommendation is going to be that the historic resources are Class 1. But until we finish, and we're just at the beginning, until we finish that process and go through public comments and respond to those comments and prepare a proposed final EIR for you to review and certify, we won't know.
And I have one more question, please.
Please.
In regard to the 10-foot sound wall and the issue that was raised here of that wall reflecting sound to the north, across the freeway, have you made studies on that, and could you please address that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, we have, the issue was studied during the Schrager Plan and continues to be, also the applicant's noise study did address it, and we'll be looking at it again as well in our environmental document.
Commissioner Gostinger.
I didn't notice anywhere in the documents, which doesn't mean it's there, that anything around traffic was addressed. And I noticed that we have an increase in, well, we've got an increase in the number of construction employees. So I want to know where the construction parking is going to be during the process of building the hotel, especially since it's fast-tracked, which I imagine is why we've got now go from 125 to 250. So that becomes a traffic issue for me that I'll be looking for staff to address. The other issue around traffic is we have an increase in the number of beach events that go from 50 people for 30 minutes to 100 people for 60 minutes. That's actually going to also be something I'd like to address inside the traffic studies. And the beach and tennis club membership is going from 140 to a potential of 300 memberships. I also see that as an impact on traffic. And so I would like, when you come back, I would like those issues to be addressed by staff. And I'm just going to keep going, Commissioner Barrick, and then I actually probably won't have too much more to say.
Please.
Okay? Which is clearly unusual. But anyway, I also
Commissioner
concur.
Gottsanger, can I ask just quickly?
Yeah.
So are you trying to give is this sort of the summary of your?
Yeah, this is kind of going to be kind of the summary of my concerns, both to staff and to the Caruso group.
The reason I ask is that Commissioner Overall had requested that we might take a few-minute break once we had most of our questions answered, because I know he's got.
Okay, well then I'll put him in.
He's writing a book over here.
No, I know. He's just trying to organize his thoughts. He's really good at organizing his thoughts, much better than I sometimes.
So I was wondering if maybe we should
anyway, well, the
finish
only thing that I think left for me is to say that I absolutely concur with your concern about the night lighting. In the Schrager plan, we had no lighting of the tennis court or of the beach. I know that the lighting for the tennis court can be designed with down lighting, and I know it could probably be put on sensors so that it only comes on when there's being used. It doesn't have to be lit up all the time, because I do that on residential projects in Montecito. But my really concern is what about this beach lighting? I really want to know about this beach lighting. I mean, we have, you know, as was referred to in the Coral Casino, we spent months dealing with lighting there. And this is going to be a concern of mine, that this gets addressed appropriately.
Well, looking at my own material here, I think all of my questions have been answered. I don't see anything left. So I'd suggest we take a couple-minute break, allow us to organize our thoughts so that we can give you some detailed feedback from each of us. So let's say at 1:15 we'll reconvene. Of the Miramar project, or at least our first conceptual review of the Miramar project. And I'm going to go back first to our commissioners to see if there's any questions before we each weigh in with our observations and comments on the plan.
Mr. Chair, could we get the answers from staff that we posed, that they needed a few minutes?
Of course. In fact, I was going to go back.
One of them is fundamental to me.
I was going to go to staff. Maybe we'll do the staff first, and then I'll go back to you. So, Director Black.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'll start with the question about...
You're going to have to get a bucket of water for that.
You need to turn that off. The question regarding policy LUCM 1.6 relating to cottage-type hotels and 6 keys. And I'm going to go back in history so that hopefully you'll understand why when you asked immediately, I couldn't give you an immediate answer. We actually addressed this issue in the context of the first set of plans that were submitted for this project back in June. We issued an incomplete letter July 6th, and we raised this as a policy concern in the incompleteness letter. And so then we spent some time discussing it in-house with council and with the Caruso team. And we came to the conclusion that generally the policies provide some design flexibility in the balance between guest cottages and other building types that house hotel guest rooms. And we got there by reading the words in the policy themselves. And the policy says, improvements to resorts visitor serving hotels shall be designed to be consistent with the existing historic cottage-type hotel tradition from the early days of Montecito. Cottage-type hotel is defined by cottages limited to 6 guest rooms each, which are generally single-story in height. Then you go to the design guidelines, which address it further, and they reiterate some of those basic components, indicate that new or reconstructed cottages shall be limited to 6 units or keys per cottage, and that 2/3 of any new or reconstructed building, so they're distinguishing cottages from buildings, which are guest rooms, shall be limited to 16 feet in height. And then they talk about compatibility findings. So when we read the policy together with the design guidelines that are intended to implement it, we came to the following analysis, and the analysis that we intend to present to you when you have to go through this and come to a final conclusion about it. We felt that the words existing historic were important, existing historic cottage-type hotel. The hotel that existed and in some ways still exists on the property does not just include cottages. It includes a motel building. And so we felt that this policy did not require that all guest rooms be in cottage form, but that there was some flexibility to allow other types of historic guest rooms to be on the property. Same reason that banquet facilities and other structures on the property are allowed. So our conclusion was not all rooms have to be in cottages, but if they are, they're to be 6 keys or less. Then we looked at the plans and felt that they had met the intent of the letter of the policy with regard to 2/3 of the new or reconstructed policies are limited in height. And then the key factor, and the factor that we said we weren't going to predispose ourselves to say you're consistent with, was compatibility with the residential character of the surrounding neighborhood. We said that requires additional input from the BAR and community input through the environmental review process. So that's basically how we tracked the policy analysis. And that's why Caruso said, okay, we think we can move in this direction. We think that we can show that this is compatible with the neighborhood, and it sounds like we've met the other policy criteria.
Could I restate that back to you again? So I would take that to mean that you can have buildings that are not cottages.
Right.
But if you have a cottage building, it's limited to 6 keys. So that's where the limited word comes in.
And
but the historic says you can have buildings that don't fit that.
Right. But I think that the overall hotel needs to fit within the historic context. So I'm not suggesting you could just build a motel structure and you would be consistent with this policy. It needs to match that historic character of
So
the
you're
site.
saying the existing Miramar had buildings that were not cottage style and were 2-story and were over 6 keys, and therefore you can still have those components within the redesign project.
That's correct. That's our interpretation.
That's the analysis.
Mhm.
Okay, good enough. Now, is there anything else from staff's perspective you'd like to?
I believe you had or Commissioner Phillips had a question of county council, and so maybe you want to have that answered now and then.
I don't think it's been answered yet. Well, maybe as to that policy, but Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, although decision makers are given a lot of deference in how they interpret policies, you can't just say, well, if the policies are specific, you can't just say, well, I think we've addressed 75% of them and that's enough. The more specific the policy, the more specific your findings are that you have, that you can find it consistent. So I would say a 75% rule is not one that I would ever encourage. You just look at each policy and then go policy by policy, how if you think you can make it, make the finding.
Excuse me, and that you were involved in the determination that Director Black just identified that the analysis supports the community plan language, and that we're not going to be reversed on a...
I would say that I think that the language as to the buildings being 2/3 of those reconstructed buildings be 16 feet in height, yes, that seems pretty specific to me, and that the new cottages or reconstructed cottages be 6 keys. And I would like to point out also that existing historic cottage-type hotel includes the Biltmore, which has huge buildings.
Yeah, that's a broad term. I think we're okay. Good.
Commissioner Overall.
I had a question for staff. As we look at the project along the North Jameson component, was any consideration given to how this might mesh or might not mesh with potential plans to expand the freeway? Because, I mean, I think it would be foolish for us to go ahead and not take that into account, because, I mean, I feel reasonably certain at some point we're going to be faced with it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, we will be looking at that in our cumulative impacts analysis and in project-specific analysis as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're at the time where you're each given the opportunity to weigh in on this project, and I think what I would prefer to see, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but there's there's obviously hundreds of different components and issues here So I think to the extent that you don't comment on it, it probably means it's an issue, at least at this point in time, that is not a problem. At least that's how I've put my own comments down. Some of the major things I'm going to comment on, even though they're not issues, just to put that to rest from my perspective. But the more specificity, the better. So who wants to go first? Commissioner Overall, please.
Let's see. First, I'd like to direct a couple of comments to staff. It seems to me there are a number of issues that have been raised that require engineering input that we don't have before us today. Certainly the requirement that Heal the Oceans raised about the requirement for the runoff is one. The whole issue related to Oak Creek and San Ysidro and the flooding, I mean, each one of these has the potential to affect the design. So I think it's important that we get that as soon as possible. I think the issue of the well water, potential contamination, saltwater intrusion, even the amount of usage in terms of does it connect to the neighbors to the north, is it the same aquifer, those questions. The issue I just raised, which is the freeway expansion, what the impact of that might be on this design. And then the fifth one would be the issue that was raised by several people related to the sound impacts, mitigation. Does this design exacerbate that problem or just what? And then additionally to staff, as I went through some notes in here, and not in the heat of the moment having the microphone on, I'm still having trouble with the numbers. I think we need a little further analysis, because as I look down, guest rooms and employee housing in the Schrager plan was 92,000. Under the Caruso plan, it's 99,000. That's a 7,000 square foot difference. It's a long ways from the 35 or 36,000, whatever it is, difference between the two approaches. And I'd really like to understand that. What's being added that wasn't there before? Apparently, it's not all in the at least not all in the guest rooms. So I think you could do a little bit of work on that. And then right along with that, beyond the square foot analysis, I'm having a little trouble in the spur of the moment keeping track of whether when we're talking about the issue of keys and that the cottage style issue. I get confused, I get lost between, are we talking about the number of buildings? Are we talking about the number of rooms? So I think it would be helpful if you could break that out for us, so we know we've got 2/3 of the buildings, or we have 2/3 of the keys, or both. So those are my comments to staff. As far as the comments to the Caruso group, first I'd just like to say I think the way you've conducted yourselves, the input that you've taken from the community, you've been very responsive. I think it's wonderful. Clearly, by the presentations that you've done of the project, it's clear that you have every intent of making this a really first-class project. It doesn't appear that you have any intent of cutting corners. So I think that we should all have those fears allayed. I think your approach to the underground parking is an elegant solution to a rather difficult problem. I've got some comments to follow on that. The things that are not a problem for me, at least at this juncture, I don't feel that the history is that big an issue. I would concur that the buildings that are there, I certainly would support the idea that the buildings are there, appear to me to not have any value to you. As I said, the parking works. And then one other comment, which is just, and this is directed to the public, we all feel the pressure to make come to a point of approving this project because it's costing you time and therefore money. But I think all of us need to realize that the community's going to have to live with us for, at least as far as I'm concerned, forever. So I think we have to follow the process. It's served the community well in the past and seems to be serving us well now. I wish we'd had a chance to look at this a little earlier. Now, to the specific things that I think you might be able to improve on, that at least where I have some concerns. There is a feel to the project driving down Highway 101, which I think was Mr. Bollet characterized it, I think, appropriately. It is a scenic highway. It is the entrance into or the exit, depending which way you're going, to the Santa Barbara community. And despite some of the assurances that you offered about visibility and whatnot, when the story poles were up, there was a feeling that this project hangs over, encroaches very much on the feel of that corridor, and it feels like a very different scale than both what we've had in the past and the things surrounding it. So that's something that I'll be looking at as you move forward. I think the way the project has been designed, if you look at the entire project, this is an oversimplification, but it feels like it's been 40% on the east side has been carved off for the public areas, and the western portion of the property is where the guest rooms are. The way it's been designed, it feels like you have fairly limited ability to move the guest buildings around. If, as an example, you wanted to move the guest rooms further into the property, south, farther away from Jameson, the way it's constructed right now, it's certainly not an easy thing to do. With that in mind, I would question a couple of things. I would question the scale of the main building. If the main building were reduced somewhat, it might allow you to move some of the room components and realign them some along the North Jameson portion. Continuing on with the main building, I am concerned about the height of it. One thought that occurred to me earlier was that in order to effect a reduction in the height of that building, and this is not my money, so I don't mean to be delivering this in a cavalier fashion, because I know it would cost, but if you were to take the approach of putting a level of underground parking somewhere else on the property, perhaps under the tennis courts, it might allow you to reduce the height of that main building, at least the visible height. I think the comments on the North Jameson relate to the rooms has to do with the issue of setbacks. For the most part, in the other areas of the property, except along the North Jameson, I would say I don't have a problem with the setback issue. But along North Jameson, I'd like to see that. I'd like to understand it a little better than I do now, but it gives me some pause. Again, I would say Mr. Bollet made, I think, a valid point about the extent of the grading, creating an entirely flat parcel where it historically has not been that. It's not to say that you shouldn't grade, because obviously you need to do that for underground parking. But I think there's some variation in the grade beyond what's contemplated might be in order to keep in character with the property as it has historically existed. Then there are a number of other small items. I think the use of the beach, the number of events, the hours, the lighting of the beach, I think we need to understand those better perhaps than we do now, what the logic behind it was. The number of members to the Tennis and Beach Club. The night lighting issue has already been raised. I think there is an issue, certainly as it affects the community as a whole, which has to do with water usage. And I guess I would ask the question of, if you couldn't landscape this property because of constraints on water usage, as lush a design as you have now, would that in any way impact the way you would design the project, or would it still be the same? Because I think it's clear that we're facing, if not now, which we already are, the community is facing water problems that may well, even though you have a well or are proposing a well, may very well impact you in the long run as well. Then I guess I have two last items. In an earlier iteration, I thought I understood some questions to be raised about the acceptability of the diagonal parking along Jameson, and I haven't heard that addressed. I don't know what the P&D's view of that is, but as I said, I thought I'd heard it raised earlier, and I'd like to understand that, have that addressed. And then the last one, which I think we heard from some people at the break, relates to the traffic during construction issues. There's a lot of grading proposed. How's that going to be handled? I know it's addressed in a time frame that was circumscribed in the staff report to take place in a short period of time, but I think we need to understand that clearly also. I think I've exhausted my notes.
Thank you, Commissioner Overall. Who'd like to go next? Commissioner Burrows.
I have stated a number of concerns. I will reiterate that I think this is a beautiful design, and I think that I would like to commend you for bringing Montecito into the process on this. It's been refreshing. I do have concerns about the night lighting. I don't think I mentioned that before. I very much support the underground parking and getting rid of the asphalt. I appreciate the lushness of the vegetation. It's quite beautiful. I don't know if you have a detailed plan, but I'm wondering what plants are going to be in front of the 10-foot wall. Do we know what those plants will be? I'm sorry?
It's on the landscape plan in the packet that they gave us.
Okay, I'll look at that more carefully. I would like to address the issues of public access that Susan Keller brought up, and whether or not the signage will be clear. I'm sure that it will, but those are things that I think need to be considered. I'm also a little bit concerned about the height of the main building. I'm not sure what can be done there, but I think it would be better if it were not quite so high.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Commissioner Phillips.
I guess I'm up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm impressed with how little I have to suggest, and I want to compliment you, and your team is everything we had heard it was, and welcome to Montecito. Terrific. I think 60 feet's a little high for any building in Montecito, and if there's any way to get that down, that would be a big help. I'm confident you're going to handle runoff and drainage and water issues. I'm impressed how the neighbors are supportive and how the issue of neighborhood compatibility gets so much easier for me when that happens, and that's a very positive for your side. The traffic issue concerns me. I don't think we've discussed it enough. That's a constrained area down there. I'm going to be listening more to your usage and how much that generates. Again, I compliment you. Just an excellent design package, I think. And, let's hope we can do it quickly.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Commissioner Gottstinger.
At this point, I don't think I have anything to add. I tried to pretty much cover what my concerns were, and the only thing I want to be really clear about is that I want to see when this comes back, I want to see some consideration taken for the construction traffic and the construction parking. It ongoingly is a problem throughout the community, and as another commissioner has mentioned, this is a very impacted area. And I know when the Biltmore went through its remodel and the Coral Casino, it was an issue then. It still continues to be an issue. So that's something that, in the drawings, I'd like to really know how that's going to get handled. I mean, I want to make sure that there's nobody parking on North Jameson, dropping off their construction workers, dropping off their cars, and moving on, walking across that bridge to go to work, you know. So that continues to be a concern for me. I will take on, given I voiced the concern about the 6 keys, actually getting very, very clear before the next hearing, staff's interpretation and how they arrived at that interpretation, so that my opinions will be consistent with the interpretations that staff has come up with and led the applicant to believe were the way we were going to go. And then the only other issue that I have is I, like other commissioners have mentioned, I still have a problem finding that this 37,000, I think that's the accurate number, square foot 37,000 square foot main building that is somewhere between 57 and 60 feet tall could be in any way considered residential in scale. I mean, please, 37,000 square feet, I mean, I know Montecito, we got big buildings, residential scale buildings. We go up to about 15,000, but that is not a residential scale building. And I would ask the Caruso team to possibly look at, and you'll have to weigh the finances of that. That's your job, not my job, to the possibility of taking one of those levels of parking. Because I literally could deal with that building if it wasn't so far up above the existing grade. I could maybe make a finding for residential scale. And what I got from the questions that I asked and the information that I was given is what's driving that is the 2-level parking lot. So I would ask the team to consider, the design team to consider the possibility of taking some of that underground parking and possibly putting it underneath the tennis courts. I just don't know what that would do. You certainly will have valet access to that. I mean, cars can get dropped off between, in that little circular, or that little square pad near the banquet hall and driven down and tucked underneath the parking lot. And I know that, I don't know. That's really something that I would like you to look at so that you can tell me why that's not feasible. That's an area that you're filling already. So why not build the underground garage and then fill up against the edges of it and put the tennis courts on top? I don't know. I just would ask you to look at that.
Okay, so I think almost everything has been mentioned already, but I'll go over my checklist once again. And one thing of staff that I would like to see is the material where we compare the plans. Quite a few of these categories are lumped together, and I find that difficult to really do an analysis. And in particular, when somebody raises an issue like traffic, it's a little hard to tell, how much additional restaurant space do we have and how much additional ballroom space, because they're lumped in such big groups that it's hard to really analyze. And I would assume you're looking at the traffic differential between these two, and we'll see that when this comes forward. But, obviously there's a baseline here we're working from, but it'd be nice to understand what the differences are as we move forward. And that's about my only comment on the staff's presentation. And thank you for the information on the keys issue and the historic, because that helped me a lot. As to the Caruso team, I think the plan is delightful. It's very nice. I think it will fit into the community. I like the sort of plantation-y style. I don't know what you call it, but it looks good. So I like the architectural approach that you're taking. I think it can easily fit into the community. I have no problems with the elimination of the historic cottages. I think there's not a problem there. I've mentioned the traffic issue. Parking issue similar. You're adding plenty of parking spaces, so I don't see that as a problem. some other things that have been, I'll knock off another one, which is the issue of the hydrology of the stream. I see that as really that's an engineering issue. It is what it is. You're going to solve that problem one way or the other. So I'm going to assume that will be done. And the same for the issue with the well. I know there's state requirements related to both these issues, and I'm sure Public Works will deal with them as needed. The issue's been raised about the Miramar Lane and the abandonment of that. I think that's a good design, and certainly is how I would want to handle this project if I was doing it. I've mentioned my concerns related to the lighting plan, and that is one that I really would like to see toned down to the extent that it can be. And we don't have anything in front of us right now, but it will be an issue for me. And that's probably my biggest thing that I would call a real problem area is the lighting and how we handle it. The issue of there's a bunch of these other issues related to height and setback and the grading, I think, are all related. And I don't really have a problem with the concept that you have on the grading plan, nor with the import to raise the level. But I'm a little concerned primarily with the linear nature. The sort of wall effect on Jameson does concern me. And from my perspective, it'd be nice if all the buildings weren't at the same height, if we had a little bit of up and down there. Now, I know one of your goals has got to be to eliminate a lot of the noise coming off the freeway into the project area. So I realize there's a design trade-off here. But because we do have these buildings within the setback area, and because they are as tall as they are in the linear nature, I'm afraid the community is going to perceive this when it's built as very linear. And so I would only ask, at this point, I'm not going to design your project for you, but as I look at the plan, it'd be wonderful to see it at least go up and down. If it can't go back and forth, which is generally how we handle these things, is to stage them, push some in and pull some out so that they just don't appear as wallish. Maybe you can get to the same place without it having to do that. And I realize you're trying to have your design, you're trying to keep your keys, without having more physical area of the lot covered, which I really appreciate what you're doing there. But if we could do something about either staggering the buildings back and forth or taking one of them, maybe making one of them a single story along that side, I think it would be a big improvement. And maybe the similar issue is when you get down to the ballroom area, I realize looking at the plan it drops down a little. If you could still keep it out of the floodplain and have it maybe articulate down a little bit more, that would be great. I realize you're being driven by some of these issues related to your structured parking underneath and keeping it out of the water table. But I just ask you to address that, because I think that's how the community is going to perceive this to a great extent. Not just the community of Montecito, but the whole county is driving by. And to the extent that it's all linear at the same height, I think that will be perceived more negatively, and I think maybe you can get around that to some extent. The total height of the building, the 60 foot, it's not 60 feet, but
It's 52.
I don't find that to be a problem. And you've taken the main height as I see it and you've turned it 90 degrees from the road. So I don't have the problem with the total height, and I think also it won't be perceived as that high once the grading's finished. But I do think the total, going on Commissioner Gottstanger's problem, she's saying that's a really massive building, and it is. I'm not so much concerned with how massive it is as I am with how big it appears. I'm guessing that's 400 feet, a linear 400 foot. And again, the same issue. If it wasn't, I don't have a problem with the height, the highest parts, but I just hate to see it look as linear along the freeway. And again, having said that, I realize there's a trade-off. To the extent you push it inside the project, you lose some of that bungalow-y feel. But I'd love to see maybe that second, the easternmost part of that building, if it came down some, it would, to me, to my mind, it would look better. I'm not sure if those are meeting rooms or what they are in that upper section. I'm talking about that section right up there.
Those are the backs of rooms way back.
Oh, is that what it is? So it's further back on the, so I'm looking at
You're
these rooms
looking at
here?
here.
Okay.
That's a long row.
Right.
Right.
Okay, well, that helps. That helps. I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was part of the thing, is looking, I thought those were the meeting rooms. I thought those were these rooms right here.
There's meeting rooms here, and, part of the problem, and I apologize for this, and we'll do a better job when we come back to you, is the way this drawing, it's a flat drawing, so all the buildings look like they're sitting on the same plane, and they're
Right.
not.
I understand.
So it gives a misimpression to you, and I apologize for that. So, all of these buildings have a variety of heights, and there's movement in these buildings. So you would never read this that way.
Right.
You'd never be able to see it that way. But we'll do a better job when we come back depicting how that view is as you're going along Jameson.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I misread the plan looking at it visually here as to which was in the foreground and which was in the background on that building, so that helps a lot.
And Chairman, this main building here, which is 52 feet above existing grade, is 60 feet back from the curb line, which is about 40 feet back from this face.
Right, that's why I mentioned that building doesn't concern me that much, because, again, it's turned 90 degrees to the freeway.
We're getting a lot of
Sorry,
input here.
But just even this building, what you were talking about, this roof line here, and that whole part of the structure, is this back of this guest room building. So that is, it just, is a
Right. So that helps a lot. And so that really brings my comments down primarily just to the other portion on Jameson, where you have the three long, actually I guess it's two long buildings going east from the spa building. Anything you could do in there to make that not look like such a long walled section, to my mind, would help. Commissioner Gottstanger?
Yeah,
Do you have a
given
comment?
I think, as I remember accurately, MBAR was made some recommendations, didn't they? I think I was at the last MBAR hearing when they made some recommendations to maybe dealing with hipping some of those roofs, shedding some of those roofs, that in their mind, that linear feeling could be broken up by manipulating the roofs. And given that that's kind of the business I'm in, I would agree with that statement that was made by MBAR to you, that a lot of what Chairman Barrick is pointing to really could, it really is in the roof. It's like, and it's not very much that you'd have to vary it by, to kind of turn some, wiggle them around a little bit.
And from my perspective, that's about it. I think I really like how the project is designed in terms of taking the restaurant in the back and giving it a view towards the ocean. I really like the amount of open space. I think it'll be a delightful project to walk through. So most of my concerns are just related to how it feels when you drive by it.
I just want to go and play there.
I want you there.
So unless you have any final comments you wish to make.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you. You've spent an enormous amount of your time today in this meeting on us. I know you have other things on your agenda to do. We feel very grateful. We will take all of your comments. We've written them down, and we will go back in the interim before we come back and address all of them. Hopefully, most of them we can solve for you, so we come back with a project. Our goal, again, is to get your support and approval the next time we come back, and we feel very privileged to be here in town. It's a great town, and the county's been great to work with. You've been very fair to work with, and so I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So, it's time for lunch, and It's more than time for lunch. But I'm glad we got through this item. And so when we return, we'll be on the Ligura, the Patterson appeal. Well, how about at 2:30?
So the commission will return at 2:30 and take up item number 1 on your agenda.
Number 1. And also, we are losing.
It's not as bad as it sounds.
I guess we are going to continue item number 3. So we will have 3 items we'll be dealing with after lunch.
Correct.
Okay. So 2:30. Appeal of land use permit approval of Ligura, and this item is at so I'm ready to have you read this item into the agenda, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Dave and Kay Peterson to consider the appeals, case number 07 APL 31 and 07 APL 35, appeals filed October 4th, 2007 and October 18th, 2007, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15303A of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. So I'm flipping forward here. Nicole, I assume you're going to be making the presentation to us today on this, bringing this item back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Nicole Mayshore, planner with Development Review South. Today I'll be presenting the Peterson appeal of the Ligura new single-family dwelling. After permit approval by P&D and appeal of the project in October 2007, your commission reviewed the project December 19th, 2007. At that hearing, your commission moved to conceptually deny the project and continued the project to January 16th to allow for drafting of findings for denial. Following the December hearing on January 7th, 2008, the applicant submitted revised project plans. Copies of these plans, along with the staff memo, were forwarded for your review on January 11th. Staff has not completed consistency review of the revised plans pending review by the Commission.
Right.
I have prepared a few slides summarizing the project changes, which I can present for your Commission at this time if you would like.
I would. Would you please do so?
A number of project changes included alterations to the retaining wall system, use of boulder retaining walls previously located near the guest house and south slope. In the December scheme shown on the left side of the screen are now expanded as shown on the current design up near the guest house along the sides of the property and down on the south slope. Use of standard retaining walls has been reduced from ringing the site to selected areas of the site as shown here. And curb areas, low curb areas have remained approximately the same. The proposed infinity pool location, previously located here, has been shifted slightly. The pool pad has been lowered, steps have been added, and the pool trough has been reduced by 18 inches. The proposed loggia has also been altered. On the south facade, the previously proposed arched arcade loggia has been replaced with a stone column pergola and wood trellis. Additionally, there are a number of small alterations to tree placement on the landscape plan, and grading was reduced by 15 cubic yards. That will conclude staff's presentation of the project changes.
Excellent. I'm looking for some help in how we might want to proceed.
So, Mr. Chair,
here.
maybe I can just summarize where I think we're at. And I think Nicole did, but just restate it.
Okay.
In December, you heard this case. Staff had recommended approval and prepared findings and conditions. Your commission's direction was conceptual denial of the plans as revised. We prepared a memo for you dated January 4th.
Right.
Which incorporates conditions that would have supported your action based upon what we heard the commission say at that hearing.
The denial findings that we have here,
That's
attachment
correct.
A.
And then on January 11th, in response to revised plans submitted by the applicant, we just tried to outline those changes to the plans. That's what Nicole has prepared today. So at this point in time, we've not done a exhaustive analysis of those plans. We're certainly ready to move forward with the commission's conceptual action if you'd like. If you'd like to consider these revised plans, we're here to assist you in doing that. And we just look for direction from the commission.
Okay. Normally, the procedure should be that the appellant would present first. So I assume we should continue that, although the applicant also, I'm sure, will want to present material related to the changes that they've made. But at this point, I would call on the appellants, the Petersons. I'm sure you'd like to address us. I'm not sure if you'd like to address us, but you're welcome to. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to slow you down there. And Mr. Peterson, you probably have some prepared remarks. And from my perspective, it would help a little bit if you've had a chance to look at the changes they've made and comment on those, if you could.
Sure.
That would be great.
Well, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the commission, I know that you've already gone through quite a morning session, and I would anticipate our presentation would be probably about 15, 20 minutes, not very long, but I don't really know what the applicant's going to say, so I might have to might run a little bit over that. But in any event, I'm very mindful of that. What there is to be heard today and decided is whether or not whether or not the findings prepared by staff should be adopted. And we have an individual by the name of Chris Price, who was a land planner for the county for several years, approximately 10 years, and he's going to speak to those findings. And I would like to say a couple of things first that I think that I think is important, because towards the end of the last meeting, the geologist, Mr. Simmons, made some remarks, and I found them somewhat perplexing, because in effect what I heard him say, that really nothing could be built on the saddle, or it'd be highly problematical to build anything on the saddle. And I was concerned about that, because all along our position has been really we need to move this home back, preferably back in the saddle, maybe expand the guest house, but put it back there. And then when he indicated that nothing could be built in the saddle, and I didn't really have a chance to respond because it was at the end of the day and so forth, I had looked at the plans that he had submitted to staff, and what I would like to do is show those to you and make a couple comments on those. And what it was that he prepared a chart showing the geology of the site and where the home and the guest house were to be built, and what the underlying soil was under the guest house and the house. And I have 3 of these. They're very, very easy to read, and I'm sorry, but a couple of you have to kind of share them. Now, the items marked in pink really is, according to this, of which he prepared, show where the shale runs through the property. And it appears that the shale runs through the property that along the saddle, in the saddle, where approximately 20 or 30% of the house is built, or showing to be built. No, I don't know, I'm not a geologist, and I don't know if in fact that part of the house can be built there, but we did speak to 3 geologists in the last couple of days to see if we could have one of the geologists come here and give some testimony as to, in fact, whether or not you could build in the saddle. What all 3 of them said was really what we need to see are the tests performed, the shear tests to determine the stability of the slope. And with that, I looked at Mr. Simmons' letter to the county, or it's a letter from Mr. Simmons to Mr. Legura, where it points out that in his opinion, he doesn't think these tests are necessary. And the geologist that has been retained by the county of Santa Barbara has requested those tests. To date, the tests have not been furnished him. Without those tests, there's no real way of determining what that shear, one of them is a shear test apparently, but you need those tests to determine what the stability is of the slope. And the stability of the slope it's obviously quite important, because when you build up in the mountains here, that's one of the problems with the steep slopes. And as a matter of fact, right now, there is a home, I believe the address is 2300 Bella Vista, that has suffered severe slope damage just in the last couple of weeks when we had this last rainstorm. And matter of fact, I'm going to show you a picture of that, because I think it's quite representative of what can happen here with the slopes. And also another property just to the east of this property also a couple of years ago suffered some quite severe slope damage. And let me just get a picture of that. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. One of them is at 2300 Bella Vista, where this damage has taken place. And this house was recently purchased by some individuals that are spending an enormous amount of money trying to rectify the situation. The house was built previously several years ago by a developer who lived there for some time and then sold the house, and these people have come along, and I know they're putting very, very substantial amount of money into it and building some huge retaining walls to try and keep the house up on top. And it's exactly what I think we're all trying to avoid here.
So, Mr. Peterson, your point is that you're afraid that there'll be a failure after the house is built? Is that where you're headed?
It is certainly one of the concerns, particularly because the slope stability tests have not been performed, and I just don't think anybody wants to take the chance that something like that, we might have a failure, and you really can't determine, as far as I've been able to understand from talking to the geologists, as to where that pad should be and where it could be built. A home could be built until you perform the tests to see how the soil is and what the stability is. There's one thing that shows on that chart that I passed that you just looked at, and that is that the guest house seems to be would be built entirely on sandstone. And my point in bringing this up is not that I'm prepared to say where the house can or cannot be built, but what I'm saying is that it may call into question the representation that nothing can be built in the saddle, because here staff has already basically approved earlier the house being built in the saddle. So that's one point that I wanted to make. Thank you. There's been a couple of underlying themes that have run through this entire procedure for the last couple of years. One of them being that the rules have been changed during the race, so to speak, and now they have to step up to a higher standard, and that it really isn't fair. And one of the things that I'd like to say is that one of the rules that has changed for sure is that it is now possible for people building in the Res 40 to actually be able to put in a pool. They're not entitled to a pool, as I understand it, but if the circumstances are such, they can build a pool. That was one of the changes that has been made since this case started a couple years ago. But the rest of them really, I think the guidelines are quite clear in that they show pictures of houses, of a house that should be built tucked in as opposed to out on the point. It's very, very clear. I don't think that's really open to any question. The other thing is that it's also been kind of alluded to that what this is about protecting our view and kind of minimizing the importance of this. In other words, it's like a couple of neighbors hassling over a view. That's really not the case, because I've felt all along that our view would be protected simply because our view of the mountains would be protected simply because the person who actually builds a house there, who buys this property and builds a house up on that site, I've just assumed that they would allow us to suggest a couple of trees be planted, and the trees be planted to in effect, hide their house, and that they'd be willing to do that because I'd be willing to pay for it. And I didn't think that they would. I just thought I'd be able to work with whoever actually did build this house. So it's kind of a red herring to say this whole thing is about us. Really, I think, and what I'd like you to consider is that it's about the entire backdrop of the mountains for the whole village and of Montecito and of Santa Barbara, is something worth protecting. We ought to make every endeavor to make sure that that is protected. It's going to be with us forever. It's an outstanding asset of the entire community. And I think that the people that have spoken on behalf of the appeal, we didn't know the people. They came forward and said that they wanted to speak. We've talked to some of the neighbors. Almost all the neighbors around this proposed development are against it. And I would like Kay to speak a little bit to that, and then after that, no, excuse me. I think first of all, I would like Chris to speak as to the findings, as to what he thinks in terms of the findings, and then Kay will speak, and that will conclude our portion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Christopher Price. I'm a land use planner with the law firm Price, Bostel, and Parma. We have had a chance to review the revised findings for denial, and we agree with staff's conclusion that the project, as proposed, does not conform with the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Development Code. Specifically, we agree with staff's position that the project is inconsistent with the Visual Resource Policy Number 2. Staff's findings correctly conclude that the project, as designed, is incompatible with the surrounding natural environment, that the structures are not subordinate to the site's natural landforms, and that the grading and site preparation is not designed to follow the natural contours of the landscape. Moreover, Hillside and Watershed Protection Policy Number 1 requires that development shall minimize cut and fill, and that plans requiring excessive cut and fill may be denied if it's determined that development could be carried out with less alteration to the natural terrain. Clearly, the project as proposed, with over 3,600 cubic yards of grading to create a large flat pad to accommodate a one-story building footprint, an infinity pool, a large lawn, etc., not only fails to minimize grading and landform alteration, but it also runs counter to the intent of the Resource Management Zone District to limit development and encourage preservation of the rural area. Similarly, Hillside and Watershed Protection Policy Number 2 requires that development shall be designed to fit the site topography, soils, etc., and be oriented so that grading and site preparation be kept to an absolute minimum. Again, the revised findings correctly conclude that the proposed residence, infinity pool, lawn, etc., requiring the cutting of more than 10 feet off the top of an existing knoll does not minimize cut and fill to any extent, nor attempt to fit with the existing site topography. Staff's revised findings also include those findings required for swimming pools located in the RMZ zone district. Finding number 1 requires that the pool result in only minimal alteration of topography, and finding number 4 requires that the pool be screened from public view. The proposed project consists of an unscreened infinity pool located at the top of several feet of retained artificial fill at the western edge of a prominent and highly visible slope overlooking Bella Vista Road. Clearly, and almost by definition, the proposed infinity pool is inconsistent with both of these policies and findings. On January 8th, we were informed that the applicant submitted a revised project in an attempt to address your commission's concerns at the December 19th hearing. We had a brief opportunity to review these plans, and it appears that only minor and mostly cosmetic changes have been proposed. As summarized by staff, these revisions include an arched plaster face loggia, which is replacing a stone column pergola. About 295 feet of concrete retaining wall are to be replaced with boulder retaining walls of the same height. Grading is reduced by a total of 15 cubic yards. That's a total of 0.4% of the total grading. And the infinity pool has been lowered what appears to be approximately 6 inches at water level, but however, it appears that it moved to the southwest and further towards the edge and into the fill by approximately 4 feet. There's also been minor revisions to the landscape plan that appears to include relocation of 3 trees. Unfortunately, these project changes, considered either individually or together, address none of the issues identified in the revised findings for denial, including visual resource protection, landform alteration, minimization of grading, and the preservation of the rural character of the Montecito foothills. It is our opinion that any meaningful attempt to address the known policy inconsistencies of this project must include, at a minimum, a significant reduction in the proposed size, bulk, and scale of the main residence, relocation of the residence away from the edge of the slope, a substantial reduction in the overall volume of site grading and landform alteration, substantially more mature landscaping, and either relocation of the pool to the rear of the main residence or deleting it from the project altogether. Given that neither the original project nor the revised January 7th project can be found consistent with many of the most fundamental comprehensive plan policies regulating development located in the rural foothill areas of Montecito, we urge your commission to grant the appeal and deny the project based on the revised findings before you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Actually, if it would be okay with the you commissioners, I would prefer to speak at the end, if that would work. And I don't know exactly, we were unfamiliar with what your real process is here, but...
That's not normally how the process would work, but you're certainly, we can offer an opportunity to rebut anything, I believe is how the process would normally work. Is that correct? Yeah.
That is correct. You can speak now and have an opportunity to rebut at the end if you would like.
Okay. So what were...
Because this is really an opportunity for you to state your position, because you're the moving party in this case.
All right. We've stated our position so many times. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. I would like to include a couple of letters that somehow weren't in the record. There were, actually there are 3 letters that I'm aware of that were not in the record from the last hearing, and that are supporting our position. And then I also have...
Do you want to have them make copies of those and
Sure.
send them up to us? And if you would, the microphone, you might want to pull it down a little bit. Yeah, that should help.
And then a number of people came, and so are we assuming that we're starting over today? We're not recalling what happened last time, or?
Well, it's an opportunity for you to present any new information. You know, we've just heard it last month, so
Okay.
we're pretty familiar.
Right. That's what I was.
But
That's what I was thinking.
this is your opportunity to say what's
Okay.
you want to say.
I'd like to begin with a letter from someone who did speak last time, and her name is Sally Kinsell, and she was the chairman and co-chairman of the Montecito GPAC. And it's regarding the Largura project, and she says, "Dear Commissioners, if the Largura project is approved and is built as it is proposed today, it will change our community forever. Other hillside lots will be developed in a like manner. Our community will no longer have its beautiful backdrop. Protection of the hillsides to the utmost extent feasible was extremely important to the Montecito GPAC. We spent a considerable amount of time studying the hillsides. The intent of the committee was to avoid obtrusive development and its obvious scarring. Please respect the intent of the community plan and the architectural standards and guidelines, and disallow the project as it is currently proposed. Please protect our hillsides
for the good of our community. And it was signed, yours truly, Sally Kinsell. I'd like to have you put that in the record as well. So, really, as my husband said, the reason that we're here is because when we saw the first story poles go up a couple of years ago and realized that it was the intent of the developers to site this house out on the precipice of this knoll in the mountains, we were extremely surprised because although we weren't that familiar with what the guidelines and the rules and regulations were at the time, it just didn't look like it would be something that the community would want. And so over the last couple of years, we've come to know an awful lot about what happened here about 15 years ago when they adopted these guidelines and all in the Montecito Community Plan. And we've talked to a lot of people that were involved in the planning and on the commission at that time. And every single one of them has stressed how important it was and what their purpose and intention was in trying to protect the pristine beauty of this backdrop for the community. They were trying to minimize as much as possible any intrusion or obtrusion of the view. Their intent was to have the homes available to be developed because people are entitled to develop their property, but only to the extent that it conformed to the land that they were building on. In other words, it wasn't the intent for everybody to be able to build whatever they could get there. The intent was to use the slope and the contours of the land to determine how the house would be built and what size house would be appropriate. Yes, there are FARs and maximums allowed, but that didn't mean that everybody was entitled to that. That was to be mitigated by the land itself. So on this particular site, when they were granted a permit to put in the road and to build what was called their primary residence tucked back into the hillside, that conformed to all the rules and regulations. And in making application and accepting the permit to put in the road and the primary residence, the developers in effect agreed with the county that this was reasonable development of their property. It was only later, after the road was already in, that they came back and said, well, actually, we changed our minds and we want to make this, we would like to have a site 10 times the size of what we already have. And so that's why the process has taken so long, we assert, because of the changes that the developers have made. They asked for and got a permit for the road and a house. That happened in 2004. Now it's 2008, and everybody's complaining and blaming us for holding up their process. No, their process happened back in 2004. They were granted a permit, and they're entitled to build that house. It's only because they're wanting to change it, and they're wanting to do things to the hillside that is not in the best interest of the community, is not allowed by any of the rules and the regulations, and so far they haven't been willing to concede and conform to what the community is asking for. So that's why we're here. We know that you have the authority to be the planning department, to be the MBAR. It's entirely up to you. The community is looking to you to say what's going to happen to our foothills. Are we going to preserve them and maintain them as best we can, or are we just going to turn it into Orange County? And that was another, I don't know exactly how many sites there are. Staff reported at their meeting back on August 29th, a 3.5-hour meeting that you 5 were presiding over with the staff and the MBAR. And we were here, we heard everything that was said. It was very clear that people are not entitled to what, because the neighbor got something, you're not entitled to what your neighbor got. You're not entitled to an infinity pool. That the rules, as they're written, are very clear. We all understand them. And this project does not comply. And the community is asking you to please stand up for our community, and let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I assume that concludes your, the appellant's, or excuse me, the applicant's, appellant's presentation. Thank you. So at this point, unless staff has any comments, we'll proceed to the applicant's presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Harwood White, and I'm the agent for Robert Largura. And today we propose to focus on the changes which we have made to the plan rather than review the entire project. Is that how the Commission wishes us to proceed?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you just one moment? I'm sorry, Mr. White. Excuse me. Actually, we have someone that wants to speak for us, and they can't stay very long. It's someone that was on the GPAC. Would you please make an exception and allow someone else to speak before you go to the applicants?
No, that's not our procedure. If it's important, I'm sure another 10 minutes isn't going to make a big difference for them.
You think it's only going to be 10 minutes?
We're going to follow. We're going to follow our procedures, though.
You guys get equal time here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we also have an important piece of correspondence to add to the record. At the last hearing, commissioners commented that the project should be accomplished with less alteration to the natural environment. In addition, the Peterson's appeal specifies the project would have an adverse impact on the views from Romero Trail. The revisions we propose today include the retaining walls and the house's visibility. And John Venable, the president of Montecito Trails Foundation, wanted to be here today, but his board meeting is this afternoon at exactly this time. So he wrote a letter which to you, and I'd like to submit that to you for your review.
I haven't seen it.
Essentially, Mr. Venable is stating that the project will not harm the view from Romero Trail, and he gives his reasons why in his letter. To begin with, we did not move the house. We know that was one of the points that you asked us to review, but we did take a very close look at the retaining walls in particular. And today, Bob Easton will show you the changes to the house, and Sam Maphis will walk you through a detailed review of the retaining walls. Adam Simmons is here to speak to the points raised again by the Petersons on geology. And finally, Richard Monk will address the findings question again. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Bob Easton to review the changes to the house.
Mr. Easton, is the list of changes that you give to us different from the list of changes that were listed in our staff report? I mean, we have a staff memo that lists all the changes, so I'm just wondering if we're operating on the same page here.
Well, I think you are. We've reduced the length and character of the retaining walls. We've reduced the grading a little bit. We've lowered the pool pad to decrease its visibility, and we've changed the loggia facade. I think those are the four main things we did in response to what Chairman of the Commission, Berg, said to us at the end of our last meeting. And he mentioned that we should tweak what we could tweak to diminish the length of the retaining walls and to deal with the swimming pool and the potential appearance, visibility of the swimming pool. And that's what we all did. What I would like to do is walk over to the model and give you all a close-up view of the changes that we did and put on the model. I think in the first, yes.
I was going to say, I think we have another microphone you can use. Oh, there's one right there. Yeah, good.
But first I would like to go through our PowerPoint presentation if we could. So if, would be very brief, and then I would like to take a minute to show you the model after I finish, and then Mr. Mathis will explain what we've done in regard to the landscape plan. So, Nicole, are you going to? Mark's going to. Okay, next. This again is the overall site plan, and with the house here. Next. This is a close-up, and here on the plan you can see the area that we changed from a roofed, plastered loggia, arched loggia, to a stone column and timber pergola that is partially roofed. We did move the pool a little bit to the south and back a little bit and lowered it. You can see these steps here that lower the pool pad area 18 inches below the elevation of the house floor. In regard to the retaining walls, as Ms. Mayshore announced, this is a curb. It was unfortunately put into her figures for retaining wall that she mentioned at the last meeting, but it really is only a 6-inch high curb to keep people from backing off the edge of the driveway. We have got some boulders here. We have some retaining wall here. We have a boulder wall here which retains an area that comes off the upper pad area and cascades down with landscaping without a retaining wall. This is an existing boulder outcropping, and we have some photographs of that in Mr. Maphis's presentation. And we want to, of course, replicate that look with boulders around this area of the pad, which drops down 2 feet, and we have a tree here. And then again, we have removed retaining wall here, so this area flows down. The swimming pool, as I said, is lowered 18 inches. This is a boulder wall that is varied in height from 4 feet to about 1 foot high. So we have no boulder walls that are higher than 4 feet. We have no stone retaining walls that are higher than 4 feet. And in fact, the boulder walls vary in height from 1 foot to 4 feet. Next. These are elevations. This is the west elevation of the house, and you can see the timber and stone pergola here. And next. This is to the south. This is pergola, stone columns, and timber, which was previously a plastered arched facade. Next. Actually, you can also see the boulders here and the bit of retaining wall here on the east elevation. Next. This is the north elevation, and this is the boulder retaining wall that comes around past the living room and the master bedroom. Next. This is a longitudinal cross-section that goes from the south through the site to the north, and the existing grade is here, and this dotted line. That sets the overall building height limit line, which is shown here, which is 19 feet above the existing grade. This is our terraced pad right here. This is a slide area fill that comes down to some boulders. Next. This shows a long range cross section. In plan view here at the top, we have a photograph of the site from Bella Vista here to the west of the house site, which is over here. This is Bella Vista winding around. And then below it, we have a cross section which shows a sight line from the point on the road where we have a photograph from up to the house and pool. Next. This shows, again, the section from the road to the house, and this is an enlarged section. This is the sight line right here. So, as you can see here, this is the edge of the pool with the trough, and we have some boulders in front, and the sight line then enables this part of the house to be visible from that sight line on Bella Vista. But the 2 feet in height area of the pool here, when you look at the sight line, actually minimizes that, so you're probably only looking at about 18 inches of actual structure.
Mr. Easton, I think Commissioner Gottstenger has a question for you. It looks like
Yes.
Commissioner Overall as well.
Yeah, it looks like there's more than my light on. Mr. Easton, where is, on the lower section drawing, Bella Vista? Is it in the depression? Is it there? It's right there. Okay, that's the road bed right there.
And I think this is as it winds around and gets closer.
And there it is again. Okay.
See, it crosses.
Oh, got it. There I go. Okay, thank
Crosses
you.
right there.
Thank you. I didn't.
And,
I forgot to look at the first drawing.
Right, and we didn't even bother to draw a line here because obviously you're not going to see anything from Bella Vista as it gets closer to the house. This potential sight line is, the potential
no, I
sight
got
line
that.
from the road here is, you're not going to see anything at all.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you.
Next. This is a view from the Romero Trail from the east of our site, which is here. This is our driveway, and we have rendered it to show it when it is mature and grown in. Presently, it's green because of the rains and the seeding and the planting that we have done. This is the house that the Petersons were referring to earlier, and this is Mr. Goldman's house with Mr. Goldman's driveway here. This house has been in place for about 15 years, and it shows you an example of how the landscaping heals a driveway cut over time. And Mr. Goldman's house has a 2-story section back here and has a quite extensive infinity pool here with a 12-foot wall. And I must mention also that recently the folks who own this house here did receive a land use permit for an infinity pool with a 12-foot retaining wall. Next, please. This is the view from our last presentation on Bella Vista from where we drew our site section line. And this was the house with the plaster facade at the loggia. Next. This, you can hardly see now, is the, you can see hardly see the pergola and the shading from the roof. So our feeling is that this particular rendition, this particular elevation, is quite a significant tweak to limit the visibility of the residents. I'd like to go over now and show you on the model what we have done. Do we have a hand mic? Oh, just-
It's on.
Is this on? Yes. Okay.
Look out, Jack.
Okay. Should I put it on Jack, or should I put it in front of Mr. Phillips? Thanks for moving.
That might be enough.
That might.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Anyway, here you can see with the site, we eliminated retaining wall here, and we'll have the planting and the site flow up here. We have eliminated retaining wall here. You can see the steps here where we have recessed the pool pad and cut down the height here to 30 inches. We have placed boulders among the landscaping here in front to, again, block any potential visibility or assist in blocking any potential visibility. And then we have, I love models, all architects are model builders, you know, so gotta tell you that. So anyway, this is what we had before. And I think you can see that we're making a big move here to, in my opinion, hurt the architecture, but diminish the visibility. Okay. So in conclusion of my comments, I want to say that I think we tried to address Commissioner Chairman Berig's comments from the last meeting. Now I'd like to have Mr. Maphis discuss the landscaping.
Thank you, Bob and Commissioners. Quickly, I have a few slides to go through that summarize the landscape changes, and I will try to touch very briefly again. Is this the, excuse me, Bob, on the landscape changes. Again, the walls were the big topic of redesign. We looked at trying to minimize and eliminate where we could all the way around this east, south, and west section of the property. So again, we have about a 40-foot vertical wall here that's only 4 feet high and a 20-foot here. The rest are natural outcroppings is our intent. We're trying to stack boulders in ways that really repeat much of what the site has already existing in this outcrop coming up the driveway and throughout the foothills of this area of Romero Canyon. We did reduce the lawn. One of the topics was that we had this big wall in terms of scale last time, and we were creating lawn and space and flat area last time. Well, we've revised that. We've simplified that. We want to be sensitive to water. We want to be sensitive to the environment of this hilltop that we're in. So the lawn is right here, and it really consists now of under 2,000 feet, which we've reduced the lawn by roughly 1,000 to 1,200 feet from our last proposal. This drawing now I want to refer to for a series of slides. Each one of these little, the pointer seems to have gone out. There it is. Each one of these little black marks are sections, and I have blow-ups that I want to go to as we progress. Thank you, Diane. Here's one. Multitude. Get this one back to you. Thank you. Again, these sections I'll refer to real quickly. I'll walk you around from east to west and present sections that should be self-explanatory, and I'll go through them real briefly if you could go through the next one. Starting with this curb, I'd like to address these going this way. If you go to the next slide. Again, while this is on site, these are the kinds of boulders that we have existing and are indigenous to the site and the foothills. We'll be creating those outcrops throughout our landscape additions and revisions and landscape design. So again, those are just feathered in to present kind of the reality of what we're going to be doing with our landscape. Much of this native bunch grass is on site. It's also being preserved up on the site as part of our restoration plan. Thank you. This is that section A, which is next to the curb, next to the garage, and where someone could walk by with their car. Bob mentioned the curb. It's only 6 inches high on our side, and in many cases we've created tree wells. This doesn't necessarily need a well except to hold the tree. I'll show you the next slide. This tree is one of our 48-inch box, 36-inch box, and even a 60-inch box specimens that will be fitting into these large pockets that will allow them a substantial root area, a substantial area of soil to grow and flourish in. Go to the next slide. B is right next to that. This is that little tree well, which will look like an outcrop as a landscape design feature. B is the next section that I've referred to that is that sloping natural grade coming up and catching just a little curb. So there's really no wall along that backside. This is a little footing that shows how we'll structurally take care of everything we do on the site. Go next. C is through this little 4-foot wall we have a planter and a lawn area. It just attempts to show how natural this condition will be along this side, and again over here we have something similar, but go to the next slide. Go to C. That's C. Now this is our 4-foot boulder and rock face sandstone, which will match all of our indigenous rocks in the landscape. This is our planter area, and this is the lawn going back to the house. This is our natural slope coming up to that little 4-foot wall. So that little fill allows us to get a small piece of lawn. Again, as we reduce the scale of the lawn, we do still have some, and it would be a native carex, which would be a very drought-resistant and tough version of a walkable surface. You go to the next slide. D shows a section where Bob referred to a fill area. This boulder wall kind of ends as an outcrop. We have a set of natural steps to get down to a landscape maintenance trail for fuel management as well as landscape maintenance. So I'll show you that section D next. This shows, again, the native tough drought-tolerant lawn, some drainage devices to keep the water off the new slopes. And this is rosemary and ceanothus and agave and toyon and many of the native things that are on the landscape plan will be softening up all these slopes as well as keeping the fire and fuel management codes respected. Go to the next slide. This one is through this large specimen tree area. Go to the next slide. This shows the small and reduced lawn, the little tapering slope to a tree well or boulder outcrop, if you will. And this is a well that goes around that tree to support the root zone for what will be something that a crane or a large piece of machine will have to help us set into the ground up there. Go to the next slide. F is through our pool area. As Bob mentioned, we have these long steps that are dropping this pool down 18 inches off of this finished floor patio up underneath the open trellis loggia. This pool area has been pushed into the ground, graded into the ground for all the right reasons of the visual resource and the visual aspect of reducing its scale to not only the land form but to the public. So the next section will show how that works. Again, this trellis will be vine covered and green as opposed to a roof form. It'll be an open shadow structure. These steps are not too easy to read, but they do zigzag right there. That's an 18-inch drop to this level. The pool then goes to an edge, but this edge has been greatly reduced by the fact that we're sinking this down. This is a wall, boulder wall, and we've put in some new planting in that raised planter on the west side of the plan, and I'll show you that in plan. This slope, again, is planted and has boulders that Bob mentioned and is shown on the model, with many nice, tall, and short to adapt to the fuel management. Even an 18-inch high ceanothus or rosemary will cover this 6-inch curb, and from the sight lines Bob described, cover any edge of that exposed small little wall of 2 feet. Go to the next slide. This blow up, again, just is the example of how boulders will be set up there as the outcrops we want to kind of feature in our landscape design. This little 6-inch, it's basically a trough to catch this little water edge, and that 2-foot exposure is going to be easily hidden by much of what we do in the foreground. This planter is on the north side of the pool where we are cascading rosemary and agave and many other plants. Go to the next slide. Next slide shows you off this west area where we do have a trellis, this boulder wall, and how we've, in effect, adapted that with landscaping. Go to the next slide. Boulder wall set on a footing to hold it per our geologist's recommendations. Ceanothus and toyona and rosemary and all the native lilacs that we have on this slope will easily conceal much of this wall, as well as small and medium cascading plants. Trellises, again, give us a greening of that whole west side for shade and for sun control for the hot afternoon. Thank you. Next slide. The last one is just right here at this other wall, which repeats this, and I'll go through that real quickly. This is the vertical wall with a 4-foot max height, and that shows just how planting in the foreground as well as on the upper planter would separate that easily and visually from any sight line. So thank you. That kind of touches on all the different landscape areas. I think we're again an exemplary project in the way we've addressed our fuel management, our restoration, and much of now the plan that we're very proud of adapting it to this site in a much more natural way. Any other questions, I'll be happy to. Oh, one more quick thing I thought I could touch on, and I do have one more piece right here. I wanted to put it up. One of Commissioner Overall's questions was our ability to perform some of this, and I have an exhibit. Hopefully we can get that to project up clearly. It's a cost estimate that kind of itemizes the breakdown of this project in a landscape sense, and I'll try to make, it's not going to be as clear as I wanted because I didn't make it large enough, I'm sorry. This takes into account true wells and boulders, and we have, an itemized number for how we're going to effectively do this and accomplish this in the landscaping at $62,000. The planting, we've taken all the large oaks and olives to the sizes we've specified, 60-inch, 48-inch, 36-inch, 44-inch. We've quantified those, individually priced those, and expanded those to what they would be in a budget. The lawn, I have to be honest, I didn't reduce that lawn to what we've now come up with. This is something that was off the previous, so this would be less square footage, but we have ample budget to take care of that. We would be putting wire, of course, and doing the right erosion control in our areas for the planting to make sure the gophers and the ground squirrels don't hurt our landscaping. Irrigation number, we have figured our square footages and how we'd cover that with drip and very drought-tolerant irrigation. We have a square footage price and a cost for that. We have site work, clearing, biological monitoring. With these costs, we've got a rough preliminary estimate of about $350,000 with a nice contingency. We're prepared to spend, in that range, $400,000 for this landscape plan. I think Commissioner Overall had some questions about our strategy and our ability to accomplish our landscaping, and I think by virtue of this exercise, we've gone through that. So that kind of concludes my part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Mr. Chair, we have Adam Simmons here, and since the appellants focused on the geologic question, perhaps the commission would like to hear a response to the appellant's concern.
I think that would be worthwhile.
Good afternoon, fellow commissioners, or honorable commissioners. Sure. Yeah, but there's one that's the third one that shows the overall topographic. One more, next one over. Maybe it was that one. Anyways, Adam Simmons, engineering geologist, working on the project, hydrogeologist, and there's been some discussion about geology, which is a nice thing to hear now and then. Usually that subject gets shuffled into the rug, so it's nice to hear some enthusiasm for that subject matter. But anyways, in regards to our location of shale, I heard that topic there about where shale runs and how that might affect our project there. There are actually varying degrees of shale and siltstone and sandstone, and some of the outcroppings that was shown in Sam's photographs there showed some of the harder materials out there, which is actually running through this the main core of this hillside here. But you can see in this map here, you see these soft shale zones here that run through this area. In fact, this sweep of the road was avoiding that same material. As we cut into this area, we cut right into it, and it was hard, but you had to cut into the shale to get it. But that shale runs right across this zone right here. And it's a fairly wide shale zone, but it gets softer as you get towards the inner portion of the shale. In fact, portions of this perimeter of the house is actually sitting on top of the shale. But what people don't realize is that geology is actually a three-dimensional view of the rock formations. And so it's not just a patch of soft shale sitting along this ridge or this valley here. It's actually has an angle to it, and it's like, say, if you take a deck of cards and slope it towards the mountains, that's what this rock is doing. It's actually cutting across here, but it's actually dipping into the hillside in an angle, so that even though there's shale sitting underneath this portion of the house, the foundation for this house right here actually penetrates through that shale into that hard sandstone that you're seeing outcropping here, which also comes through this area right here. And by the way, this sandstone is one of the hardest sandstones in Santa Barbara County. It's one of these types where it takes jackhammers literally to cut into it. It's so hard, which is nice for stability standpoint. And I think that was the other question about the shear tests and so forth. And it's impossible to get a undisturbed sample in that sandstone. It's so hard. You'd have to break it open with a jackhammer and then push it back together and then shear it, and that just isn't practical. So I know that anything in here, the shear value is going to be very high. But once you get into the shale, yes, the shear tests will show a very low value, and we can do shear tests all we want. That's not going to make or break where we're placing the house. But if we did decide to put something on the shale in this soft saddle zone here, that would be important to verify what that shear test is, so we can design the foundation to fit that in this area where we're penetrating through it. But since we're locking into the rock and through the shale in this zone, it doesn't really matter what that soft shale does and how the shear test performs. So that to me doesn't matter, and I don't think even if you did put in a shear test and found that it was weak, which we know it is, you'd be left with a very narrow corridor to put in a house. So it'd be basically a little hallway that you'd be allowed to put in right there. So that would be a ungeologically suitable site, no matter which geologist you talk to in that category there too. But the question came up as to other shale units maybe coming across here, and there are other shale units coming across this zone here, sandwiching with harder sandstone layers. So you have these interbedded rock types, and the shales actually are clumped in with siltstones too, and the siltstones are fairly hard, and the soft shale that you see here is very soft, and that's why it's the topography is cut into the hill on either side right here. It's a very soft shale, whereas the siltstones and shales in here are much harder. That's why you don't see the denting or saddling of that ridgeline right there. So bottom line is that there is hard sandstone in here. We're locking into sandstone for the guest house. I looked at this even before they even told me what they wanted to build out. I said, hey, here's your spot where you can build. It's basically a violin-shaped area because you can't build in that shale right there. So, ideally, I'd like to see it out here from a geology standpoint. And they've pushed it back and pushed the envelope, but this is still stable materials, and that we're standing by. And there was a question about a property, I think, to the west there, too, at 2300, and it just so happens I was out there today because they consulted with me to try to remedy the erosion that occurred on that slope out there to the east side of that ridge line there. The geology is actually the same. It's the same formation. But what they had done, or the previous builder, I don't want to say the current owner, but the previous builder had actually cast fill over the side of the slope which is a no-no to any geologist, and that wasn't done here and isn't intended to be done here, but in doing so, by placing that loose material over the side of the slope, it's very erodible, and that erosion can cause all kinds of problems with the slope there. It looks horrible for one. Plants don't like it because it'll erode away the plants even. So we've done an aggressive measure of putting down the matting, erosion matting, and new plantings. In fact, they're out there today putting in my direction, larger, I call them low-growing ceanothus. So it's a deep-rooted, drought-tolerant type plant that can be placed in closer together to reestablish those areas that were recently blown out with that enormous rainfall that we had 2 weeks ago. It was like 8 inches of rain or something on a large quantity of rainfall. So that was a big problem with that slope right there. But I think they're taking the things together. We've improved the drainage and so forth. But that's the property to the west, a completely different scenario, even though the geology is the same. I just wanted to make that distinguished point there, because no fill is going to be cast over the side on this. And if there is, I'm going to be very upset, but that won't happen. So anyways, this is the reason why that geologic setback was formulated through here, and that any encroachment on the setback can be dealt with deeper caissons and so forth here, but staying out of this narrow corridor was an important issue geologically. And if there's a question too for the
Commissioner
couple of
O'Rourke.
those questions there. Sorry.
Can I have the
Point?
Yeah. I don't know whether you've had the benefit or lack thereof of seeing this exhibit. By the
I haven't, but I know the area pretty well. What? Yeah, that's not quite.
Well, on their presentation, where I'm going with this, I heard your words, but I didn't quite follow it. You waved this little thing around pretty liberally up there, but their plan shows that the shale goes right through there and then moves back to about in there.
Yes.
And then you also have the area up front.
Right.
And one of the contentions was that this house couldn't be sited farther back on the pad because of that
Correct.
shale being unbuildable.
Correct.
And yet now we have a fairly substantial part of the house that appears to me, looking at this exhibit, to be on the shale. I heard you say about it locking into the sandstone.
Right.
But I'm not.
It is.
I'm not
hard.
following
Sure,
it. So.
Sure. I can explain it. I think it's like I say, it's three-dimensional. So you're looking at a two-dimensional picture here. So what happens is the bedrock's actually dipping into the slope. So if you took, let's say you took a deck of cards and turned them at a side angle, I don't have a cross-section here, but that same band that you're seeing on that photography there as it's coming through here, what happens is there's also sandstone behind it and it's dipping below it. So as this elevation gets dropped for the construction elevation of the pad, that shale goes away. The shale starts moving north. And as the shale moves north, so does the sandstone contact with that formation. And that's hard to describe in this two-dimensional picture, but it's basically sandstones, shales, sandstones. If you drop that down, what happens to that shale? It moves northward. So as the house is sitting at this position here, the shale is actually being shaved down and actually being forced northward as they lower the elevation. And even if we aren't able to eliminate and push the shale off completely, what happens is the footings for this area right here in the perimeter, which will still be on that shale, will actually penetrate right through the shale and tie into that same rock that's going down there. And it's just like if we're drilling for water wells or oil wells, you're trying to penetrate the proper bedrock zones to gain the support, in this case, for the structure. So any foundation that's coming along this perimeter out here locks into the bedrock. It penetrates through that soft shale, locks into that hard bedrock, and it's not going anywhere. It's hard rock.
Could I ask you a question? Same issue. Wouldn't the same circumstance apply at the other end of the house that would put you more into the shale?
So you're talking about this, the southern end here?
Correct.
Yeah, this is all hard sandstone out here. In fact, this is super hard right here, and there's same hard bands running all the way through here.
I'm just going on this exhibit
Yeah,
here.
unfortunately, that's kind of a generic pink drawing here, but the reality is these shales that run through this side right here aren't anywhere near the quality, or poor quality, I should say, of the shale band that runs through here. This is the bad zone right here. So anything you see in here, the shale, it's still shale, technically, and in fact siltstones too in some degree, but it's a much harder shale, different color, different composition. I went out there, I mean, I could map you the hard zones and soft zones if you just hand me a topographic map. I'll tell you what's going to be the problem out here if you just present it to me, any site, anywhere. And I did that to this one too, but I went up there later and went ahead and dug trenches out in all these little spots here, the shales, sandstones, just to figure out what's the dynamics of this material, what is the actual composition. And it was interesting, this is a very soft shale running through here, but these shales right here are very hard. In fact, they're exposed as you come up with a slope right here, which some of you had managed to make it up to the top up there. You can see that shale exposed there. It's hard rock. When I say shale, it's not like something that's like in Summerlin where you hear about these problems with landslides and things like that. It's a hard shale. We're still talking about 45 million year old shale. But the shale that runs through here is a very soft shale, something that you don't want to, if the whole site was built on that, we wouldn't be building up there. At least I wouldn't allow them to be building up there. But unfortunately, we just have a narrow band of that material that we're staying away from, and we can penetrate through that shale band at these areas here, and this is locked into the sandstone up here, so we're in good shape the way it sits now.
So from a professional standpoint, you can say that we're not going to have the sort of slope failures that happened on the other house that you were referring to, because that was really a fill problem more than anything else.
Yes, exactly. Totally different conditions. In fact, the geology may be similar, but the fact that somebody took the cut and threw it over the edge of the slope and said, well, let's see what happens, that's the problem. You can't have those kind of loose fill sitting on top of a slope. And when they hired me to go out there originally 2 years ago, I looked at that and said, you guys, you can't leave the slope like that. You got to do something with this. So they went ahead and put the matting down, put some plants in it, but we got hit with that hard rain. And unfortunately, the plants didn't get enough time to get established. So now they're going in there and putting in a couple more plants, a little bit bigger plants, a little bit better watering program, which we're going to talk to them about putting in a water well possibly too. But those are the things we need to do to get the geology set for this lot, is make sure that nothing gets cast over the side. And everyone knows that here. That's not going to happen, and we don't normally do that, but somehow that one got through. They threw the fill over the side, and there you have a fill problem, not a geologic bedrock problem.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Yeah, it's much steeper slope too over there, but that's besides the point.
Adam, can I have?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Bob Easton again, and I want to point out to the Commission that we've done a number of designs. The design has changed about 5 or 6 times as we've worked with the MBAR, and I want to point out to you that the first design that I did after listening to Mr. Simmons was to place the house out here in the better geological area. What's happened as the design by committee process has happened, the house has moved back, and we've had to move it back into that area. And as Mr. Simmons points out, it simply means we have to do a more expensive foundation, caisson foundation, when we're tickling that soft shale area here. I wanted to point out to you that we have paid attention to the geological conditions from day one. Thank you.
Mr. Easton, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And it's sort of getting back to, and I know we addressed this in the last hearing, but I'm curious as to your comments about the issue of the guest house being the permitted house. And I think we addressed that in our last hearing, and I'm pretty sure Commissioner Gottstenger weighed in on that point, that this was always intended to be a guest house. Now, you did the architecture for that, and that would have come through the, at that point it would have been the ARC, I believe. Or was it MBAR? I'm not sure which one.
It was right in that time when it was BAR.
BAR.
But it was the Montecito Advisory Board to the main BAR.
To the main BAR, right.
So then they changed it after that.
So my remembrance of the comments is this was brought in as a guest house for a future house to be planned. Is that correct?
Always. We wanted to expedite the ability to build the road to gain accessibility to the site. Mm-hmm. And that's why the road was designed. And in order to build a road to a site, you have to have a house.
Right.
And so we said that our house for that purpose would be the future guest house. And it was clear to our planner, it was clear to Brian Baca, who was the geologic advisor on the road and the project, the guest house, and he was the county geologist at the time. And it was clear to the BAR that obviously an 800 square foot house at the end of a $1 million driveway was certainly going to be a guest house and was pointed out at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Montecito Planning Commission. I'm Richard Monk. I was unable to be at the last hearing. I was in Europe at that time, but I did watch the DVD just a couple days ago. And Mr. Chair, I'm gratified that you just brought up the issue that you did, because I was going to lead off with that I was very impressed with Chair Gostanger's testimony, as I always am, that it was her clear recollection when she sat on ARC or BAR or MBAR, whatever the terminology was at the time, that there was no mistake, that it was very clear to all who sat there that this applied for house would ultimately become the guest house, and that the primary residence would be sought after the road was approved. And I think that negates this continuing subterfuge argument that seems to be the undercurrent or the subtext to what's before you throughout all these hearings. And I was hopeful that Ms. Gostanger's testimony on that would have been the end of that, but we heard it repeated today during the appellant's testimony. As Bendy and Bob and Sam have advised you, they listened attentively to all of your comments at the December 19 hearing. They've submitted further revisions to satisfy particularly the concerns that you, Chair Berry, identified, and hopefully some of the others that were identified by the other members. We believe that the project, as redesigned with these further revisions, represents a modest and compatible addition to the Bella Vista neighborhood. It results in minimal visual impact. It's consistent with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards, and all the other relevant policies of the community plan. We believe that all legitimate neighbor issues have been addressed, and that the policy consistency analysis that's set forth in my letter of December 13 and also in Planning and Development staff report for the December 19 hearing still applies to the project with its further revisions. I don't intend to repeat those points that are in the letter or in Planning and Development's staff report for the December 19 hearing, but I would like to emphasize the RMZ zone district issue, which again seems to be the most important issue before you, and which seems to be the center of the complaints that the appellants address in this case. In their report of December 19, Planning and Development found the project consistent with the RMC 40 zone district, but appellants and other members of the public continue to push the issue and to argue that the project constitutes intensive development and is not limited within the meaning of the RM zone district. Now, these arguments rely in large part upon the testimony of some GPAC members based upon their remembrances of 20-plus years ago as to what their intent was when they were formulating the Montecito Community Plan. But there's nothing in the zoning ordinance itself or the Land Use Development Code that supports the arguments that these people advance. And that's not the proper way to interpret a statute or to interpret an ordinance. I'm sure County Council will tell you that the primary consideration in the construction of a statute or an ordinance is the determination of the intent of the legislative body, which in this case is the Board of Supervisors, not the General Plan Advisory Committee. They made their recommendations and advice to the board. The board adopted what ultimately resulted in the Article 4 zoning ordinance, which is now the Land Use and Development Code, which includes as part of it the Resource Management Zone District. And also in determinations of legislative intent, a court looks first to the language that's used in that ordinance or in that statute, and it gives the words their ordinary and usual meanings. And it doesn't represent the secret or unannounced intent of what perhaps an advisory body might have thought or might have intended, but was not ultimately laid out in plain language within the ordinance. Let me just read you a quote from a famous case on statutory construction called Moyer versus Workmen's Compensation Appeals Board. And it says that in determining the legislative intent, a court looks first to the language used by the legislature, giving the words their ordinary and usual meanings. As California courts have observed, in construing a statute, the court cannot create exceptions, contravene plain meaning, insert what is omitted, omit what is inserted, or rewrite the statute. Now, the ordinance does not define what constitutes intensive development. So you must look to the other parts of the ordinance and the land use development code and harmonize them and give meaning to each of their parts. The ordinance expressly provides, as an expressly permitted use, not a conditionally permitted use, but as an expressly permitted use, it allows a single-family dwelling, it allows a guest house, and now with the modifications made by the Board of Supervisors last year, it also includes a swimming pool. And it does not say in the ordinance that the primary residence, a single-family dwelling, is to be a tiny mountain cottage, as was espoused by a member of the Montecito Association at your last hearing, nor does it say that it's supposed to be something almost nothing. We really don't want anything, but we got to avoid a taking, so therefore we need to have some kind of a use, articulated use, but we really don't want anything, as was told by a former member of your Planning Commission to the Montecito Association at a hearing. It expressly allows a single-family dwelling, a guest house, and a swimming pool. And that's what's been applied for here and what's been approved by Planning and Development and was approved by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. You further look to the other tools that are in your toolbox of rules and regulations, which include the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards, and they tell you what's allowable for a net FAR on a lot of in excess of 8 acres but less than 9. And that tells you that you're allowed 6,632 square feet. Now, the project is 2,647 square feet under that allowable FAR. And we would submit to you that with a project that is 40% less than the allowable FAR, and which consists of the expressly allowable uses of a single-family dwelling, a guest house, and a swimming pool, that presumptively that project is approvable absent some compelling public health or safety constraint or impact that's articulated. And we don't believe that any of those types of impacts have been articulated, and any of the impacts that have been articulated have been mitigated, remitigated, and mitigated again by the most recent revisions that are before you today. So we believe that with these revisions, that a majority of your commission will agree, hopefully a unanimous commission, that this does constitute limited development within the meaning of the resource management zone, and that you will find your way to approve this project and to adopt the findings in support of it. I'm not going to address the findings that were advanced today to support the denial, because I don't want you to deny the project. And again, as you will understand, that this is where staff is told to become schizophrenic and to erase their memories as to what they said in the December 19 staff report and their findings supported at that time, and to come up with findings to support a denial which they in fact did not recommend in the first instance. So I'm available for any questions, but I would urge you to please deny the appeal and approve the project.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Monk, do you believe that your clients have a reliance argument of any kind to be made?
Reliance on what? On investment-backed expectations, or
No.
reliance on previous pronouncement of this committee, or reliance on the zoning ordinance as
That
plainly
the governmental process was such that it permitted a justifiable reliance that that's something within the allowable context that you just articulated should be permitted.
Absolutely. I believe that under the zoning ordinance that allows for, as expressly permitted uses, again, this would be a whole different ballgame if it was a conditionally permitted use, but it's an expressly permitted use for a single-family dwelling, for a guest house, and for a swimming pool. And constitutionally, and I'm not saying it's an entitlement, but constitutionally, absent a substantial health, safety, or other impact being announced that would render the project undevelopable, a citizen is allowed a single-family dwelling upon a property that's zoned for that type of use.
Any kind of house, or
No, that's within the discretion of your commission to determine
some kind of
what the size, what the height, bulk scale, and
siding
of the house
all
should be. But what I'm saying to you is that given the testimony that's been presented, given the evidence that's been submitted, and based upon the allowable uses and based upon the guidelines that provide for an FAR of 40% greater than what's being sought here, I think that the applicant is on solid ground to be pushing this project before you with the revisions that they just announced. Now, you reminded me of something that I also wanted to say that I forgot. If it's the will of the community and the wish of the community that the RMZ zone district as presently written doesn't give the type of regulatory control that they believe Montecito and the hillside backdrops deserve, then it's the right of citizens under their constitutional right to petition government or redress grievances to ask the board through your planning commission first to amend that ordinance and to tighten up the controls and to make it as perhaps they thought it was supposed to be based upon these GPAC members that keep appearing before you and telling you what they remember from 24 years ago when they were sitting going through their deliberations. If that's what the community wants, then it's the community's right to seek that. What I'm saying is that if you have a project that's in the pipeline that has pursued its permit in accordance with all the rules and regulations and on the plain wording of the statute as it reads today, that they are on good ground to have their project approved.
Thank you, Mr. Monk.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Given that we've heard from the appellant and the applicant, it's now time for to hear public comment on this item. I have 2 speaker slips here. And if anyone else wishes to address us, but we have Carolee Krieger and John Warner. And I see you both out there. And if there's anyone else that wishes, looks like we've got one more.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Carolee Krieger, and I live at 808 Romero Canyon Road, which is right down the hill from this proposed project. And I was before you in December, and I've come back because the proposed changes that I am aware of don't go nearly far enough, in my opinion, to address the concerns that I came here with originally. I'm also very concerned about the process that, and it was alluded to earlier by several of the speakers, but this seems to me to be clearly a violation of the California Environmental Quality Act of CEQA to be coming with the proposal for an 800 square foot house with a massive road and then incrementally increasing. Now, I know that they've denied that this is a problem, but to me and to the way I understand CEQA, and I'm very familiar with CEQA from a different perspective because I've been involved in a lot of water law cases. But this seems to me a clear violation of that because of the piecemeal nature of the process that this project has undergone. My other still major concern with this project is the fact that there is no master drainage plan for Montecito, and that this is really a massive project in the hills, and we are all of us who live below them have the potential of being very impacted. Now, we just went through a storm that dropped 6.5 inches of rain in my rain gauge in 12 hours. And there was a lot of mud on the street, and there was a lot of mud in my creek. Our creek at 808 Romero is very affected by any grading that goes on in the foothills above it, because everything drains through the roads to various culverts and then in through the creeks. And there's a lot of silt in my creek because of the kinds of cutting and grading that have taken place in the foothills. I would urge you to uphold the Petersons' appeal and to require, I understand that just last week, the Montecito Association, I'm not sure which particular part, but that they are now requiring environmental impact reports of all new projects, and I would urge you to put this on hold until that can be done to the more to the satisfaction of the community. I really care. We've lived here in Montecito for 35 years, and I really care about the impacts to our foothills, and I would urge you to uphold the Petersons' appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warner? Also have
Mr. Commissioner, my name is John Warner. I'm one of the infamous GPAC members. I wanted to answer Mr. Monk's opinions about GPAC. GPAC was simply a group of individuals who represented the impression or the desires of the 10,000 voters in Montecito. And we put that on paper and created a general plan which basically expressed what the community wanted and what was legal and appropriate at the time. And it's luckily written down. It's not an issue of memory at all. Back to this project, I view it as, I think of it as a battle of views. It's the view of the developer's house. The better that view, the higher the profit, versus the view from the community for the rest of time. And I think that really summarizes the issue. I've provided some photographs to show what the effects of hillside development are. Is there any way we could project those? I gave you a disc.
I'll remind you, you only have a couple minutes. We've spent a lot of time on this project, John.
Okay, I know.
So I would suggest
you go really quick, if you'll give me a break here.
We'll tell you what, why don't we hear from our Victoria Green next, and maybe you can come back up when they...
Okay, it takes a while to get that going. Okay, I'll come back and go through the photos.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask first, are these photos of this pertinent to the site, or are this once again photos of what I consider the mistakes the community has already made? I mean, we've seen photos of every bad project in the hillsides that have been approved over the last 15 years. I don't really need to see any more.
I guess the photos are up. Can I tell you which one to bring up? Collage one.
Mr. Warner, I think that's a good point. What is the point of your photo essay here?
To show what the fundamental reality is of building a house on the hillside.
No, Mr. Warner, I think that we are very clear of what the fundamental reality is, and as I just said, I think the community as a whole, as I said at the last hearing, has made a mistake in the review process, and we have made a number of mistakes in the hillsides, and this commission, if we get to it today, are actually trying to remedy that. That's why, as the fourth item on our agenda, we are dealing with, moving the review process of RMZ 40 houses into another process so we can begin to correct the mistakes. given the length of time that we've spent on this project, my request is that we don't sit here and look at photographs of the mistakes that we've already made. We're very clear about that. This commission is very clear about that. Okay? And they are not pertinent to this project.
Commissioner Gottstanger, it would help if we move along at this point. But Commissioner Gottstanger is right. Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Well, let me, I think Claire took quite a bit of my time. Let me just verbally summarize what the photographs showed. That every house that's built on the hillside anyone occupying it who's rational will remove all the fuel around that house down to their property line. And there is no enforcement procedure within Montecito to keep that from happening. Another thing that happens consistently on those houses is that they light the house up. The house that you did see, the one photograph, I'm glad I'm not responsible for approving that one, Claire, is lit all night long. So it radiates as a beacon off the hillside. And then during the holidays, they're lit up with colored lights. So the whole imposition of these things on the hillside is dramatic to the community. I'm sorry I couldn't show you the actual photographs of it, but I think Claire's right. You are in a position of trying to rectify mistakes, and to not support this appeal would not benefit the rectification process at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Victoria Green. And I also have a John Gura.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Victoria Green representing the Montecito Association, and I'm just here. I don't think that you're really in a position today to be rehashing all of the topics that you covered last month. What you're here to do is to determine whether staff provided you with findings that follow your direction and to ultimately take action on those findings. From what I've seen of the revised project, I don't think it goes anywhere near far enough in addressing what are major overriding policy issues. I think that the findings that staff has prepared are appropriate, and we ask that you adopt those findings and grant the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speaker slips?
Yeah, hi, my name is John Gura, and I live at 2395 Bella Vista, just south of this project. And I'd like to point out that the guidelines, there's a diagram in the guidelines that show that homes should not be built on the point. They should be tucked back into the hillside, and that's one of the tools that you guys are. I understand that that's one of the tools that you guys are called upon to look to when determining whether to approve a project such as this. This project puts the house on the point, not tucked into the hillside, and there's a tension between what can be built if the geologist is right and what physically can be built and what can be built according to the will of the people. And the builders, the developers, had those guidelines in front of them when they opted to purchase the property, and they shouldn't get the benefit of the physical. The physical constraints of the property shouldn't then be a benefit to them to allow them to trump the will of the people to build in a place where the guidelines say they can't be built. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And Kate, how's the last name pronounced? I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's Gura.
Gura. Thank you.
I live on Bella Vista Drive. My husband just spoke. And I guess I'd like to first say that I understand that because of time, you get frustrated with photos, but I think it's very important, for Mr. Warner to have brought the photos because that's why we're here. We're trying to protect the hillside, and I feel like you're a little dismissive about some of the public coming up. And, I have 4 kids under 5.5, so it's almost impossible for me to be here. But I am because I care about what happens here. And it'd be great if nobody needed to come and it was very clear about how this was going to work and people would come and maybe it's just the appellant and the applicant. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So I just wanted to come again to say that what happens here does make a difference going forward. And I think that the intent of the GPAC 20 years ago, I'm sure people know exactly what they thought. And I hear in the community now, and a lot of people aren't here because it's 2:30 in the afternoon, thought it was going to be in the morning. It's hard to get here, but people are talking about this, and they care. So please vote in favor of the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment period, and yeah, I guess I was determined to make us sit here until we got through this one, but I'm having a revolt now, so 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Rebuttal, and I'm going to ask you to please, we've been here for 2 hours, if we couldn't keep them short.
I understand that, and our rebuttal will be no more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. We've heard a lot of testimony today that maybe we shouldn't have. We heard a beautiful presentation by the applicants. It's a beautiful project. We've seen that before. What we're really here to do is two things. One, look at the findings for denial. You can either adopt those findings, or we're here to compare the changed project to see if they address those findings. Again, just to reiterate what those changes are, we have a loggia that's been plaster face, it's turned now into stone column and wood. We've got boulder retaining walls, which were once concrete retaining walls. Grading's been reduced by 15 cubic yards. The infinity pool, by my calculations, it's been the water surface been lowered 6 inches. The trough where the infinity pool edge ends by perhaps 18, and some minor revisions to the landscape plan. So I believe that what we need to do here, or what your commission needs to do, is are those changes sufficient enough to find the project consistent with the policies which these findings now say are inconsistent. And that's really all I have to say. It's up to you to decide. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Kate.
Mr. Peters.
The point I want to make is that some of these mistakes that have been alluded to, as far as my understanding, is that they have not been made by the commission, but they've been either made by the MBAR or their predecessor or staff. I'm suggesting that going forward from this point on, particularly if the next matter on the agenda is adopted, that this project will be the one that you're going to have to weigh all of your decisions against. If this infinity pool is allowed to be in, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult ever be able to say no to an infinity pool. Some time ago, Mr. Easton, in a letter to the staff, indicated that the pool would be completely screened. And then the next step is, and it turns into an infinity pool. And I think it's a mistake to bind yourself going forward saying that this is what the new standard is, or the standard is for the hillsides. Thank you for your consideration. Just one last comment by Kay, and that completes our presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I know it's been very long, and you've spent a lot of time on it. And we appreciate that time and the opportunity to have our say. And I would just like to reiterate again what my husband just said, and that is that it is up to you. You are what is standing. You are the firewall for our community. And we surely hope that you are going to stand with the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't want to jump the gun twice. Mr. Chair, I'm Harwood White, and thank you also for having considered this project in the depth that you have. We have brought forward changes that we think make a significant visual difference to this project. and we hope that they address your concerns. We were hearing that at least there were the possibility of change from the way you ended the last hearing, that if the changes came forward and were adequate, there may be the opportunity to move forward. Mr. Monk really did adequately summarize our project. I'm going to stand on his comments. Mr. Largura would like to make the final comment for our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and committee. I'm the face with the name, the developer, the homeowner, whatever. And yeah, I want a swimming pool. I got kids. I want grass. I got kids. That was always the intent up there. This home, if you look at that hillside up there, this home will be the finest quality home up there. The architecture and some of the landscape architecture is definitely substandard up there, and even the MBAR said that. And this will be a high-quality home. We've had 5 architects say yes to it. We went through staff and pretty much got yes. And I'm just asking you folks today to let's put this thing to bed and let's get going. I've owned that property for 10 years, trying to get this built. So I'm being cast a Dorinda before I get this home done. So hope we get this done here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. And I assume that concludes everyone's remarks. I want to thank both groups. I know it's hard when you have a project like this where there's a lot of emotions related to it. And I know it's difficult sometimes to not want to retry the trial over and over and over again every time we have a new meeting. So I apologize if some of you felt like you didn't get your say, but sometimes what people have to say really delves not so much into the project before us, but into the philosophy of development in the community we live in, and they're wonderful things to talk about, but we don't always have the time to get into the same discussion in every time. So if any of you felt truncated, I apologize, but I'll probably do it again. That said, let's see, we're at the point where if there's any questions of staff by my commissioners, but I'm hoping that we're at the point where we're probably ready to move forward. Certainly if somebody feels like they need to talk about why they're going to vote, or we can do that, but otherwise I just as soon get right into the motions and see if we can't pass one.
So I believe I can do this at this point, but I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal and approve the project, directing staff as proposed today, with staff to go back and provide the commissioners with the findings needed to approve the project as we see it today. And I just have a couple of comments, okay? In making this motion, I really believe that on this particular site, this is the only place for this house. There's been a lot of talk about putting the house where the guest house is, or building it into that slope. I'd like to point out to those people who say that we also have very strict ordinances and policies that do not allow anybody to build on slopes greater than 30%. If you look at the slope maps, you will find out that the only place on this site where we don't have slopes that are 30% or greater is exactly where the house is. If you were to take this house and try to put it where the guest house is, you'd immediately be into slopes of greater than 30%. The guest house is located on the only part of that slope which is it's about 20%. We encourage people not to build on 20%, but we do not allow them at all to build on 30%. So it's like for this particular property owner, there's just nowhere else to go than where the house is. This is, this is like what we're constrained by. And Then with regards to the general plan and what we may or not remember about the intent of the general plan, I also was there. And in fact, I may in fact remember much more of the intent because I in fact went on to write the development standards and the hillside guidelines myself. I sat down and wrote those, and then they were submitted to staff. Now, at the time, the intent of the general plan advisory committee was that we didn't want anything up there. We never wanted anything up there. We were advised at the time, after many, many meetings by staff and by county council, that we couldn't do that. We literally could not tell people who owned property that they could not build a house there. And so we came up with the best that we were able to come up with inside the law. And I go back to what Shane Stark said this morning, that government is by law, not by people. You know, it's the law. You know, and so as I've said at the last hearing, and I said at this hearing, and I'm willing to make this motion, is I do feel that this project complies with the law that is on the books today. It's accurate. If we want to change the law, we now have a mechanism, given that we've got an RMZ exists now in the LUDC code, and if we as a commission, we as a community want to amend or change that code, we have the ability to do that, and maybe that's what we do moving forward, you know, and then we go through the process that the General Plan Advisory Committee went through, and we decide, okay, whether that's legal or not legal to make a law that says that. I don't know. That's for the future of the community to decide. So with that said, I reiterate, I'm making a motion to deny the appeal and approve the project as it stands today.
I'll second the motion.
Commissioner Overall?
Commissioner Gottsteker, I think I can probably support your motion, but I would like to condition the project, and I'd like to offer those and see if you could accept them. As I've indicated before, I think the landscaping plan is very important. I think the execution of it, the guarantee that it be carried out is important. So I'd like to add to your motion, it's implied, I think you said as we saw it today, but I'd like to have the MAFIS description of the landscape plan included as a part of the description of the plan. I'd like the budget for the landscaping to be part of the description of the plan. I'd like a photograph of the model so that we have a visual representation to be included as a part of the plan. I'd like to have a bond posted for the installation of the landscape. I'd like to have a bond posted for the maintenance of the landscape once it goes in. And the final condition is I'd like to add that any substantive change to either the landscape plan or the architecture, that the project would require them to come back for a new land use permit. I'm not exactly sure how to define substantive change. I'll leave that to staff to work on, but I wouldn't like to see an increase in square footage. I wouldn't like to see elements moved farther out on the pad. So I guess the question is whether that was clear and whether it is acceptable to you as maker of the motion.
Well, it certainly is clear to me. I just, the only thing that comes up for me, and I think I'll let staff weigh in on this, and also county council, as to the legality of us placing those kinds of conditions on a project. That's my only question. I don't have any problem with the conditions. I just want to know whether we actually can really do that procedurally.
Please.
Mr. Chair, I'll start, and maybe county council will want to address the question as well. I think it's perfectly acceptable to include the details on the landscaping, the budget, the expectation regarding the model, because that's what's been presented to you, and bonding for installation and maintenance. And I would actually go one step further and indicate that the bond should be no less than was represented today. I think that's perfectly acceptable. What you're really doing is you're just making clear the project description.
What
as
it is we're approving.
As it was presented today. I also don't have any particular issue with specifying your expectation about what would require a new land use permit, but I'm struggling as Commissioner Overall is with what constitutes a substantial change, because I think in this case, it's probably less than what would typically trigger a brand-new land use permit, given the Commission's comments and sensitivities to what some might see as pretty small changes in the plan. If we said, no more than 50 cubic yards of grading, well, I could envision a plan where 50 cubic yards of grading could do quite a bit of violence to what you've reached today in your review process. So that's the only part I'm struggling with. I don't have a problem with the concept. I'm just trying to figure out how to articulate substantive change.
Okay, with that, I can support the conditions placed on the motion.
And
Procedurally, how would you like to?
Mr. Chair, maybe you first should
assuming,
have the second
indicate
whether or not they're
Are you willing
agreed to
to?
that before I
do accept that. Are we going to get a Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barros, I agree with Diane as to the representations made by the applicant today as to the model and the landscaping and the cost. I have concerns about Commissioner Overall's any substantial change. I have to think about that a moment. We have provisions for minor modifications to approved land use permits, and to the extent it would exceed that, it would need another land use permit. I don't know if that's something that you want to hear what those are to see if that sort of satisfies your concerns or not.
Sure, let's hear. If that's easy to do.
It's easy to do if we have an ordinance in front of us, so let Nicole go get. Well, she already went.
In the interim, can I ask you procedurally, we've got some language to deal with here. We obviously have a motion second, and someone else has indicated approval, so this will pass.
Mr. Chair, my recommendation would be for you to trail this item until the end of the agenda.
Trailing is not the same as continuing?
Trailing is not the same as continuing. Trailing means hopefully in the time period that it takes us to get through items 2 and 4,
we'll have some language
will have
written.
both findings language and at least a recommendation on condition language.
Okay.
And if we do not, after the trailing of this item, if we do not come back with something, if we're not able to or you don't agree with it, then I would like the first and the second to agree to a conceptual motion and continue the item until
Why don't we see if we can't resolve it today?
Okay.
So would this be the time to trail it, or are you going to get into the substantial
Well, why don't-
conformity discussion
Since
right
I have
now?
it in front of me, why don't I just read you what the guidelines say for minor changes to land use permits, because I think that's the area of perhaps some concern. So they're guidelines for the director to use, which means for staff to use. And the guidelines include the proposed change would otherwise be exempt from design review. We don't exempt very much, but we exempt some things, and I can go through those if you'd like. The proposed change would otherwise be exempt from a land use permit, and there's some exemption criteria that are probably larger than you would want. The project has not been the subject of substantial public controversy or interest, and there's no reason to believe the proposed change has the potential to create substantial public controversy. That's probably
a good one
where
right there.
It would be difficult to envision many changes other than, window casings or, something pretty minor. Can't increase the height of roof lines, would not be counter to the direction of the Montecito BAR, and you're sitting in the place of the Montecito BAR, so that would have to be something we would consider. Does not result in the removal of specimen trees, doesn't affect trails, doesn't affect parking. So I think the substantial public controversy and isn't contrary to the direction of the Montecito BAR are probably the two that would be most instructive in this case. So if you're comfortable with that, I think we've covered it.
Okay, if you include those two particular points, the language of that, I think that would do it.
Mr. Chair, I don't think
It's
we have to.
Either by reference or specifically.
Okay. Okay. We'll reference it.
So we won't vote at this point. What we'll do at this point is simply trail this item and move to the next item on our agenda.
Mr. Chair, before we do that,
Sure.
Since this is a reversal of my position in support of the appeal before, I'd like to offer just a couple
Sure,
of comments.
please do.
By way of explanation. The issue of setting a precedent bothers me a great deal. As I read the staff work on finding number one, I feel that in large measure the statement that is there about the project not being subordinated to natural landforms, not minimizing the fill material, preparation, grading and preparation are kept to absolute minimum, not preserving some of the natural features. I think those conditions actually do apply. However, in the scope of this project, the fact that nobody looked at the geology of this project before we got to here, I mean, the damage, had we known what the geology was when the project was first started, perhaps it would have been cited differently. But we have testimony before us that it can't be built in a different place. The road is in to the extent that damage has been done to the foothills. I mean, I think proportionally it has already happened. So I think we're much better off given the applicant and the architect's work. They've gone a long ways toward minimizing the visual impacts. And I just think we're better off at this point to recognize that they've made substantial changes to it. I think the fact that the siting of it and all that was done before we looked at it does not make this a precedent, in my mind, doesn't make it a precedent setting. How many square feet do you allow? What do you do with a pool and all that? So that's the basis on which I can find my way clear to say that I can support it.
Good. Any of our other commissioners wish to weigh in on this, or are we done? And I'm not suggesting, just offering. I'll throw in one last one for myself, which is I believe there's been a lot of changes here, and I think some of the things that have been incorporated, that the applicant has brought in his new plan really encompass most of what I spoke about in our meeting last week. I didn't feel it was appropriate for us to try to design your project with conditions, but you've done it for us, and I think the changes are substantial. I think, I was really struggling with making those, we have some terminology here as having met the, what is it here? Well, I'm trying to remember what the language is in here, but it's really related to the best that you can do given the conditions that are in front of you. And I didn't feel that the other plan, I thought it was close, but I felt comfortable that there was more that could be done. And I think what you've done now is, to my mind, are big changes. They may be small in what they did, but their impact, I think, is very substantial. Instead of seeing linear walls, now it's all broken up. It's boulder fields, things that fit into the natural environment there. I think the switch from some of the hard surfaces over to the trellis, they're substantial issues. Reducing the size of the pool, knocking down where it can be visible, I think they're all very substantial, and I think it's a good job. So nobody's going to be happy with the result, but I think we're there.
Yeah, and in that light, the Vice President of the United States, Mr. Chair, one of his functions is to be the tiebreaker when the Senate comes to a stalemate. And not to offend some of my friends by mentioning Al Gore, but he used to say that that was the best part of his job because every time he voted, his side won. I don't have a side, and I see the commissioner's role is balancing the mandate of the community plan, the comprehensive plan, the Montecito land use development code and private property rights. But this project is very, very difficult for me. I see the owners being enticed up this driveway to an estate-size house. And I see the ordinances saying, don't chop off the top of the mountain and build right out to the edge. You've got to conform to the natural landscape. And I thought about that. What does that mean? Is that purposely vague? To follow Claire's view, to prevent building? I don't think it is. And I think the community isn't ready for the type of architecture that this ordinance requires. But it isn't this project. I am sure of that. So I'm not going to be able to support it. But if I'm counting correctly, I think that's not going to matter very much.
Probably not.
No
Thank
one
you.
never knows.
Okay, so we're going to trail this item and move on to the next item on our standard agenda. And I don't know if you need time to set up, but the next item is number 2, which is the Dam Run Coastal Development Permit at 1076 Fairway Road. Do we need any time to transition here? Okay. So Jessica, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and read it into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Charles Collins, architect for the owners, to consider case number 07-CDH-30, application filed on September 21st, 2007, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15301E of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Can I say something, folks?
Yeah, I guess our chairman's not here, but I don't know.
Our vice chairman is.
Yeah, right, go.
Yeah, fine.
Go, vice chairman.
Well, anyway, thank you very much, but I am the architect for the Dam Run project. It was listed as Charles Collins, my associate and project architect, but I'm here again. Hi. And anyway.
So, Commissioner Phillips, maybe we could move to the staff's presentation unless you have disclosures on this item.
Do we, Commissioners, do we have any disclosures to report?
Just visitation by the site, yeah.
Yeah, no, nothing other than driving by the site.
I drove by. I didn't get in. I viewed as much as I could from the road.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Site visit was a little difficult. I saw some of the exterior features, the enclosed porch from a distance, but I really couldn't see much else of the project. Access was tough, which I guess is a good thing. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Eric Gage, and I will be presenting staff's recommendation for this project. The applicant is requesting a coastal development permit to construct minor additions and alterations to an existing single-family residence located within the Coastal Commission Appeals jurisdiction. Staff recommends approval of the project. The subject property is a .94 acre parcel located entirely within the Coastal Appeals jurisdiction, zoned 1E1, located at 1076 the Fairway Road. The subject parcel is surrounded by other residential parcels of similar size and shape. The project consists of minor alterations and additions and is before the Commission today because located within the Coastal Commission's appeals jurisdiction. Existing and permitted development on the parcel include the 6,365 square foot single-family residence, a 1,076 square foot garage, 749 square foot basement, 395 square feet of attached accessory spaces, and a 210-foot square shed. Access to the site is provided via Channel Drive. and Butterfly Lane. Proposed development on the residence include 113 square foot upper terrace enclosure, 83 square foot upper terrace exterior stair, 80 square foot lower terrace and yard storage expansion, 20 square foot lower terrace fireplace, 12 square foot lower terrace exterior stair rework, and installation of 20 feet of parapet railing. And this is the west elevation of the residence. North elevation. East elevation. South elevation. The view from Butterfly Lane. This is the eastern facade where the majority of the project changes are proposed. And the view of the western facade. A single-family dwelling was permitted in 1990. A deck addition was permitted in 1994. And a garage conversion and new garage accessory spaces were permitted in 2005. The Montecito Board of Architectural Review gave a favorable conceptual review to the project on October 22nd, 2007, directing the project to return for a preliminary final approval on consent without further comment. The total square footage of the residence with the proposed addition is 6,750 square feet, which is 61% over the recommended FAR per the Montecito Design Guidelines. The issue was identified at MBAR Conceptual Review. The project is consistent with all applicable comprehensive plan policies, including the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Montecito Community Plan. The project is in compliance with all applicable requirements of Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, the 1E1 Zone District, subject to approval of the requested coastal development permit with hearing. Proposed project is consistent with applicable policies pertaining to neighborhood compatibility and preservation. As I previously noted, on October 27th, MBAR gave a favorable conceptual review of the proposed project, directing the project to return for preliminary final approval on consent. Prior to issuance of the permit, the project will return and require final approval from MBAR. The proposed project is consistent with applicable habitat preservation policy. The site is located near a mapped ESH area and is within an area identified by California Natural Diversity Database as potential habitat for monarch butterflies. A site visit was conducted by butterfly specialist Dr. Dan Mead, who determined that no sensitive habitat was located on site and that the proposed project would have no direct or indirect impacts on any butterfly habitat. Staff recommendation is that the Montecito Planning Commission adopt the required findings, accept the exemption, and approve the project. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. If there's not any questions of, looks like there is.
Just one quick one, Mr. Chair, thank you. If, regarding the butterfly habitat, if Dr. Mead determined that there existed a sensitive habitat, yet the project would have no direct impact on it, would that be sufficient for us to overlook this butterfly issue? Do you need both? Do you need, it seems to me, does he have to find that it's inactive and there would be no direct impact anyway? Or could it be active and no direct impact, therefore consistent?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, I would interpret that to mean that there was no sensitive habitat on site and that the project would not have any direct or indirect impacts on any habitat existing outside.
Oh, I see. Therefore, okay. Or outside, okay. Okay. And is 17 years enough? Is that all it takes to?
It's a long time.
That's enough?
How
about 10 years? Per
Dr. Dan Mead's finding that no habitat is existing, I'd abide by the finding of the expert.
Okay.
The applicant, if you wish to make a presentation.
I'm Bob Easton, the project architect, and Commissioner Phillips, Dr. Mead's report points out that there used to be a habitat there, and I've lived here for 40 years, and I remember when all those trees down there were covered with butterflies, but as he points out in his report, those trees were basically cut out by the Music Academy to create an extra overflow parking lot. And the butterflies, I did the original design for this house back in 1990, and even then, the butterflies were gone, basically. They've gone up the coast, and they still roost up the coast. But the idea that the butterflies will come back there is probably never going to happen again.
I just didn't know what the legal requirement was to determine a designated habitat no longer viable.
Right.
But I see your point. Okay.
I want to mention that the reason for this appearance here, the reason why we're here is to build a stairway from the upper deck to the lower deck. And there's construction underway right now, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear this project here this afternoon, because it would be nice to be able to phase in this stairway while the construction is still going on without having to wait another month or so. So appreciate that. But basically, that's the point of this project, is to allow an access from the upper deck to the lower deck. So if you have any questions, be happy to answer it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eason. Is there anybody else that wishes to address us on this item? Doesn't look like it. Commissioner Overall, did you have a question? Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Gottstein.
No, I just was going to jump right on in and make a motion if there were, because I didn't see any other question lights on.
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to approve the project with staff findings, according to staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and second for approval. Any other further discussion? Not seeing any. All aye, opposed no. Aye. Anybody else in favor? Passes unanimously. Now, the third item on our standard agenda do we need a motion for continuance on this item, I would assume?
Mr. Chair, I think Jessica should read that item into the record, and then I'd like you to make a motion to continue it to your February 20th hearing.
Okay, so this item is the Clearview Mountain Drive Major CUP, which is Clearwire. Excuse me. So Jessica, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Clearwire US LLC to consider case number 07-CUP-74, application filed on October 3rd, 2007, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15303 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
So can we have a motion to continue this item to our next regular meeting, which would be our February 20th meeting?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion moved and seconded. Moved by me, I guess. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimously passes. So that takes us to the fourth item on our regular agenda, which is the Resource Management Zone Development Plan Requirement Ordinance Amendment. And we are going to take a 2-minute break. Yeah. Is 2 enough? We're adjourned for a couple minutes. Yeah. Item number 4, which is the Resource Management Zone Development Plan Requirement Ordinance Amendment. And Excuse me, Director Black, I didn't know. I'm sure it was. And we didn't read Please, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Planning and Development Department that the Montecito Planning Commission consider and adopt a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt an ordinance, case number 08 ORD 2, amending the text of Section 35.422.030, Resource Protection Zone Allowable Land Uses, Section 35.472.080, Development Plans, and Section 35.472.110, Land Use Permits of Section 35-2, the Montecito Land Use and Development Code of Chapter 35, Zoning of the County Code as set forth in Attachment C that would require a development plan for proposed development located in the Resource Management Zone.
Mr. Langle, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Montecito Planning Commission. As you are well aware, presently structures located within the Resource Management Zone within the Montecito Community Plan area only require the approval of a ministerial permit unless the project triggers the 20,000 square foot threshold for requiring a development plan, or the project otherwise requires a discretionary permit. For example, in the case of a church that requires a conditional use permit, that would be the operative permit requirement. This has been the permitting requirement for the Resource Management Zone since Article 4, the predecessor to the current Montecito Land Use and Development Code, was originally adopted in 1983. The proposed ordinance would revise the permit requirement to instead require that a development plan be approved by the Montecito Planning Commission for all structures proposed to be located within the Resource Management Zone. This shift to a development plan would provide for discretionary analysis, including CEQA review as appropriate. The proposal to revise the permitting requirement grew out of the last August workshop between the Montecito Planning Commission, the Montecito Board of Architecture Review, and staff regarding the rules and regulations that apply to the Resource Management Zone and the challenges that the planning and development staff, your commission, and the Montecito BAR face in reviewing applications for development. This discussion in August highlighted the sensitivity of the Resource Management Zone area and that a ministerial permit process may be unsuited for protecting this area from inappropriate development. Based on the comments made at this workshop, where members of your commission expressed support for amending the Montecito Land Use and Development Code to require the approval of a development plan for proposed structures in the RMZ area, we have returned with this ordinance amendment. If adopted by the Board of Supervisors, this ordinance revision would affect all future permit processing for approximately 113 privately held parcels zoned RMZ. That would be both the existing developed or partially developed parcels in addition to the existing vacant parcels in the RMZ area. Since there is no land zoned RMZ within the coastal zone, this ordinance would take effect in the 30th day following adoption by the Board of Supervisors. Knowing that this change could be potentially controversial, we did send individually mailed notice to all property owners within the RMZ area. I have received a number of phone calls in regards to this. Some people have been supportive of the change. Other people are concerned with the scope of process this would now require for any type of development. People have suggested that the ordinance be amended to provide for certain thresholds and exemptions. For example, if you were adding to your existing house of a certain amount of square footage below, let's say 10% of that floor area, then that would still be allowed under a land use permit and would not require a development plan. So we are prepared to discuss this with your commission and, if necessary, come back with any amendments to what we have presented in the draft as the draft ordinance to you today. Would also like to correct Section 6 of the ordinance. It dropped off the last part of the boilerplate, and we'll certainly add that before we go to the board with this ordinance amendment. That concludes my presentation. I wanted to keep it short, given the hour, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very much appreciated. Commissioner Gostanger.
Yeah, I do have a question. We just received a letter. I don't know whether you've actually seen it or not, Noel.
If that's for Mr. Americana, yes, he was kind enough to give me an advance copy.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Do you have any comments with concerning his fifth comment. Fifth, the ordinance is inconsistent with the Board of Supervisors' policy direction intended to make land use permitting process more rational and effective. And then he goes on.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottsnicker, I'm going to take this one because
Okay, fine.
while Noel is quite involved in process improvement, it's really my project, I guess you would say. And I think he does accurately cite the board's direction and the area of work on the 5 issues. What I think is somewhat missing in his letter is the other, sort of the flip side of process improvement, and that is, if you are going to clearly identify those things that are ministerial and make it easy for them to be permitted, then you should identify those things that are clearly not ministerial and put them in the right permit path. So I guess my position on this is, while I don't often advocate upshifting, there are instances where it might make sense to make it clear to everyone that it's different than your typical staff level permit. And I think that's what we've been struggling with in this particular zone district in Montecito is it just seems as if it's hard to get to a staff level decision that the community's happy with on a lot of development in the resource management zone. So while I certainly understand his point, and I don't want this to be construed as undermining process improvement, because I don't think you have to look at it that way. I do think that this is kind of the flip side in evaluating the appropriate level of review.
How would you, Director Black, how would you relate some of his comments about, smaller, changing windows, for instance? How has that, since we are, if we pass this today or suggest the passage of this, we're conforming ourselves to the process that's used in the balance of the county for this zone district. How has that come about within those areas related to small changes, somebody that wants new windows, for instance, as he suggests?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm sure Noel will correct me because I may not get this right. It's a bit awkward when you change the permit path for a particular zone district from a ministerial permit to a discretionary permit, because you create a situation where there may be a number of existing developments that don't have a discretionary permit. And I believe what we've done elsewhere in the county in that situation is we've required people to process an as-built development plan, and then we can use the tools that are available in the ordinance, the substantial conformity, amendment, and revision tool to permit developments at the right level. But it does require that initial as-built development permit to kind of tier off of.
And just
so to some extent, that comment is correct as relates to projects that are already in existence in this zone district within the boundaries of Montecito. In other words, he's right in as much as if you want to make a modification to the exterior of your project in Montecito and you're already in this RM zone district, the permit path would be to get a substantial
an as-built development plan, and then perhaps a substantial conformity.
Right.
So the first time is usually not smooth.
The first time is not smooth. Correct.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, just to further build on that, the as-built development plan process, as Diane mentioned, was to provide a streamlined opportunity permit process for people who had built their project prior to the rules changing and then were caught up by the new increased level of process. The as-built development plan is actually under the jurisdiction of the director. So that's processed at a staff level and is really meant to just incorporate that which exists on the ground at that point in time. Mm-hmm. It does not really allow for additions to be made as part of the approval of that as-built development plan. And as Diane mentioned, the second step would be then to come back with what it is you want to do further an addition, whatever, and then staff would review that to see if it could be something that could be handled under a substantial conformity determination to the existing development plan, again, at a staff level, or if it didn't meet those criteria, but could be approved as an amendment to that development plan, which would still be handled at a staff level, or if it failed to satisfy either of those two types of permit process, would have to go back as a revision to the development plan, which would then go back to your commission, or would go to your commission for review and approval if appropriate.
Right. I can see that as slightly cumbersome, but I can't see how we could have how we can change the process without putting that procedure into place. Well, at least nothing comes to mind, because I can't imagine how we would write these rules anyway that would start exempting out certain types of things. It'd just be way too burdensome from a processing standpoint, is my take on it.
And one last comment in that same vein. Simple things like, you're replacing a window, you're replacing a door, those are exempt from permit requirements anyway. Okay. And don't require you to get either a land use permit at this point or a development plan should this ordinance be adopted.
Commissioner Gottstanger, I see you have your light on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'm looking at Mr. Americano's letter, and the last page, 1, 2, 3, 4, ordinance should not apply to. The very nature of the resource management zone is a sensitivity to siting, to materials. What if the windows were stainless steel? No, you can't do that. So maybe we could, for the minor things, rely on someone appealing or something, but all these things may well be important, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you for that. There is one other item on here that I'm curious about. There was a letter we received in our packet from Sylvia Terror, questioning whether we had given sufficient notice. And my guess is this was a courtesy notice you sent out, not a legal notice that was required. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, essentially, yes. The notice that was mailed to each of the individual property owners was a courtesy notice and went beyond our legal requirements. We did publish, as an ordinance amendment affecting more than the required number of properties, we did publish this in the paper in sufficient amount of time. I would also like to point out that we did put these individual notices in the mail on December 4th. So, 12 days prior to this hearing date to date. I know some people have received these as late as last Friday from the phone calls I've received, but I'm sorry, January 4th, yes. January 4th of this year.
Man, you guys are really on the ball.
Yeah, we're getting better with this all the time. No, we didn't put these in the mail January 4th, so, 12 days prior to this hearing. But I do understand from talking with people that they may not have received them perhaps as expeditiously as we had hoped from the Postal Service.
Mr. Lang, were all the property owners in the RMC zone notified?
Yes, we did
across the board.
We did a parcel search of all the different assessor parcel numbers. We, from that list, pulled out addresses for everybody, and again, mailed an individual notice to each of the property owners.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That's the end of your presentation. I assume we should, this two-page letter needs to be...
Mr. Chair, since this is a legislative act that you're contemplating, you don't have to vote it into the record.
Good. Well, then we do have a couple of speaker slips here, so I'm going to open us for public comment. And Mr. Easton, you were the first one. So nice to have you with us yet again.
Thank you very much. I'm Bob Easton, an architect who is going to be affected, hopefully, by what happens here. And I've been around 40 years, and the first permit I got up in the Montecito Hills took 2 days. I just want to make a point of that. But I was on the Montecito Architectural Review Board in the mid-'80s with David Gebhardt, Roger Phillips, and we were sitting there one day for the meeting, and in came an architect with a big roll of drawings, and he rolled them out, and it was a complete set of plans for Andy Granatelli up on the site that is the house that everybody was talking about today that's west of the Ligura project. And we busted it and sent it back. And certainly we've come a long way from that situation, but what that points up is what I'm trying to, the point I want to make today. I'm in favor of clarity, I'm in favor of simplifying the permit process, but I don't see how you can do it here in an area of major community concern, which are the foothills. So you don't have a simple process here. It's going to be a complex process, and I don't think you can write some restrictions saying you're excluding some things. I mean, it's got to be a blanket thing that everybody falls under if it's going to work, because I'm in favor of knowing the rules and having the rules, and I think that since it's going to be a discretionary deal, people have to know that it's going to be very hard to predict, and it's going to be an expensive and a time-consuming process. And so what I would like to see is Claire, and Claire, I'd help you on this if you want. Claire wrote stuff before, is to write a little booklet that will tell people what they're going to face. Now, the Montecito Association has done that about the permit process on a very general level. They don't really talk about what this is going to be like, and I think something like this should come from the county anyway, and not the Montecito Association. But it should be a well-written saying, look, if you're a property owner in this area, this is what you're going to look at. You're going to look at a very close review, and all the aspects of the rules and regulations and guidelines that are dealing with Montecito and development Montecito are going to be especially carefully reviewed in this area. As an architect practicing here, boy, I'd love to have that, because my clients come in with expectations, and they think they're going to build a castle up there. They think they're going to build the big road and the big castle, and it's hard to bring them down. The only way to bring them down is to have them go through the process. But to have that information out there where people are knowing what they're going to do would be a big help to me personally and a big help to the whole community, because expectations and conflict and everything is a destructive thing to happen in the community. And all we had back in the mid-'80s at the BAR was persuasion. That's all we could do. There were no guidelines. And the guidelines came out of the fact that we were constantly just trying to persuade people and be nice to people and encourage them to do the right thing. And the idea that people want to do the right thing without knowing the rules doesn't happen, especially in those expensive properties up there. And so I'd like to see you build in as a condition of approval, or whatever you want to do here, that Claire write a nice little booklet that can be distributed to everybody. Realtors, architects, contractors, everybody that would come into play in this situation. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Easton.
Can I respond?
Of course.
So, I would absolutely be happy to take that project on, because as Mr. Easton knows, I mean, this has been, for the last 25 years, this has been my thing, way back to when there were no rules, and I continually heard, the review, people coming in as applicants going, I don't know what to do, and so when I put myself on the General Plan Advisory Committee, it was all about getting the rules in black and white, and as I said throughout the process of the project that has almost been approved, that was my issue. It was, we have rules, and yes, we have discretion to make findings and make calls on those rules, but unless an applicant knows what the rules are coming in, they come from all over the world here, and it's different everywhere else. Bob refers to, used to call, 2 days to get a permit, I built a house in Peru with no permit. So if you're a Peruvian that comes here and it was a really funny situation, because I said to the engineer builder, do I need a permit? And he didn't speak any English, and my friend said, so my friend was translating, and he said to her, tell her don't talk about permits. That was the game. So it's like here we do have an extensive permit process, and I think we need to be very clear with the public what that permit process is,
Mr. Chair.
Just a quick thing. Back to Director Black. Can we even think about doing that?
I don't think it necessarily
Think
needs...
about having a guideline, I question whether we can have an extension of our guideline process that would go with this zone district.
I don't think that that's what Mr. Easton is saying. Mr. Easton is asking for, at least what I heard, laying out what the permit process will be for applicants.
For anything?
No, for the RMZ zone is what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm saying, not
Yes.
specifying size or height or grading.
we're not
but to
going
say
into all
these
of
are all
this.
the applicable things that you, and it's a list of about 5 or 10 items.
Oh, so you're just talking about the list of policies that you have to conform
Right,
with? Is
and
that what it is?
that'll be brought into play in the review of your project.
Well, that's the ordinance.
Mr.
Well,
Chair,
but there are pieces in the comprehensive plan, pieces in the community plan, pieces over here. Something that brings that all together and lets people know that it's an extensive process that is going to bring a lot of items into play. And people don't know that now.
I misunderstood where you were headed. I thought you were talking about a book that had more design, enhanced design.
Not at all.
Right.
Not at all. And the problem
Right.
is people think that the only thing that comes into play, I mean, the general public, when they come to me, the only thing that comes into play is the architectural guidelines.
Right.
No, you've got the Montecito Comprehensive Plan, you've got the community plan, you've got this, you got that, you got this whole list. And I'm just saying something simple that everybody would be informed of, that could be spread out among all the people who are potentially involved in this type of stuff.
Understood.
Mr.
Please.
Chair, I think it would be a pretty simple
Be a
task
simple-
to undertake,
right.
and it would just be a public information piece we could put on our website and at the counter. if
I get
people-
it now. I thought we were enhancing our guidelines, putting more specificity in them, which I just didn't see us being able to do. Commissioner Phillips.
Yeah, well, this would be P&D's project. This isn't something the Planning Commission wants to do.
Mr. Chair, if a planning commissioner, like Clara, wanted to take a shot at it and provide it to us, it would probably get done more quickly. But it's not something that your planning commission needs to take on as a commission, no.
Yeah, and you send it out under your name.
Yeah, we would, Mr.
Right.
Chair and Commissioner Phillips, we would just post it to our website and do a little public
Because otherwise,
brochure.
it would be like a judge saying, this
No,
is
no,
how
no.
you win a case in my court.
No.
You know?
No. And it's really information, just compiled information. We're not going to make anything up. We're not going to provide additional pieces of information. It's here's the findings we'll need to make to approve a permit in this
Right.
zone district. Here are the policies that generally come into play. Here are the sections of the design guidelines that generally come into play
And then hire
in the
Bob
review
Easton.
process.
Yeah.
Bob can do his brochure.
Mr. Chair, thinking back to August when I was droning on for about a half hour as to all the different policies and
Yes.
regulations that apply to the RMZ zone, we could, to some degree, take that as a starting point and boil it down to those documents, and then add in things like the findings required for each type of permit.
I see what Mr. Easton's looking for, which is, it's easy. It's basically just a piece that makes the public understand the steps, and that would be simple enough. Victoria Green?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Victoria Green on behalf of the Montecito Association. And I'll remind you, one thing that we provided you with back when you had your workshop on development on the Montecito hillsides was, in fact, a compendium that included most of the rules and regulations, guidelines that apply to development on the Montecito hillside, so including the Resource Management Zone District. I think, that something like that could be word processed down into something that's a little more manageable. I don't think I had findings in it, but I think I had pretty much all the other applicable guidelines, zoning ordinance standards, that kind of thing. So I'm here today to ask you to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the Montecito Land Use Development Code be amended to require approval of a development plan for new structures in the RMZ zone district. The proposal that's before you today from staff you know, we are hopeful that this change will help to further the goals of the Montecito Community Plan and help protect Montecito hillsides from inappropriately scaled development. I think we've spent a lot of time in this room talking about the issues that affect development on the hillsides. I don't think I need to rehash any of that for you now, but we do think that increasing the level of review, adding the requirement for environmental review should hopefully get better results on those hillsides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Mr. Americana. We speak your name, and here you are.
We have your letter. Yeah, we have the letter.
We did. We've been talking about it. We thought you heard us talking and came over.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Americana. You pulled a fast one on me. I was watching the board, the commission until 3:55 when I went into a 4 o'clock meeting, and you were on item number 1, and I thought, well, there's no chance they're going to get to item number 4 before I finish my meeting at 4. I finished at 5:15 and turned on my TV, and lo and behold, you were halfway through your conversation. So thank you to Mr. Langle for making a copy of the letter, which I was hoping you would see. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Steve Americana, formerly of the firm of Hatch & Parent. Our firm merged with another law firm as effective on January 1st, and now I'm from the firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber & Schreck, which is based in Denver, but which now has 4 offices in California, including ours in Santa Barbara. We represent a number of property owners in Montecito and have for many years, and have a good deal of experience with your commission and with the Montecito Association and with land use rules in Montecito, and we're here to offer a cautionary note on this particular ordinance. Mr. Easton talked about the value of having more certainty in the process, and we think that's a good idea. We think the ordinance that you're considering actually injects more uncertainty into the process by requiring a discretionary permit, a development plan that is not presently required. At present, if someone wants to build a house that complies with the regulations set out in the RMZ zone, they can get a land use permit and build the house. And there's no discretion to be exercised except if they're looking for certain kinds of exceptions to the rules. This would change all of those rules and would require a discretionary permit for the first time. We think that can be a problem. It particularly can be a problem if you apply it to everything that someone wants to build, including small additions, for example, or small remodels that may not otherwise be exempt. If someone wants to build a small addition to their house, a couple of 100 square feet, would that really require a development plan and the cost and the time that it would take? I won't go through the letter that I've sent because Mr. Langle was kind enough to give it to you. You've seen the 5 reasons we think why caution is justified and why we think narrowing the scope of this ordinance to exclude minor additions, to exclude small changes to landscaping, backyards, minor grading is worthwhile doing, because we think that having a broader net that captures all of these activities in the RMZ zone is going too far. The Board of Supervisors a number of years ago issued a directive, a policy directive, that the county should focus its scarce land use regulatory resources on projects that really matter, on projects that really affect the character of a community or of a neighborhood, that have serious policy implications. The ordinance as drafted before you today has the virtues of simplicity, but has some of the problems of simplicity, and that is we think it goes too far. So we would urge you to fine-tune this ordinance, put in some exceptions that make sense, put in exceptions that reflect the fact that not every project will affect a neighborhood, affect a policy, affect the community, and this ordinance should reflect those distinctions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit sorry you missed part of our previous discussion on this, but we may pick up bits and pieces of it again here as we get into the discussion.
What you should do is watch the part of the hearing that you missed, okay? While you were going from your office to here, which is when we asked for explanations from staff with regards to your letter, and I think you might have just missed all of that testimony. Okay, great, thank you.
So back to close the public comment period. Is there do the commissioners have any questions of staff on this item? If not, ready for discussion and motion on this item. Commissioner Gottstanger.
I don't know, it looked to me like it was a tie. Commissioner Phillips, did you have a question?
No, I was going to move to adopt the findings for approval and recommend to the Board of Supervisors, blah, blah, blah.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Unanimous, I think. Unanimous. So that concludes item number 4. Mr. Americana, thank you for your comments. Your letter was good, and I think you'll find that we've dealt with some of your issues. We did trail item number 1. Yes, on our item number 1 on our standard agenda, the Peterson appeal. And I believe we have revised findings, conditions. Maybe we can, would it be possible to,
Well, if you're going to take a few minutes, you take it back, and we will make copies.
well, what I was hoping we might do is just talk about the changes from the previous set rather than the,
If we could
Otherwise-
just take a moment, because I want to make sure that Victoria has a copy so she can participate in the hearing, so the applicant has a copy so
Well, why
they
don't
can
we take 5
participate.
minutes
Okay,
and-
and then maybe you could just glance through them and we'll
right,
walk
we'll
you
do
through.
that. Okay, 5-minute recess. Trailing item number 1, and we now have conditions of approval and findings in front of us. In preparation for the motion that has been made on motion and seconded on this item. But I believe there was a couple corrections we needed to add, or at least one correction, and maybe you can discuss that one with us so we make sure we're all in agreement as to what we're changing from the documents in front of us right now.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I've given you a copy of some revised findings, and I would ask that those findings have been altered slightly from the original approval findings that were included in the staff report received at the December 19th hearing, to include some of your comments from today. And I'd also like to add that we would strike any references to Montecito BAR previous approval of the project, as you have a new project today. So the findings that you would be approving would be those as you see them before you, with any references to the BAR struck out. As far as the project conditions, those have been revised to reference the updated project as you've seen it today. Also to include on condition number 1 a reference to the requirement that additional land use permits would be required if there were substantial project changes. Right. Also included in the project description, number 1, are references to the landscape plan as presented today, as well as the model as presented today. At the end of the conditions, condition number 26 has been added, and that is a landscape performance security condition which requires that at least the amount of $400,000, the estimate given by the landscape architect, be submitted as a landscape bond. As far as the motion, staff's recommendation based on your direction is that you adopt the required findings for approval as revised at the hearing of January 16th, 2008, accept the exemption pursuant to CEQA Section 15303A, referencing the current project as presented today, deny the appeal of the MBAR action and grant approval of case number 07BAR 128 as revised at the hearing of January 16th, deny the land use permit appeal, granting de novo approval of case number 07 LUP 336, subject to the conditions revised at the hearing of January 16th, 2008.
So I would suggest that simply a new, can we?
So moved.
So moved, great.
Well, I'm just moving, we accept staff's recommendations for approval.
Mr. Chair.
Put on the record a second.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Harwood White, agent for the applicant. On condition 26, it is referenced to the land use prior to the land use permit being issued, that the bonds be required. We'd request that those be prior to the issuance of a building permit. In line 2. Or at least ask staff about that. I think
26. Seems like land use is,
Mr. Chair, we typically require landscape bonds prior to land use permit. So,
well, he suggested building permit, not landscape.
I understand, and what they can do to almost practically make that happen is do a parallel plan check through building, and we'll issue the land use permit and the building permit almost at the same time. So there's nothing that prevents that, but I want to make sure that this condition is complied with, and the way to do that really is to have control over the land use permit.
Right, that was my take on it as well. Okay. Motion and second to move the staff's recommendation. Any further discussion?
Just a quick comment. The commissioner overall addition requires a land use permit for any changes. We just voted to have implemented, although it's not yet adopted, a development plan for any changes. Should the language reflect both, whatever is in place?
Mr. Chair and members of Commissioner Phillips, I think it's fine to have the conditions approval written as they are right now.
So it would be ministerial.
Well,
Yeah.
it'll be what it is. So if the ordinance changes, the same provisions of Appendix C will guide whether or not any permits are required. And if a permit is required, then we'll go to the Land Use and Development Code that's in
Whatever's
effect at that time.
Okay.
They're not vesting to a land use permit forever on this site for changes.
Right. No further discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Aye. We have 1 no, Commissioner Phillips, and 4 yeses. That concludes our agenda
very
for
much.
today. And best I can tell, we've got
Motion for adjournment, Mr.
30
Chairman.
seconds before 6 o'clock, so I said we'd be finished by 6. So we're adjourned.